sleeping with me. Why? I'm pregnant again. Why?
You can sleep with somebody else, man, then you got low
Ladies,
ladies,
I know you
guys want to hear the case?
Let's get some order. Let's get some order.
Well, I come across a landlord,
Okay.
and I tell him I have no money that
So
was
ask her
crooked,
about
and
the
I can't
furniture.
even move in the
Ask her about
house.
the-
Well, since you don't have anything right now, and I see you with your 3 children in a U-Haul truck, you can move in without giving me anything. And when you get the deposit back from the previous landlord,
Mr. Barlow has 8 children and they all look like him. The potential 9th in court today does not. Because of this, he's accusing Ms. Winslow of infidelity. Ms. Winslow claims that this baby is not hers. Yeah, you heard right. She argues that the baby was switched at birth.
Because I got a long past of infidelity. I got a long history of infidelity.
a very
And
long
so-
history.
And so I left. When I went away, she said pay back some straight lady.
Let's
Your
use
Honor,
appropriate
That's
first of
language.
exactly
all,
what she
I
said.
never stated that, Your Honor.
So
he comes
now
up with
I
me.
go away.
I've never stated that.
And while I'm away, I'm calling and stuff.
Oops, the landlord. Well, that is something. Now, what proof do you have, Mr. Barlow? Also, if she was actually cheating with the landlord by 10 p.m., don't you think she would not be telling you he's with her and currently around the house?
I'm calling at 10 p.m.
Oh,
and
you-
he there.
You call at 10 and he's there.
Yeah, he there.
The landlord's
He there.
at the house at 10 p.m.
Yeah,
And you
putting
know why,
together
Your
bids
Honor?
and stuff.
You know why,
Putting
Your
together
Honor?
bids.
You know why, Your
Putting
Honor?
together the beds.
Yeah.
You know why,
I'm
Your
like,
Honor?
how he got-
Because he doesn't have contractors. He does things
So what his
in a
so-called girlfriend
three-story
think about
building
this?
himself.
Okay, do you hear that, Mr. Barlow? Looks like you're already getting on Ms. Winslow's nerves as it is. He left her to fend for 3 kids, so if there's a leaky roof or broken bed in the house by whatever time, she's going to get the landlord to fix it for sure.
He
Pretty
says
crazy.
to me is, okay, well, since you don't have anything right now, and I see you with your 3 children in a U-Haul truck, you can move in without giving me anything. And when you get the deposit back from the previous landlord, then you can start paying me.
So, Mr. Barlow, your point was he may have been interested in her or something because instead of the $2,500 that was...
Who gonna take 300?
Oh, Mr. Barlow, Miss Winslow has already been through so much with the swindler. What if the landlord is just a genuinely nice person? Besides, he didn't say she'll never have to pay in full. She would pay it when she eventually gets her money back. But hold up though, buying furniture?
Out of 25, I'm a businessman now. But yet, you didn't just give me the other 2,200, but I'm buying you furniture. I'm
He
buying your
didn't
son
buy
a
any
bed,
furniture.
and
He
I'm giving
didn't
you a
buy any
refrigerator.
What furniture did he buy?
You understand?
What he's
man?
talking
What furniture
about
did he
is
buy?
I didn't have
a
a
living
bed.
room
Winslow,
set.
just a second.
A living room set, a kitchen set.
What a guy, what a dedicated landlord, I mean. Doing all of that, phew. Those phone calls too, Mr. Barlow, those are a lot of phone calls. Over 80 phone calls. Isn't that something? Let us find out more.
He calls to try to see if he can hear noise in the background. I'm at home with 3 boys. I don't
Who
have time
cares?
for him to hear the. Let me
If
hear
I'm
who's
paying
in the
for the phone
background.
call,
Be
why hang
quiet.
up
Let
on
me
me
see
for
what's
somebody
going
you're not
on.
dealing with?
That's his own insecurities because of his past and all the cheating he has done on me.
Whoa, that's something real right there, though. Mr. Barlow does have a history of cheating. All these accusations he's throwing around court that does not seem to make too much sense could stem from that. What is the reason why you're making a phone call to one person over 80 times? Why are you having trust issues like that? It's starting to make sense.
He doesn't look like me or Mr. Barlow. So now that leads me to believe the only way that this baby is not this man's child is if he's not mine. I believe something happened at the hospital, and it would devastate me, Your Honor. I have a strong connection with my son.
Looks like we've moved on to the next stop and landed ourselves in maternity court. What does she mean? She's doubtful. The baby is her son, thinking he was switched at birth and everything. Is this Mr. Barlow's fault? If he wasn't denying paternity in the first place, Ms. Winslow would not be denying the cute little boy.
You're saying that you question whether or not you're this child's mother.
Yes.
And this is really upsetting you. You're serious.
Yes, I'm serious because every day when I go somewhere, whether it's the grocery store, wherever we go, the doctor, we went to a place where my kids are don't.
Ooh, that was a close one. If Ms. Winslow is not baby Jibril's mother, then what are any of us even doing here? That would definitely mean that Mr. Barlow is not the father as well. This is about to get even juicer.
That's
You
something
understand what
that
I'm
I
saying?
strongly believe. Do you think I would play with
So-
something like that, Your Honor? That's something serious. That's hurtful. I have been living with this, as I stated, since he was born. I have cried to my mother about this.
As soon as my son was born,
why
the
would I
landlord
make
came
up
to the house
something
to
like
see
that?
the baby.
Whoa, 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 Mr. Barlow, that is a gravely insensitive thing to say. After having children with this woman and 8 children in total with various women, how do you not understand the weight of questioning if your child is your biological baby?
That's correct. And I have never cheated on this man. I've been with this man for 11 years, off and on. Throughout the whole time I've been with him, he have not only had twins on me, but triplets as well. So it's not like it's just like a little simple thing like he hasn't done anything to me. He has done the most.
Whoops, now he's gotten her off her rockers. At this point, with Mr. Barlow in this courtroom, there's nothing else to do except wait and listen to the result. He's not about to listen to anything else unless it comes out of that envelope.
Mr. Barlow, you are the father.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
The bottom line is you are the mother and you are the father. And ultimately, you two have got to get past all of this.
Mr. Butler's wife claims that her husband's baby mama is lying and it is not her man's daughter. Here we go again. Mr. Butler claims that Ms. Moore is lying about paternity simply because she wants him back.
Ms. Moore, has Mr. Butler been involved in your child's life in any way?
If you're talking about diapers and wipes, that's it. That's not a father to me at all, period.
Let's talk about why we're here. Mr. Butler, you obviously have doubts.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are those doubts?
She told me I'm not the baby daddy.
Oh boy, this does not seem like someone who wants you back, Mr. Butler. Are you so sure about that? Harassment too? Here we go again with the protective wives and the husbands with nothing to say for themselves.
Your Honor, on numerous times.
One time.
Numerous times.
One time.
That's a lie.
Harassment.
Really, harassment?
Harassment.
I ain't never
You
harassed
and your
you a day.
so-called husband.
Whatever. I was getting my hair done at one particular time when she was on the phone. He had her on speaker, and she told him, "You're not the dad. You don't have to do nothing for this baby."
Whoops. Again, Mr. Butler, I ask, are you sure this woman wants you back or even wants anything to do with you? It does seem like someone else is filling the shoes you left empty already.
I was 7.5 weeks, December 11th.
Okay, but you would not have had your baby.
Did I have sex with you?
No, you didn't.
You're not a man.
You had sex with him,
and you
but
know
I've been
damn well
messing
that's
with
your
him for
baby,
almost
period,
2
point
years.
blank.
Ladies.
Do you believe it? You married it. You tell me.
Well, okay then. Ms. Butler is really getting on Ms. Moore's nerves. Now, why is it always the women that come to court with a knife against each other's neck? Mr. Butler is standing there like a cat's got his tongue with nothing to say for himself. Ms. Butler is the one defending her cheating husband.
Explain to me, why is she wrong?
Because when I got pregnant, I had left. Quincy was doing so much cheating. I found his last 2 babies and my baby and his last baby is 2 weeks apart.
Oh no, she didn't. Ms. Moore just shoved it in Ms. Butler's face that her husband is a good-for-nothing cheater. While he was cheating, having babies outside his marriage, he was cheating on Ms. Moore as well. This man should have awards to his name for cheating.
He is a leech, and his so-called wife told me that over the phone. It's always, if I call Quincy, it's always her.
Because
And I
I'm
feel
his
like
wife and
I
it's
don't
one,
care.
one,
But that doesn't make sense though. I'm his baby mother, and I have to talk to him.
Oh, what a man. He's everything everyone ever wanted, isn't he? I myself want him too. What a good-for-nothing man. With all of his cheating and the babies he keeps having, he's on supplemental security income. Dang, what a hot cake.
I called him and I said, you know, my daughter is pregnant. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, she's pregnant. And he says, well, I'm going to be there for her. All of a sudden,
No, Your Honor.
there is no Quincy in sight no more.
Mr. Butler, do you remember having this conversation with
No, I
Miss?
didn't. No,
You
I
never did.
No.
Okay, Mr. Talk and No Do. I'm not so sure Mr. Butler realizes the meaning of being there for a pregnant woman. Talk less of being there as a father when the baby eventually comes. Aside from one doctor's appointment, the baby wipes and diapers, this man came with absolutely nothing. I mean, he didn't even come.
On the 26th, my blood pressure went sky high. When my blood pressure went sky high, my doctor came in and told me that my baby's heart rate was going down. So as it was going down, she was getting less oxygen. So they had to get her out. And when they got her out, I did not see my baby. I went to an emergency C-section.
What an ordeal. Ms. Moore really went through so much during labor alone. One can only imagine how that must have been. Doing it all by yourself and knowing that afterwards, there's no father to share this responsibility with.
Is it true that you decided you'd maybe go and stay at Ms. Moore's house with Zamar? Were you gonna go over there?
Tell the truth. your own dog?
Yeah.
So you did, and you thought, and was it because you felt like this was your daughter?
Yes, I did.
You did, okay.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Butler is capable of so much more than grunts and that creepy smile. He can speak. Isn't that something? To wrap all of the tiring shenanigans up, we get to the results. Let us find out.
Mr. Butler,
Yes, ma'am.
you are her father. Now, look at her.
Thank you. You completed everything today.
You're very welcome, sir.
You feel better?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Now you can start being a dad.
When she was born on down, this is yours.
Mr. Harrison is suing Ms. Grant for paternity fraud. He claims that he's not the biological father of their daughter and she manipulated him to think that he is. That is a really heavy accusation, but let's see how it begins.
So, Mr. Harrison, explain, why are you suing for fraud?
Well, Your Honor, I signed my acknowledgement for paternity for my daughter, and I've done everything for her since the day she's been born. I've had several people come to me through Facebook and through text messaging on my phone saying that, you know, Aaliyah is not your daughter. I don't care what.
Okay, 1 point to Miss Grant. She does have a point there, Mr. Harrison. That's what happens when you make babies with another person. You share the genes, you see. The baby cannot completely look like you. Okay, Mr. Harrison?
She got upset and she said, you know, I just don't want to do this anymore. I just don't want to do it anymore.
I didn't want to have to keep lying to him, Your Honor. I got tired of, being dishonest and being disrespectful in my relationship. And I gave him every option to, decide what he wanted to do. And so I decided that instead of letting somebody else blackmail me like my so-called friend had done.
How about honesty?
Ding, ding, ding. 1 point for Mr. Harrison. Ms. Grant has been cheating for how long now? The entire span of their relationship. That's wild. She eventually told him simply because she was tired of leading him on and being frustrated about it. What a woman. And
how about honesty 7 years ago? How about, honesty at the very beginning?
Well, and I want to understand what happened that day. So out of the blue, help me move the washer turns into, I just don't want to do this.
It turns into him getting frustrated and
upset.
fussing and cursing. And I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore with you.
And so, Ms. Grant, who was this person? What?
It's understandable. It's wild how there is so much frustration in the relationship already that a small task like that would set not one, but both of them off. Bringing in the washer really led to the end of their relationship.
This person was a friend of mine. I had met this person when I was 18 years old. I was a single parent of a 2-year-old daughter at the time. He helped me with her. He helped me financially. He has bought cars. He has paid rent. He has paid bills. Okay. When I met Mr. Harrison and I told my friend, I'm in love and we're going to have a baby.
Okay, Miss Grant. What a friend this person must be. Cars and whatnot, huh? It's a great thing that this person came into her life and filled up the shoes that other men could not. However, it's still so not cool that she kept this information from her husband for years.
Was this strictly platonic or was this a sexual relationship?
At times it was sexual, but for the most part, it was platonic while I was with Mr. Harrison.
But this whole
and
time,
how
she
did
would sit there and go run off.
How did you manage to do this for 15 years, but 8 years while you were with Mr. Harrison? How did you pull this off?
Lies.
Unbelievable. She admitted that it was not just a simple platonic friendship. Isn't that something? So all those 15 years, she was basically in 2 relationships, sometimes at the same time. Looks like she's ready to fully own up to the part that she lied about and what she didn't. That response was crazy.
I tried, and it wasn't. I love her, and I love my kids so much, that I was willing to bend over backwards and forgive her for all of her misdeeds, all of them.
What about all your misdeeds?
Every single
Don't sit
one
there
of
and
them.
act like you haven't cheated on me.
I'm not saying that.
He cheated on me with someone who is, he's an indie pro wrestler. He cheated on me with someone who they call ring rats.
Whoa, so he cheated too. This is just getting interesting. Ring rat, huh? 1 more point for Ms. Grant, it would seem. It is starting to seem like these two came to court to unburden their marital problems from the very beginning to Judge Lake.
She lied the entire time and set you up for this. That's what paternity fraud is.
Yeah.
I did lie. I admit to lying about being.
So how am I to know?
With
How am I
somebody
to
else
know?
here and there.
How am I
So
to
do you also admit, Ms. Grant, to basically defrauding him, basically saying this is your child when you knew for certain that it was not his child? Did you do that?
No, ma'am. I knew 100%.
Well, okay then, so that's what he's suing her for. Miss Grant acknowledges that she may have lied at some important parts of their relationship. One thing she does not stand for, however, is saying that she lied about the paternity of their daughter. She claims to have never done that.
I have people right now telling me that I ought to be ashamed of myself for even being here to prove to this man who I am in love with at this very moment, even though he is accusing me of not knowing who the father of my child is, that I'd be ashamed of myself wanting to come in front of you and prove to him and the rest of the world that yes, I've done wrong.
Ms. Grant is losing it in the courtroom. She knows she lied to him in the past and she acknowledges that. But paternity fraud, oh no, she will not be having it. Seems like there is nothing else to say to Mr. Harrison. If your husband does not believe a word you say after 8 years of marriage, that means a lot.
Mr. Harrison, you are her father.
I told you.
I'm happy.
Good. Good. How do you feel, Miss Grant?
I feel vindicated, Your Honor. Absolutely. I may have lied about my affair, but I know who the father of my child is.
Are you all gonna try to work this thing out?
I hope we can.
I would like to.
I hope we can.
I forgave her for everything.
Mr. Wallace came with his girlfriend, oh yeah, to tell his wife that he is not the father of her baby. Ms. Austin, his wife, however, is here to prove to him the opposite, and she needs him to step up and act like a father.
So that he can begin to step up and be a father. Mr. Wallace, you claim you have multiple reasons to doubt when it comes to whether or not you are the biological father of this child, and hope today is your last visit to this courtroom. Let's take a look at what happened the last time you all were here.
Oh, so Mr. Wallace is a regular on paternity court. This isn't his first time here, nor his second. It's his third appearance in paternity court. And whoa, he's basically here for the same reasons with various women. What a guy.
So last time you were standing on the defendant's side with Roniel,
yes,
Mr. Wallace. So now, Mr. Wallace, you back with Miss Roberts.
Yes, ma'am.
But you still going back and forth between the two women because she's pregnant now.
Imagine that. He really got engaged to someone, had a baby with her, and still manages to find time for another girlfriend. What a guy, really. Today, however, Mr. Wallace is in court today to prove that he is not the father of Ronald.
Since the last time we was here, everything started out okay, but we all knew that wasn't gonna last long. Roniel Wallace was still bouncing back from me and Kendra. I had enrolled in school, but I never did go because I had got pregnant once again with Roniel, and she got pregnant with her baby, with her son. And as you can see now, once again, I'm pregnant again.
Whoa. Now, here's a little plot twist to get the court case going. Miss Austin tells the court that she's here to test the paternity of Ronald, but then she's currently pregnant with her third child for Mr. Wallace. Now, this man has been going back and forth with two women. His current girlfriend is also pregnant right now. How does that even work?
First of all, I don't know if it's because you're nervous, Miss Austin, which, look, I wouldn't blame you if you were, but it's not funny. I keep seeing a smirk on your face. You know when you're disgusted with yourself that you're back here.
Yeah, for the same reason.
I can see behind your eyes the hurt. And the baby could potentially be yours?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Wallace. Now, the wild part of all this is the fact that they're even here. If Mr. Wallace is obviously going back and forth between these two women, why does he have any doubt that baby Ronald is his? It's absolutely mind-numbing.
Because she's very promiscuous. When we was together, I had installed, it was like spyware on her phone. It's what they would duplicate her text messages and call log and send a copy to my email. And again, for about the 5th, 6th time, I called her texting different men.
All right, 007, he installed spyware into his fiance's phone and caught her texting people? Well, I admit I thought that's what cell phones are for, Mr. Wallace. When did he have all the time to do all of this even? While he had another girlfriend, was sleeping with her and fathering her children.
Miss Austin, were you sleeping with these men?
No. Lie detector me, please, right now.
How is you can't just be involved with all these different men without doing it?
Oh, I'm not you, just because you lay down with everybody who you talk to, because that's what you do.
You and the Lord know you a slut.
No,
like
you're Hold on. You're a slut. You're a
Mr.
slut.
Wallace, you remember from the last time you were here.
Why, Mr. Wallace? Oh, he's getting on her nerves. He's the one obviously sleeping around and making babies with other women without any effort to hide his tracks. He has no proof Miss Austin cheated on him except for texts where she didn't say anything wrong. If she did, we can be 100% sure that Mr. Wallace would not hesitate to bring it to the courtroom.
So
why
now,
do you keep allowing me to sleep?
I'm going to keep one just because I know that with her. She's
so,
allowed.
I don't have nothing to do with that.
Yes,
If you can sleep with somebody else,
yes,
man, then
do.
you got low
Ladies, ladies, you guys want to hear the case?
Let's get some order. Let's get some order.
her.
Oh my goodness. Oh good Lord, all of that happened so fast. They didn't just get angry, they were furious, and then they took it out on one another. If anything, the man they are fighting over looked quite entertained by all the drama.
The mistakes that I made.
Actually, Raniel left his apartment and he moved with Kendra.
Just out of the blue, he woke up and said, I'm gonna move with Miss Roberts now?
Just go with her.
So what happened?
You would being promiscuous, and I'm not gonna tolerate that.
So basically, Mr. Wallace, you can sleep around, but your women can't.
Well, why don't you answer the question, Mr. Wallace? It's almost like this man thinks he's untouchable. He cheats so unbelievably on everybody, but if any of his unfortunate women, bless their hearts, should have so much as a conversation with the opposite sex, it's a timeout for them.
You couldn't forgive her. You all couldn't work through this. Instead, you just went to stay with Miss Roberts.
And abandoned me and my children.
That's false.
The apartment that I have now is because I moved in because of Raniel. Because of Raniel. Raniel left me to go be with Miss Roberts. He don't care. It's all about him. And he doesn't care. And I'm done. Like, what more can I put into this?
That's false.
Oh, Ms. Austin, just take a look at how much stress he's putting her through. At any little thing, he leaves her apartment and runs off to stay with his mistress. One question I have for him, though, is this how he would act when they eventually get married? The plan with an engagement is to get married at some point, right?
I do everything for him. I stood by his side when he had his apartment. He went through a lot, and I was there by his side. Never left. And I could have left. I could have walked away. I had a family. I could have walked away, but I didn't. I stood by his side and hurt because he left me. He keeps leaving me.
At this point, Ms. Austin has been through about 1 million emotions in the courtroom today. She's giggled out of shame, been irritated, been furious, and now she's crying with so much pain. What a woman. To wrap this up, we get to hear what we've all been waiting for.
You feel agitated?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Because of the bull crap performance she put on. Well, I need to walk out.
Let's stay here and finish it. Come on.
Raniel, don't walk out again. You can stand up here. Do not repeat the same mistake as last time. Stand up here.
Looks like the emotions are running wild for everybody. In court today, I myself am getting emotional. Now, before we have another distraction on our hands, let's finally get the results. And trust me.
Mr. Wallace, you are Ronel's father. I want to get you all some help. I have joining me today via Skype a gentleman by the name of Mr. Wright. Now, he's a social worker in Chicago, your hometown, based right there. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do?
Well, I have a number of social services. I have a number of resources that I want to wrap these young people in.
A few weeks.
3 days later, she was pregnant by October 12th. I left September 14th. That was less than a month.
No,
That's a lie.
If he would have never left us there in the first place.
So you're saying, Miss Villa, you had sex with Mr. Carr where?
In one of his friend's car when he picked us up. He picked us up and we did it right there with him driving.
That was on the 14th. Who is Pizza King?
Except for the beginning, before I met you, before we even started really talking like that. And why are you bringing his social media up? Because that's his social media. You don't even know his name. You don't even.
You gave him.
This whole situation could have been avoided if he would have just leave a message and say, I'm going to go.
And that's the day you think Trinity was conceived?
Yep.
With Mr. Carr in the car?
Yes.
The back of the car.
What do you mean? That was not social media. That wasn't even text messages.
No, that was not.
I have a question.
I didn't even have his number.
You had his number and his message.
Who is Pizza King?
I don't know.
I don't even know. I never met him.
He like in the restaurant.
This whole situation is wild from the start. Miss Foster comes in fired up, accusing Mr. Duran of denying their son, little Ian Jr. She's begging for a paternity test to prove he's the father. She talks about how having a baby at 17 forced her to grow up fast, and now she's struggling to raise her child alone.
You say getting pregnant at the age of 17 pushed you into adulthood sooner than you expect. You claim Mr. Durden is denying your 15-month-old son, Ian Durden Jr. You are asking the court to order a paternity test so you can prove he is the father because you're struggling financially to make it on your own.
Can you believe this guy? He straight up admits he hasn't helped with the baby because he doesn't think the kid is his. He's like, I don't want to get attached to a baby that's not mine. Cold, right?
And the simple fact, because I haven't helped, because I don't want to get too attached to a baby that's not mine.
He has your name.
And the reason because he has my name is because I was kind of like pushed to sign a birth certificate.
No, that is not true. We used to talk all the time about, if we have children, like I want my son to have my name.
I want to have my son to have my name.
Your Honor, he is definitely the father of this child.
And things take an awkward turn when Mr. Duran pulls out the classic "I use protection" excuse. He swears that every single time they were together, he used protections. So in his mind, there's no way he's the dad.
Every time we had sex, I used condoms.
And that is not true. And I
That
have
is-
proof
that
of
is
that
actually
not
true.
being true.
And that's why you're saying, Mr. Durden, the court should not order a paternity test. There's no need because you say you used a condom every single time.
Exactly, because I spent my money on condoms.
So, yeah, clearly on condoms, but not on the baby.
Oh man, this next part is insane. Mr. Duran tells the court that one time he went through Miss Foster's phone and found texts from another guy, plus a selfie. And get this, the guy even went with her to the sonogram appointment.
Mr. Durden, what did you see on the phone?
I just saw messages with her. When I saw that, I saw a picture too, actually. She took a selfie with a guy in a car. And it was the guy that who took her to the doctor from the sonogram of the baby.
Okay. He was there when he was not.
But if that's my child.
He wanted nothing to do with me. Like, he ignored me when I was pregnant the entire time. I barely spoke to him.
Judge Lack's face says it all. She is not buying what Mr. Duran is selling. She reminds him that protections aren't foolproof and calls him out for thinking he's 100% off the hook. She makes it clear that his so-called protection confidence isn't enough to dodge a paternity test.
Condoms are 98% sure.
Well, we're at the 2% because...
I mean, let's be honest. They're not 100% effective. And my trouble with your argument here today is you say on the one hand, there's no way in the world you could be this child's father. On the other hand, you're saying your mother and everybody convinced her to name the child after you. And you signed the birth certificate.
Now, Mr. Duran's sister enters the scene and things go completely off the rails. She claims that Miss Foster cheated with a guy who looks just like Mr. Duran. Yep, she's saying this dude could practically be his twin.
He stated that she's pregnant. I didn't even know that was so. He also said that she cheated on him with her best friend. Her best friend looked exactly like my brother.
Really?
They can go for twins.
It was the boy she took a selfie with.
That's why I have my doubts too, because if they use condoms and she cheated on him around the time she conceived the baby, so it's a possibility that he can be the father also.
He's starting to realize that putting his name on that paper was a much bigger deal than he thought. But trust me, the real bombshell, it's still coming.
Mr. Durden's on the birth certificate. You understand this. We don't need to have a test. That's not my child, but you are that child's legal father because you signed your name on the birth certificate. So by not wanting a paternity test, you're basically saying, this is not my child, but I agree to be financially responsible for him for the rest of his life till he's 18 years old.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for
Has been determined by this court. Mr. Durden, you are the father.
Mr. Carr wastes no time calling out Miss Villa, accusing her of being a major cheater and trying to pin a kid on him that's not even his. He claims she's been dodging a DNA test for 3 whole years.
You state that Miss Villa is a notorious cheater who tried to pin her daughter Trinity on you. You claim there is no way you are the father because she's been running from you and a DNA test for 3 years. Miss Villa, you admit to making mistakes in your relationship with the defendant, but you and your best friend want to prove he fathered your daughter Trinity.
Miss Villa explains that they met on Facebook, had a one-night stand, and boom, next thing you know, they've got a kid. Mr. Carr says he tried to save her, but their relationship was a roller coaster.
How did the relationship start for you?
He hit me up on Facebook and went from a one-night stand to us having a kid.
Wow. And it turned into a relationship from just meeting on Facebook.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you all decided, what is this, love at first sight for you all? Like, what you were just
No, Your Honor.
We want to do this?
The problem was I couldn't get rid of her, Your Honor.
And then things really heat up. Mr. Carr accuses Miss Villa of cheating not once, not twice, but 8 different times with 8 different people. Miss Villa kind of admits to some cheating, but she insists that some of it happened when they were broken up.
8 different times with 8 different people.
She cheated on you 8 different times with 8 different people?
Yes, Mom.
No,
Yes,
that's
Your
not how it
Honor.
went. There was times I did cheat on him, and there was times we were broken up to
So,
sleep with another
with that
girl in
being
a place we
said-
shared together. So you need to get your story straight and tell your
My whole
part
point
too.
is, you're admitting that you're cheating. Why not admit the full truth? The
I
full
admitted
truth
I
is the only
cheated,
thing that's going to
but
set you free.
Then Mr. Carr lays out an entire timeline to prove he can't be the dad. He says Miss Villa slept with another guy on January 31st. Then just 3 days later, she and Mr. Carr hooked up on February 14th, aka Valentine's Day.
The times of conception was she slept with a man on the 31st of January.
Tony,
Me and
she
her
was-
slept together on February the 14th. 3 days later, the 17th, she tells me that she's pregnant. I'm like, how are you pregnant?
Tony, you're a liar.
If we just slept together on the 14th, how did you know that you're pregnant?
You
if
told
we
me
slept
I was
together.
So
pregnant.
you
You're
have sex 3 days later, and she tells you now I'm pregnant.
And then Miss Villa casually drops a bombshell. She thinks Trinity was conceived in the back of a car while Mr. Carr's friend was driving. Yep, you heard that right.
So you're saying, Miss Villa, you had sex with Mr. Carr where?
In one of his friend's car when he picked us up. He picked us up and we did it right there with him driving.
That was on the 14. That was
Tony,
on the 14.
I didn't tell you I was pregnant until a couple of weeks later.
And that's the day you think Trinity was conceived?
Yep.
With Mr. Carr in the car?
Yes.
The back of the car.
That's when things get emotional. Mr. Carr opens up about how painful it's been not knowing if Trinity is really his. He says he loves her like his own, but there's always been that doubt in the back of his mind. You can feel how much this is tearing him apart. Then Mr. Carr makes another wild claim. He says Miss Villa has been moving all over the country just to avoid taking the test. He accuses her of jumping from state to state like she's in witness protection.
Trinity is 3 years old. Do you have a relationship with her?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm with her just about every day of the week. I play my role as a father. No matter what it is, no matter how much pain or how much that eats me up inside, I still treat her like she's my own child.
And that hurts you. Why are you feeling so emotional?
Because I didn't deserve that, to go through what I went through.
But you kept taking...
And just when you think this story couldn't get any crazier, Miss Villa admits to a one-night stand with another guy.
So you say she's been running away from a DNA test?
Yes, Your Honor. I was in Alabama. She was in Tampa, Florida. I tried to hook the cases together. As soon as she received the letter, she moves from Tampa, Florida.
And I opened cases each time then. You're wrong,
Each
Tony.
time she opened the case, I believe she purposely spelled my name incorrectly because she had one of my work badges on her each and every time.
Which totally contradicts what she said earlier. Now things are messier than ever.
Say she confides in you. Did she ever say that she was with another man during the window of conception? So she did tell you that during the window of time when Trinity was conceived, she did have a one-night stand with someone else.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not what you testified to here.
In the period of time of me getting pregnant and stuff, I messed around with the guy a couple of weeks before him.
After all the drama, the moment of truth is finally here. The DNA results are in.
Hey, this court, Mr. Carr, you are the father.
Prepare for a tumultuous journey as Ems Hollinger is here to undergo a DNA test to establish that Mr. May is the father of her 2-year-old son, Gabriel. She asserts that he has been evading his responsibilities.
Singer, you petitioned the court for a DNA test to prove that the defendant is the father of your 2-year-old son, Gabriel. You say Mr. May has abandoned his responsibilities and he will get the truth today. Mr. May, you claim you were pressured into signing the birth certificate and now you are stuck with a woman who foolishly believes you are her child's father.
This is the moment when you might exclaim, wait, what? Ms. Hollinger and Mr. May first connected on a chat line. Indeed, you heard correctly. Their online conversations quickly escalated into a physical relationship, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy.
I met him off the chat line. I was lonely, so I decided to call and try to basically find something to do.
She found something to do and we end up messing around, you know what I mean, too fast. And
right, that's what I don't understand about these chat lines, Ron.
Yes.
How did it get?
The chatting and things start happening.
So then you met her?
The confusion intensifies as Ms. Hollinger asserts that she informed Mr. May about the pregnancy early on, while he contends that she disclosed it much later. Initially, he seemed accepting of the situation.
She called me one day, she told me she was pregnant.
And what did you say?
For the most part, I was cool with it. You know, I'm a man of my word. I take care of all my kids, you know what I'm saying? So.
And were you happy? Were you saying, oh, I'm going to have another child?
I was excited.
You're lying.
Why is he lying, Ms. Holst?
He was like, are you serious? Are you sure it's mine?
Did you have doubts in the beginning, Mr. May?
No, I did not in the beginning.
The situation becomes increasingly chaotic when Mr. May recounts an incident at Ms. Hollinger's residence. One day while he was visiting, he heard a car honking outside. Things took a suspicious turn when she instructed him to exit through the front door, but he opted for the back instead.
A time when I was over a house. One time we was upstairs in a room and hearing beep, 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 beep outside, and, you know, it didn't leave. About to go out the back door. She told me to go out the front door. So I say, no, let me go on out the back door. Open up the back door, there's a gentleman right there.
Really?
And he asked me, was I there for Mrs. Holsing? I was there for one of her family members, and I proceeded to walk on out the door while she hid behind the refrigerator.
The saga continues to unfold with not only a mysterious man at the the door, but also Mr. May noticing questionable messages appearing on her phone. Rumors of her involvement with other men have begun to circulate.
That wasn't the only thing, though, Your Honor.
Oh, what else?
I'm not too heavy of a sleeper, so at the time, I'm spending the night with her. I'm seeing messages pop up on the phone. That led me to doubt, too. Not only the backdoor situation, but just text messages, you know what I mean? Things I would hear on the streets and things of that nature.
So you were also hearing rumors?
A mutual friend had told me that he had been involved with Miss Holsinger.
This segment will leave you perplexed. Ms. Hollinger claims that Mr. May did not even make an effort to attend the birth, necessitating that her family go and retrieve him for the hospital. His justification was that he harbored doubts regarding the paternity of the child, which led him to question the urgency of his presence.
So when you actually went into labor?
Yes, ma'am. He wasn't there for me. My family member actually had to go and get him so he could come up there and see my son.
Oh, so they went to go get him?
And I had my doubts. That's why I wasn't willing to just go catch the bus or get a ride or anything.
Even if your spidey sense has been activated and you've seen other, why wouldn't you show up for the birth?
I had my doubts.
The subsequent developments are astonishing. Mr. May asserts that he felt coerced into signing the birth certificate, as others insisted the baby bore a resemblance to him.
In your court papers, I see here, it says you signed the birth certificate too. Yes, how did that happen?
Pressure.
So
Yeah, he has your nose, he has your head. What are you gonna do now? This, that. And I'm just like, let me just be a man. Let me sign the birth certificate. If it's mine, I'm gonna deal with it.
Because at that point, her family has come and picked you up.
Yeah.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any more complicated, Miss Pulsinger reveals a shocking truth. She was also involved with another man during the same period, whom Mr. May refers to as refrigerator guy.
She told him that they were going to have a happy family together and move away. And
who is this person?
I told you he was a stalker. He just pops up anytime I was moving.
Your Honor.
Oh, that's the same guy from the refrigerator
scene?
scene?
Yes, ma'am.
It has been determined by this court. Mr. May, you are the father.
The anticipation builds as the court session commences, with Judge Lake promptly addressing all parties involved. The atmosphere is charged, and the unfolding events promise to be nothing short of dramatic.
Ms. Jackson, you've dragged your ex-boyfriend to court to prove he fathered your 26-year-old daughter, Tanika. You claim he's denied her since birth because you were caught in a love triangle with him and his wife.
The situation is about to escalate. Miss Jackson claims that Mr. Brown owes her an astounding $2,624 in child support. Tensions are already high, and this is merely the beginning of the confrontation.
1 week ago, you reopened your child support case in which you state Mr. Brown owes you $20,624.08.
That's yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, you and your wife claim you can't be the father because you were on the road for 3 months during the time of conception.
That's true, Your Honor.
You've basically taken care of your daughter alone.
Yes.
Miss Jackson recounts her initial meeting with Mr. Brown at a club, where he assured her that Drusilla was merely a friend. Later that evening, they found themselves at an apartment when, unexpectedly, Drusilla entered.
I met him at the club, and we started talking, we started dancing. He told me he'll be back. When he left with his wife, Miss Brown, I asked him who she was. He told me if she was just a friend. So he came back to the club, and then we went to the apartment. We was in the back of the room. She came in the door. She said, come on out, let me talk to you. I didn't know that he was dating her because he told me they had broke up.
Drusilla is determined to confront the situation as she catches Mr. Brown and Miss Jackson together once more, this time in a club restroom. Drusilla allows Miss Jackson to leave, but keeps her focus on Mr. Brown. And just when it seems the drama cannot escalate further, it does.
Because the car was still outside. So I knocked on the door, the bathroom. I said, Dwight, I know you're in there. I said, open this door. He cracked it a little bit. So when I pushed it open, she in there, him in the bathroom. But I told her, I said, you can go.
So you find him in the club in the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
In a scene reminiscent of a sitcom, Drusilla returns home to hear strange noises emanating from her closet. Her frustration mounts as she realizes that Mr. Brown is still involved in deceitful activities.
When I got to my apartment, I unlocked the door with the key. So at that point, I heard my closet door slide open. When I got inside, I went right to the closet, opened the door. She standing up there naked, had my man in my house. So even, he kept fooling around with her, like you say, going back and forth. So
you knew that he kept an affair going with her?
Yeah, off and on, yeah.
Mr. Brown ultimately confesses to being involved with both women simultaneously, albeit without protection. He also casts doubt on his paternity, claiming to have seen Miss Jackson with another man. This love triangle is a convoluted affair that only becomes more complicated.
You sleeping with both of them without protection?
Yes.
So why do you deny that Tanika is your daughter if you know you've been with this woman over a span of time?
I've seen too many things happen. Like one morning, I thought she was at work. Come to find out, she was out with another man.
As the narrative progresses, tensions rise when Miss Jackson presents a birth certificate asserting that Mr. Brown is the father of her child. Nay, both Drusilla and Mr. Brown reject this claim as the situation evolves from a mere paternity dispute into a complex mystery.
I'd like to see that birth
That's a birth certificate that's a fake, Your Honor. That is a fraud. Her mama been lying to her.
So wait, on this birth certificate, it does say Dwight Stanley Brown.
He didn't sign that.
Spelled the name.
He was with me during the time that birth certificate.
Name me.
Now, I do not see a signature on this birth certificate,
he did not sign it.
Drusilla reveals further details, stating that she has attempted for years to persuade Miss Jackson to undergo a DNA test, but Miss Jackson has consistently evaded the request.
You know, they would keep calling me, that's an insult about DNA testing. Every time we ask for something. Same thing in 1992. Okay, then we went to Miss Jackson again. Went up to the lab again to get a DNA testing. I paid my money. My husband didn't pay child support. I did. I took care of her.
That's true.
This story is so
dramatic.
Judge Lake highlights the irony in Drusilla's grievances, pointing out that the same woman is present in her closet. Drusilla attempts to downplay the issue, but Judge Lake reminds her that the purpose of the hearing is to determine whether Mr. Brown is indeed Tanika's father.
It's the same lady that's in your closet, same lady that's behind the bathroom door.
Yeah.
It's the same lady. But that doesn't mean that Tanika is not your husband's biological
That's
child.
all I ever wanted to know, Your Honor. Well, that's his daughter.
That's why we're here.
Yes, ma'am.
Round the envelope, please.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the pivotal moment. Judge Lake unveils the DNA results, confirming that Mr. Brown is indeed Tanika's father. Emotions run high, but the story is not yet concluded as another twist awaits.
It has been determined by this court. Mr. Brown, you are her father.
In a surprising turn, Judge Lake requests Mr. Brown to embrace his daughter, prompting him to glance at his wife for approval first. With that, the courtroom proceedings come to a close, but Judge Lake leaves everyone with poignant reflections on family, forgiveness, and the importance of confronting the truth.
I said you go across that aisle and hug your daughter. The first thing you did was look at your wife for permission. I didn't miss that. And I want to make sure we're clear if no one's let you know. You don't need permission to love your child.
Amen. That's right.
Yeah.
Baby from us.
In your testimony, Mr. Ham, she had more than one boyfriend.
Yes, Your Honor, and she's married too, and she's still technically married now. She's not divorced now, she's still technically married. And she had two boyfriends too. So this is why I'm in a point where, okay, this can't really be my child. She got in the car with me, and we left that same day, and we had unprotected sex that same day. We had sex that same day. And after we had sex that day, we was like peas, she was on my heels, we was together.
No, actually, how can you be with somebody after 2 days of knowing them? How can you be with somebody?
You
didn't even know me
the first day.
You didn't even. So what? You had.
So what? But you just saying it was the second day.
Okay, look, you had unprotected.
And I'm not lying. Yeah, we did. The first day I met you.
How
I'm
can
not
you be in
lying
a
about
relationship with somebody you just met?
Why is it you believe he's not the father?
From day one, I never believed that he was the father. You
told me out your mouth.
I never believed that he
why-
was the father.
Why is the
Chaos erupts as high school sweetheart Miss Walton steps into the courtroom, claiming that her 9-year relationship with Mr. Cherry is on the line. Why? Mr. Cherry accuses Miss Walton of cheating on him multiple times, leading him to question the paternity of their 1-year-old child, and so the case begins.
Ms. Walton, you say your 9-year relationship with your high school love is in jeopardy because he denies fathering your 1-year-old son, Josiah. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a lot to process for a couple that has been together for so long. 9 years is no small feat, yet now Mr. Cherry is ready to walk away if the results reveal the child isn't his.
Mr. Cherry, you really have doubt.
Yes, I do. I do have doubts because throughout our relationship, it's been just straight lies, you know, so.
Not true.
I just want to be here to let her know that everything that's been going on in our relationship is just lies.
Based on what he just said, I think we can all agree he's willing to let go of everything. He describes their 9-year relationship as rocky shaky and full of lies.
Hectic between me and her. You know, she decided to want to do what she want to do. I decided to do what I want to do. But, you know, we had set all that to the side and just decided that we're going to do this together.
So you said you did what you wanted to do and she did what she wanted to do. Does that mean you all were dating other people and seeing other people?
If he cheated, I cheated.
If both partners have the mentality that cheating is acceptable, how do they expect the relationship to work? If they both agreed to see other people, why are they now angry when things have gone south? It's almost laughable.
At the time, we had our first daughter first, so we was doing the family thing, you know, happy. He started messing around when he don't get attention from me, or if I don't do what he wants me to do, because he gets controlling, he gets in his little ego and want to go to a female that backs down.
When will people learn that once you're with someone new, you need to leave the past behind? What's even more shocking is that they already have 2 kids together. This situation is just wild.
Josiah's birthday is August 18th of 2015.
Okay.
Okay.
Add up.
Me and my ex stopped dating a week before Thanksgiving of 2015, which was the 23rd through the 29th. We slept
okay, so the
together on
23rd to the 29th, you with Mr. Cherry.
Yes.
And let's talk about the math here. Miss Walton claims she stopped seeing her ex a week before she conceived the child. I'm sorry, but that's cutting it way too close. There's a strong chance the baby was conceived before the timeline she's claiming.
This is what she told me. She said that a guy that came over that looked something similar like me but had goals in his mouth. And these are the messages that I have. It's 1:55 in the morning. Where you supposed to be at 1:55 in the morning. But I'm at the house with the kids.
So wait, 1:55 a.m., come get me.
This is from her friend's Facebook account.
Oh.
Yes, we won't ignore the fact that Mr. Cherry also cheated. But let's be real. Leaving the house at 1 a.m.? Where was she going? Who was she sneaking off to see?
Ms. Walton, where is his place?
Probably at his house. And at that time, he was cheating too. So why should I be faithful to somebody that's not faithful neither, Yon?
So you basically admitting that during that time you were having sex with somebody else?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't deny. Why lie?
To be honest, Miss Walton doesn't seem very remorseful about cheating. Just look at her expression. It makes you wonder if she even wants to be part of this family. Something about her demeanor feels off.
When you found out you were pregnant, who did you tell?
I told my best friend.
And you told Mr. Cherry?
Yes.
Did you tell the other man?
No.
Because did you ever think to potentially be his child, or you just didn't want him to know?
He cannot be my child's father.
How can you definitively say he is not my child's father?
Oh, come on. She seriously said she knows in her heart that Mr. Cherry is the father? That's not how this works. Could the other guy actually be the father?
And so, did you have doubts while you were there?
I didn't have doubts.
His color.
I didn't have doubts at that moment, but as he started getting a little older, his facial features looked like me when he was born, but as he started getting older, and I started seeing this other guy's picture of his face, it started resembling him. So that's what I'm doubting for.
He genuinely seems like a good father, even telling the judge that he attended every single doctor's appointment when Miss Walton was pregnant. Well, now it all comes down to the DNA results.
Mr. Cherry, you are the father.
Mr. Fuller and his mother are in court today to prove that the defendant, Miss Nelson, is trying to take his daughter away from him. He claims that she initially told him he was the father, allowing him to build an incredible bond with the child.
Mr. Fuller, you and your mother are here today to prove that you fathered the defendant's 2-year-old daughter, Milani.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Nelson, you acknowledge Mr. Fuller's relationship with your daughter, but say you are now certain that he is not your child's father and will prove it in court.
Yes, Your Honor.
How does something like this even happen? How do you tell a man he is the father of a child, let him form a deep connection, and then one day wake up and say otherwise? What could possibly be her reason?
Nelson, as you recall, how did you let Mr. Fuller know you were pregnant?
I called him, he didn't answer. I saw that he was on Facebook, and then I wrote him on Facebook.
You say you never called his mother.
Never called his mother. I didn't even have his mother's number.
She called my phone and said she was pregnant.
Oh, trust me, Mr. Fuller and his mother are beyond furious. They insist they have been involved in the child's life from the moment Miss Nelson announced her pregnancy up until now.
Ms. Nelson, as much as Miss Fuller is off the hook right now, I Really? Why is it you believe he's not the father?
From day one, I never believed that he was the father, Your
told
Honor.
me out your
I've
mouth.
never believed that he was the father.
The courtroom is absolute chaos. There's so much yelling that no one can even get a proper statement out without wanting to tear each other apart. But can you really blame Mr. Fuller's mother for being upset? She adores that child.
My baby was about 5 or 6 months old. I was at work. I was with someone, in a relationship with someone.
So now at 5 months old, when the child's 5 months old, you're in a new relationship?
No, I was in a relationship before him.
Oh, before Mr. Fuller.
Me and the other guy was just on a break. So you
slept with Mr. Fuller when you were on a break from another guy.
How is it even possible that they built such a strong bond with the child without her knowing? And the real shocker, she now reveals that she was actually in a relationship when she slept with Mr. Fuller.
These are text messages.
Yeah.
So from Miss Nelson, I see a message that says, "We made a beautiful little angel. I love you." Then Mr. Fuller says, "I know, BM, baby. Our baby, very beautiful. Thank you." That must be thank you, BM, for Milani. BM is...
Baby mama and baby daddy.
Thank you, Judge Lauren. For a second there, I thought I wasn't seeing things clearly. Miss Nelson is literally calling Mr. Fuller her baby daddy, saying they made a beautiful baby together.
Do you believe Mr. Fuller is Milani's biological father?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Why do you believe your daughter cannot even believe that's a possibility that he's her biological father? What do you think this is about?
The other guy.
The other guy.
When her and the other guy gets mad, it's...
Well, the truth is out now. Even her own mother isn't on her side. Miss Nelson's mother tells the court that whenever she fights with the other man, the baby suddenly becomes Mr. Fuller's.
They are over there crying.
She wanted a relationship with my child. I was not even going to let her be a part. She was like, "I don't care if this is not my grandbaby. I want a relationship with this child." She knew there was a possibility of someone else.
So wait. Your position was, I really from the get-go did not want them to have a relationship.
And here we go again with the shouting. It's hard to believe that Mr. Fuller and his mother built such a strong relationship with the child without Miss Nelson knowing anything about it.
You have him listed as baby daddy Devontae. So this begs the question, if you never, ever thought he was the father, why do you have him listed as baby daddy Devontae in your phone?
That's just a term that we use, and he knows we use that term.
How do you call a man your baby daddy and then turn around and claim he isn't the father? Yeah, like that's normal. Well, the DNA results are in and ready. Let's get to the bottom of this, shall we?
Mr. Fuller, you are not her father.
I knew it. I knew I slept with. I knew it.
Take this baby from us.
Get ready, folks. The tea we have today is hotter than a summer barbecue. We've got a sizzling case for you. Fye versus Henny. A story filled with suspicion, paternity doubts, and a man who believes head shapes determine fatherhood.
Mr. Fye, you have petitioned the court for paternity tests on the defendant's 2 children, 2-year-old Nathan and 8-month-old Samuel. Additionally, you have requested a lie detector test for the defendant because you claim her infidelity has not only created paternity doubt, but has destroyed your relationship. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Fye is questioning whether he is the father of not just 1, but 2 children, 2-year-old Nathan and 8-month-old Samuel. And that's not all. He is also demanding a lie detector test for Miss Henny.
Every day. And, it kind of hurts me because as they got older, kids don't look like me.
They do look exactly like
They don't look like me. I mean, Nathan, he's got different features than what I have. And, little Sammy, he kind of looks more like Nathan too. They both look alike, and, little Sammy's got my full name.
Miss Henny, however, stands firm, insisting 100% that Mr. Fye is the father of both kids. But Mr. Fye isn't convinced. Even though the children call him Daddy, he argues that they look nothing like.
Has caused you to doubt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Explain.
I was gone away for 45 days, and when I came back, people, even friends, told me that she was messing around with a guy from the neighborhood.
We were not messing around.
That's not what my friends told me, but when I confronted the gentleman about it, he came, I was on the phone with him, and he told me they did mess around twice. Well, when I confronted her about it...
According to Mr. Fye, since he has an oval-shaped head with ears that sit close to his skull, there's no way he could have fathered a child with a block-shaped head and ears that stick out.
Explain to me why you doubt.
I have an oval-shaped head, okay, Your Honor? My ears are close to my head. He has a block head. A block head. I mean, his ears have a dip in them. I don't have none of them features.
I'm sorry, but I have dips in my ears. He has my ears.
I don't have big ears like he does. His sticks out more, and he has that block head. I don't have a block head. Mine's more of an oval shape.
But wait, there's more. Mr. Fye claims his friends told him that Miss Henny was getting too cozy with a neighborhood guy while he was away for 45 days. And not just any guy, a former friend of Mr. Fye.
And you've seen this other man enough to be able to compare?
Yes, he used to be a close friend of mine.
Oh. Miss Henny, how did you end up sleeping with your boyfriend's close friend?
Our kids hung out. When he went away for that 45 days, we were hanging out with our kids, and it didn't start out that way, but it's just one thing led to another, and...
Now, things get even juicier. Mr. Fye signed the birth certificates, but now he's having second thoughts. If the DNA results prove he isn't the father, he wants his name removed.
It was his idea to name the baby after him to keep that name going on.
So, Mr. Fye, you signed the birth certificate, so what's the big deal about your name? You're still the legal father.
Today, if I find out the kids ain't mine, I want, Samuel John Fye IV, I want his name taken from him. And Nathan, I want my last name pulled from the birth certificate.
The courtroom is tense as everyone waits for the results. First up, Nathan's birth certificate. Mr. Cope. Fye is legally recognized as the father, but will the DNA results confirm it? And there's Samuel, who carries the full name Samuel John Fye IV.
And you are not this children's biological father, this relationship is over.
Correct.
Or if the lie detector proves that Ms. Henny is not telling the truth,
then it's done between us.
Then the relationship is over as well.
Correct.
Ms. Henny, were you in a relationship with this other guy for a while?
No, we were not in a relationship.
And you still continue only slept with him that one time?
Yes.
Miss Henny remains firm, claiming she has nothing to hide and that the children are unquestionably Mr. Fye's. She even provides the birth certificates as proof that he willingly signed up for fatherhood.
Mr. Fye, you are the father.
Who doesn't look like who?
I apologize for that. Now let's see Sammy.
The results are in, and the courtroom falls silent. Will Mr. Fye's head-shaped theory hold up? Is Miss Henny telling the whole truth? The judge is about to reveal the DNA results for 2-year-old Nathan and 8-month-old Samuel.
Mr. Fye, you are the father.
Change what name?
I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Miss Davis just walked into the courtroom with a 1-month-old baby and a story that has more twists than a pair of tangled headphones. She claims that Mr. Ham, a man she knew for only 2 months, is the father of her child.
Davis, you claim you got pregnant with Mr. Ham's child after knowing him for only 2 months. You've petitioned the court for a DNA test to prove that Mr. Ham is the father of your 1-month-old baby, Jarrell Ham Jr. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're suing him for $1,500 for the cost of the baby shower gifts that you say Mr. Ham took from you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Ham isn't buying it. He's convinced he isn't the father, and his reasoning? Miss Davis was reportedly involved with not one, but 2 other men at the time. As the judge tries to untangle this mess, Miss Ham starts telling his side of the story, which sounds like something straight out of a romantic comedy. Apparently, they met because they had the same car, just in different colors. If that's not fate, what is?
That's why we agreed to go to the lake. When I pull up at the lake, she got a whole crowd of people surrounding her car. So as I get closer, Miss Davis then comes and approaches my car. We start having a conversation. As me and Miss Davis having a conversation, one of her female friends comes up to the car and say, well, your boyfriend is getting upset due to the fact that you over here disrespecting him by talking to another man.
Did you remember someone coming up to you and saying
no,
your boyfriend?
Nobody came up to me. Nobody came up to me because it wasn't my boyfriend.
Miss Davis admits she had a boyfriend and was separated from her husband, but Mr. Ham claims she actually had 2 boyfriends while also being married. And despite all that, she still slept with him on the 2nd day they met.
So it's your testimony, Mr. Ham, she had more than one boyfriend.
Yes, Your Honor, and she's married too, and she's still technically married now. She's not the person, she's still technically married, and she had 2 boyfriends too. So this is why I'm in a point where, okay, this can't really be my child due to the fact that she had all these boyfriends, and then at the end of the day, I come found she's married too.
Things get even spicier when we learn about the baby shower drama. Mr. Ham's family threw a shower for the baby, but when the party was over, all the gifts ended up at his house. Miss Davis walked away with nothing but a few gift cards and a check.
She got in the car with me, and we left that same day, and we had unprotected sex that same day. We had sex that same day, and after we had sex that day, we was like peas. She was on my heels. We was together. together.
No, actually, how can you be with somebody after 2 days of knowing them? How can you be with somebody?
You
didn't even
slept
know
with
me
the first day.
You didn't even. So what? You had.
So what? But you just
did
saying it was the
too.
second day.
Okay, look, you had unprotected.
And I'm not lying. Yeah, we did.
At
The
end of
first day I met you.
How
I'm
can
not
you be
lying
in a
about
relationship
that.
with somebody you just?
The back and forth in the courtroom is like a tennis match on steroids. They argue about who said what, who slept with whom, and who's actually been there for the baby.
Gifts to the baby, but because you say you weren't certain whether or not the child was yours, you decided not to give the gifts to her, to the baby.
Yes, Your Honor. And at the same time, anywhere I go, I was going to have to take the gifts to her because she had a car full of her friends and anything, so she didn't have nowhere to put the gifts.
But you admit you took them.
I took them to my house. I took the gifts to my house.
Did you ever get those gifts, Miss Davis?
No, I didn't get nothing.
And then comes one of the wildest moments yet. Mr. Ham claims he doubts he's the father because the baby's complexion is changing. He even goes as far as saying the baby doesn't look like either of them.
Often asked in this courtroom, do you feel like the baby resembles you?
No, I do not.
You don't?
No, I do not. It's quite a few guys who I might think about because all the guys she messed with is light skinned except this one guy, he's dark skinned. And like I said, the baby is light skinned. So the dark skinned guy, he out the picture, but at the same time, she was still messing with him during the same time she was messing with me. So it's kind of hard to put him out the picture too. And then see, the baby's starting to get darker too.
But enough of the arguing, it's time for the DNA results. The courtroom falls silent. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, and Mr. Ham is sweating bullets. Will he be declared the father?
Mr. Ham, you are Jarrell's father.
Like I said, I don't have no problem with stepping up, but at the same time, I can't be in this child's life if she's trying to control me.
If you enjoyed the story and want to hear more, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Your support means a lot.
For a second there, I thought things were going to get very physical. Well, that's what happens when the DNA tests shock not just everyone, but even the people involved. Here are some of those moments when the courtroom is wowed.
If I don't play with children, stay in the child's place. You need to
So wait, Miss Bradley,
family knows better.
Ms. Williams is furious that her husband, Mr. Jackson, is denying her miracle baby and saying that he can't be the father of the child. She admits that she made some mistakes in the past, but is very certain that Mr. Jackson is the father of her child. Could the baby really be a miracle baby? Let's find out. The case starts like this.
Ms. Williams, you are furious that your husband Lee ignores your miracle baby Wyatt and denies he is the father. You admit you made mistakes in the past, but you plan to prove paternity today in hope of saving your marriage. That correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks like the stakes of this case are very, very high. Mr. Jackson says that he knew that his wife cheated on him, and if the results show that he is not the father of the miracle baby, that is going to be the end of their marriage.
Married to almost 3 years, that our son is his, which is something I shouldn't have to do, but it's to please him and his family. And I'm so sick of them, that's the reason why we're here, because he's following behind his family and not his wife. I'm his wife. I'm there for him 24/7, not them.
Ha ha ha. She didn't just say that in the courtroom. I guess that shows how frustrated she is with Mr. Jackson and his family. She says that instead of listening to her, Mr. Jackson prefers to listen to his family members, and that's why they are in court in the first place.
Why does he call you Lee?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't know why, but that's what he's been calling me, so that's why I think that's not my child.
No, it's the way you treat him. You treat my older kids like they're yours versus Wyatt.
I treat him awesome, like he's mine.
He treats them better than he treats Wyatt, the new baby.
Yes, ma'am.
That's actually very painful. Mr. Jackson and Ms. Williams have other kids together. But Mr. Jackson treats the child in question very differently from the other kids, and it hurts Ms. Williams so much because they've lost 2 kids in the past.
Okay, so take me to the first doubt.
Well, I got text message to prove right here.
Text messages?
Yes, cheating.
Jerome, let me see those, please.
Read them word for word.
And these text messages you say explain your doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. These are text messages you found between Ms. Williams, your wife, and another man.
Yes, Your Honor.
What? There's no way on earth any man is going to see those types of messages and not think that his wife is cheating on him. Come on. She's literally telling another man she had fun with him the last time they met. I'd really love to see how she explains these texts.
I know you had fun with me, with the wink emoji and the
deny that?
fire sign.
First of all, I'm a tomboy. I play football. He know I have male friends. We have mutual male friends together that we all chill and kick it with. So it's not like this person he does not know of or about or even hang with.
Ms. Williams is not doing a very good job explaining that text. She says that she was just joking and being dramatic over the text with a friend. She even goes on to say that the other man in the text is someone Mr. Jackson knows. I very much doubt that.
Everybody's putting emojis, but other than that, I did not cheat on him, and he knows.
Well, I would say this. How I often gauge things in relationships is, if you saw that message between your husband and another woman, and at the end she said, I'm about to call you, make sure you answer, and I know you had fun with me, wink, fire.
And that's just the fact. Judge Lauren could not have said it any better for real. There's no world where your partner sees a text like that and doesn't get suspicious almost immediately. I really can't blame Mr. Jackson for thinking he is not the father of the child.
The friend says, call again, I didn't see anything. And then you say, you playing games and I need to talk to you. Then you write, I'm pregnant, can you answer the phone, please?
Now, when you have doubts, Your Honor?
Technically, if you have no one to communicate with and you're pregnant again due to the fact that you just lost 2 babies.
Could she be telling the truth? Ms. Williams tells the judge that she was looking for someone to comfort her after she lost her babies. She says that Mr. Jackson left her and she needed someone to talk to, and that's why she reached out to the man in the text.
You're saying these text messages occurred during a time after the 2 miscarriages. You all separated.
Yes. Mr. Lee was still sleeping with me in the time that we were broke and up. So, Mr. Lee, yes, you were. We made it official in November, the end of November. Me and Mr. Jackson got back together.
Phew. Ms. Jackson must really hate her husband's family. She says that if the results do come out and show that Mr. Jackson is the father of her child, she doesn't want his family near her and the kids anymore. Mr. Jackson better brace up real good because she means business.
Always have them in the way, and they're always in his ear. And at the end of the day, he was back with me. In November, we danced in the sheets unprotectedly, and after that, he told me his job had to go to Florida. Come to find out, I bumped into his sister weeks later. She was like, oh, girl, ma.
Oh, wow. And just like that, another truth bomb hits the floors of the courtroom. Ms. Williams says that she found out that Mr. Jackson was sleeping with someone else, and she retaliated by sleeping with the person she was messing with while they were broken up. At least she finally admits that she slept with another man.
Akayla, what's your last
Bradley.
name? Bradley. And you are what relationship to Mr. Jackson?
His cousin.
You're his cousin.
Yes,
so, Miss Bradley, what do you know?
I see her creeping with my own eyes.
Thank you.
Girl. He's at work.
Girl.
When she was staying in apartments, he's at work. She's out with other people. They'll talk outside the car for a minute. Then they'll get in the car like 30, 40 minutes.
That's all the evidence we need to know that Ms. Williams and Mr. Jackson's family definitely do not get along. Mr. Jackson's cousin steps up and says that she sees Ms. Williams hanging around with other men while Mr. Jackson is at work.
The car for if Lee at work, it's not his car. So what did you out there for?
Thank you.
So I have family members that's coming from out of state.
Why not
from
bring
New
them in the
Orleans,
house?
y'all are from Georgia. So therefore, if my family want to roll up on me,
Why not bring them in the house?
They can, because I pay those bills.
Why not bring them inside the house?
Did she just say that her family is ready to pay for a divorce? Wow. Now I wonder how these two even got married. Clearly, both families don't like each other. I'm pretty sure the only thing keeping this family together is the kids.
End of the day, the stakes are high here because this baby's almost 2 years old. This is a time when children are establishing very real bonds with their parents, beginning to look to their fathers, say dada and mama, and begin to talk. And your wife has testified that you treat this baby differently.
Let's just say we've heard enough from them. It's time for us to get to the results. These guys don't seem like they are ready to agree on anything. The judge is ready for her verdict, and we're about to find out the truth.
Mr. Jackson, you are the father.
Mr. Maxson is in court today to testify that the defendant, Ms. Gearing, is doing what she does best. By what she does best, he means pinning babies on innocent men. Yes, you heard that right. He believes he is not the father of her child and wants to clear his name in court today. This is how the case begins.
Mr. Maxson, you testify that you had to open your case today because the defendant is doing what she does best, pinning babies on innocent men.
Yes, Your Honor.
You say she is now seeking financial help from your mother, and in order to stop her from taking advantage of your family.
I can't believe that Mr. Maxson says that she likes to pin babies on innocent men. I mean, is it something she has done before? I guess we're going to find out. Ms. Gehring, however, believes that Mr. Maxson is the father of her child.
For one, Your Honor, I didn't know anything about the baby until after she had the child.
And so how did you find out?
She contacted my mom and told my mom about it, and my mom told me. And once I found out, I had my mom to contact her so I can get a paternity test.
Wow, that's actually crazy. Mr. Maxson says that he found out about the child after Ms. Gehring had given birth. She went as far as reaching out to his mother instead of contacting Mr. Maxson himself. That just sounds very suspicious.
I was pregnant. He was in Las Vegas with another woman. I thought he was going for music. I contacted Trinidad and I told him I was pregnant. He said he wanted to come back. I sent him some money, $250 to be exact, and thought he was coming back, and he never came back, and he never called me.
Did you bring proof?
So afterwards, I did contact his mom after I had the baby.
I love when truth bombs just drop in the courtroom. I bet no one saw that coming. Ms. Gehring says that Mr. Maxson's mother accepted the baby and told Ms. Gehring that her child was her grandchild when she saw the child for the very first time. Mr. Maxson's mother, of course, says that it's a lie and it never happened.
You said that's my grandbaby.
No, I never told her that. I know 200% that that's his child.
If you knew 200% that was my child when I asked you for a paternity test, at first when I found out and you refused, you would have gave it to me.
Because my baby was too small.
So hold on,
Yes, I did deny it.
Mr. Maxson, I need to hear that.
That just sounds like a flimsy excuse. Ms. Gehring says that she refused to have a DNA test done because she was going through a lot at the time, and she didn't see any point in doing the test since Mr. Maxson was not around for the child's birth. That doesn't even make any sense.
We actually, when I went back to Mississippi with my grandmother, and I did contact him first on Facebook, and it just kicked off from there. And then he moved back here to Atlanta, so I came back, and he was at my house.
So you knew each other before?
Yes, we been knew each other when we was younger, stayed on the same street.
Let's just say they couldn't wait to rip each other's clothes off. Ms. Gehring explains that they never had any romantic relationship. She texted him on Facebook. One thing led to another, and they ended up kicking it in bed in her grandmother's house. Imagine that.
With no protection.
No protection.
So apparently she was trying to stick a baby on him.
But hold on, no. The issue I'm having is that, okay, were you dating anybody else at that time?
No,
because I mean, this was the first night.
I wasn't dating anyone.
Wow. Seems like Ms. Gehring knows how to be very sneaky. Mr. Maxson tells the judge that she was in a relationship while they had their sexual relationship. There were even times when her boyfriend would call and she would tell Mr. Maxson to keep quiet so she could talk to him.
It's really not about him being a dummy. It's really about his doubt.
We wasn't a couple. We was just, we'll kick it every now and then.
Having sex unprotected, basically.
It was, and that's a lie too, Your Honor. We was using protection. And this is another reason why I say that this child is not mine. She probably was taking the condoms.
Oh, come on. He can't be serious with what he just said. He said that whenever they had sex, he used condoms. The only way she could have gotten pregnant is if she injected herself with his sperm after they were done having sex. I mean, is that even possible?
That you always used protection.
Yes, Your Honor.
With Ms. Gehring?
Yes, Your Honor.
Never once?
Never once.
Did the condom break?
No.
Did you not use one?
Never.
And Ms. Gehring, you're saying that is a complete
lie. We
lie.
never used protection. Honestly, from the first day, we never used protection.
Looks like Mr. Maxson's mother might be onto something. She says that all her son's other kids have asthma, and for some reason the child in question looks nothing like her son and also doesn't have asthma. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that Ms. Gehring said they never used protection.
When do I call you, Jan?
You haven't reached out.
You always reached out to me.
And ma'am, I do have evidence from when I did reach out to
I would like to see that.
Here you go.
You
in January of 2016, I asked him, can you at least see how your child is doing? He texted me 2 months later, asked for a favor to borrow some money, and I told him no.
Am I glad the judge put an end to their yelling? It seems like the battle is between Ms. Gehring and Mr. Maxson's mother. They look like they are ready to beat each other up. Well, Ms. Gehring says that she just wants Mr. Maxson to step up and be there for her child.
A text message on January 30th, 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
So you sent a picture of Alana.
Yes, ma'am.
And you type, you can ask how she's doing.
Yeah.
And the response was nothing.
Nothing. As you can see, it's blank.
Maybe Mr. Maxson is a deadbeat father after all. Ms. Gehring presented evidence that shows that Mr. Maxson did ask her for money, ignoring the message where she said he could check on her daughter. Seems to me like he really doesn't want anything to do with the child.
Pampers for your baby, yes, I would give. That still doesn't say that's my grandbaby.
Ms. Williams, you're telling me what you did for the baby or what you would do for the baby. But what Maxon, what have you done for Alana?
Nothing.
Nothing. I asked her for a blood test, a DNA test. She refused.
I really wonder what he is going to do if it turns out that the baby actually belongs to him. Mr. Maxon tells the judge that he hasn't done anything for the baby because he doesn't believe he is the father. And when he asked for a DNA test, Ms. Gearing didn't agree.
What?
And she was like 5 or 6 months. I was at my aunt's house. His mom came and picked my baby up. Her and her daughter came and picked my baby up.
I did not pick your baby up, Jasmine.
What in the world?
Your baby. I was about to take the baby with me. The baby started crying.
She took my baby.
Even Judge Lauren seems to be very confused at this point. We can all agree that we've seen enough of their mess. It's time to see the results and find out who has been telling the truth all along. Here comes the judge's verdict.
Mr. Maxon, you are the father.
I knew it.
Ms. Funzie has opened her case today with the hopes of saving her family. She wants to prove that her 1-month-old baby was fathered by the defendant, Mr. Irvin, who also happens to be her boyfriend. She blames his sister for coming between them and hopes that things can go back to normal. This is how the case starts.
Ms. Funzie, you have opened your case to save your family. You are here to prove your 1-month-old baby, Joaquim Irvin, is your boyfriend, Mr. Irvin's biological son. You say you and Mr. Irvin have 2 other children and you plan to have this 3rd child. You blame his sister for stirring up his ridiculous doubts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, if she confessed to having an affair, she really can't blame him if he doesn't believe he is the father of the child. Ms. Funzie is putting the blame on Mr. Irvin's sister. She says that she is the reason he has doubts. Well, let's see what she meant by that.
We've been dating going on 7 years and been dating since the 10th grade. And the denying that he has towards my 1-month-old child, Joaquim, which we plan to have together, is causing problems with our relationship.
She did that. She did that to herself.
You say she did it to herself?
She cheated.
Looks like they are about to turn the courtroom into a boxing ring. Mr. Irvin says that the reason they are in this mess is because she cheated on him. Ms. Funzie says that she confessed to him and told him that she cheated.
Ms. Funzie, hold on now. You said you cheated. How did you end up cheating?
I cheated the night of my friend's dinner because I had wanted to give revenge for him cheating on me. And then once I talked to the guy and I hooked up with him the night of my friend's dinner. And we had used protection and I had sex with him one time.
Let's just say that they are both guilty of the crime. Ms. Funzie tells the judge that even if he didn't go through her phone, she was going to tell him that she had cheated because when he cheated, he came to her and told her about it.
The lady handed me the paper off the bus. You parked right outside and you saw her hand me the paper.
I didn't know if she was pregnant by me or someone else, so I just let it go.
Because you were concerned about the date.
Yes.
But it should have been on the paperwork.
Yeah, it was.
I couldn't understand the paperwork.
It was simple. I didn't write nothing. That's not my handwriting. The lady's signature on there.
That's some serious accusation. Mr. Irvin's sister says that when she looked at the paper that showed Ms. Funzie's conception date, there were signs that she had written over the initial dates that were there, making it look like she was hiding something.
Are you there for Ms. Funzie? Are you participating in the appointments
he went to
and
every
the birth?
Yeah, I went to every appointment. I was even there when she had the baby.
Did you sign the birth certificate?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And you signed the birth certificate even though you had doubt? Why?
Because I wasn't sure whether he was mine or not, and I want to do the right thing.
I don't think anybody needs to tell Mr. Irvin that signing the birth certificate even when he had doubts was a bad idea. His sister even goes on to say that she warned him not to sign, but he says that he wanted to do the right thing and went on to sign the papers.
Sir, I'd like to know from you, can you explain what knock knees are and if they are a genetic trait?
I certainly can, Your Honor. Yes, knock knees, it is when the knees point in toward each other, and more technically, when someone stands straight up and there's about a 3-inch gap between their ankles.
Well, that certainly cancels her belief. Ms. Funzie believes that that child belongs to Mr. Irvin because the child has knocked knees and their other kids have knocked knees. After what the doc just explained, it seems like her theory might be wrong.
No, Your Honor, I haven't talked to him since the day that I cheated on Jordan with him.
All right, so in this courtroom, we get to the truth. So this courtroom has tracked down this other man. He has submitted a statement to the court. It says, We eventually got each other's phone numbers and started texting.
Phew, Mr. Irvin is pissed, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure he had no idea about what the judge just read. That was one truth bomb Ms. Funzie forgot to tell him. Like he said, if the baby isn't his, he is done with the relationship.
We had sex in Jordan's car and did use protection. We kept sleeping with each other 3 to 4 times after that with no comment. This was between the months of October 2017 and November 2017.
Man! Mr. Irvin is really upset that she had sex with another man in his car. I bet he is going to sell the car once they are through with the case. With these truth bombs that keep dropping, I doubt Mr. Irvin is ever going to trust Ms. Funzie.
When was Joaquin born?
He was born June the 20th.
June the 20th.
He was born June the 20th, 2018.
June 20th, 2018. So if your relationship with this other man was in October or November...
It was in November.
Well, that would have been a 7-month pregnancy. Ms. Funzie?
And that's exactly why they say it's good to always tell the truth. Ms. Funzie finally admits in court that she actually did sleep with the other man more than one time. At least she's finally telling the truth, so that's good. Let's hope there are no more truths to be revealed.
It's like, I just wanted to get revenge. That's the reason why I had sex with him more than one time, but it's like, it ain't no relationship.
Is it true that the first time you used a condom and then the other couple of times or few times you did not?
Yes, we use condom all the time.
If only she had been honest from the very beginning. Oh well, it's too late for all that now. Her day of judgment is here, and it's time to know if she still has a relationship with Mr. Irvin or not. The results are in, and here's what they have to say.
It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Winfield.
I know what I told you. I knew it wasn't his baby. When I went to the hospital.
Mr. Milner Sr. claims that the defendant, Ms. Heath, deceived him into believing that he fathered her 3-month-old son. He says that he loves her son, and it would break his heart if it turns out that he is not the father of the child. The case starts off like this.
Mr. Milner, you claim the defendant, Ms. Heath, deceived you into believing that you fathered her 3-month-old son, Zachariah Milner Jr.
Yes,
you say you love her son and would be devastated to find out that you've been loving another man's child, which is why you have petitioned the court to order a paternity test. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It seems like Ms. Heath doesn't see the need for a DNA test to be done because she believes Mr. Milner Sr. is her son's dad. She does admit that there was another man, but is positive that he is not the father.
Whatever I can, and that's why I'm here. I really need this test.
Oh, you thought like a light came on, like I can use him up. I got one that's just I can tell anything to.
Man, get away with it, yeah.
Your Honor, that wasn't the case. When I met Mr. Milner, yes, he did say he wanted the family. Of course, I wanted the same thing. I have other children, you know.
Looks like he was pretty excited to see Ms. Heath with that reaction. Mr. Milner Sr. says that he believes when he told Ms. Heath that he wanted to be a family man and have kids, she saw it as an opportunity to use him to take care of her other kids.
Other people too.
No, we were, as far as I was concerned, Your Honor, within a couple of days, we were in a relationship, literally.
So you all decided, you know what, it's just gonna be me and you, let's do this.
Right.
So now you're going well, everything's going great. What happens you find out you're pregnant?
Okay, well, like, I was intimate with Mr. Milner.
Let's just say the excitement didn't last for long. Ms. Heath says that getting pregnant was not part of her plan because she already had kids and she didn't want any other babies. Mr. Milner Sr., on the other hand, says that he was excited when he found out about the baby and then started to have doubts.
He doesn't have it correct. I'm sorry.
Okay, how do you see it?
How I don't have it correct?
I kept trying to make sure with my doctor that I had the conception dates right. When the date got moved back, I was like, well, maybe maybe the other, in my head, I was like, maybe it could be another, the other gentleman.
I think we're starting to understand what's going on here. Ms. Heath says that she slept with the other guy before she kicked off things with Mr. Milner Sr. She says that she has always been honest with Mr. Milner Sr., and he knew about the whole thing.
Because I want, like I said that when I first met, I want a family. And I know when we was doing the giggity, you know, the condom broke. So it could be mine. I don't know. I'm just, at the time, I love her. And I want that family. And when I see him, I just...
You can tell that he actually loves the child and wants a family with Ms. Heath. That's the reason he signed the birth certificate to begin with. The only problem now is that he just can't remove the doubt from his head.
You had sex with the other man that week of July 23rd through 26th.
Well, no, ma'am. I had sex with the gentleman on the 23rd. I ended it with him on the 26th.
But you know you were intimate with him on the 23rd.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me quickly pull up my conception calculator. If you put in Zacario's birthday of April 18th.
Well, that's not good. The judge runs through the calendar and the dates of conception point to when she slept with the other man and not Mr. Milner Sr. Seems like there are a lot of reasons that are making Mr. Milner Sr. doubt he is the father.
That one of my court employees, when she was taking notes on your statement,
yes, ma'am,
she heard something different.
What's that?
Jerome, can you please escort Lamons Mebane into the court?
Yes.
Ms. Mebane, in the process of taking the statement from Ms. Heath, heard her say testimony that differs than what she is presenting in court today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ouch. Now I would really love to see how she comes out of that one. Looks like Ms. Heath hasn't been sincere with both Mr. Milner Sr. and Judge Lauren all this while. There were times when she did, in fact, sleep with the other guy and not use a condom.
Did you ever tell the other man that he could be the biological father?
No, ma'am. When I called him, I strictly asked him about the condom, period, point blank. He was like, no, you made sure that I used condoms. He was like, so I should, he was like, we stopped messing around before this, all of this transpired. And he said that nothing happened with the condom.
Well, it's her cup of tea now. Apparently, the man she was sleeping with was married and she had no idea. You know what? Let's get to the results. I think we've seen and heard enough from both of them. Is Mr. Milner Sr. the father of her child?
Mr. Milner, you are the father.
Ms. Foster has asked the court to provide a DNA test so she can prove that the defendant, Mr. Fields, fathered her 17-month-old daughter, who was born with extreme medical conditions. All she wants is for him to step up. Mr. Fields, on the other hand, says that she was pregnant before they met. And he has proof. Well, here is how it started.
Ms. Foster, you've petitioned the court for a DNA test to prove that the defendant fathered your 17-month-old daughter, Sienna, a beautiful little girl born with extreme medical needs. You've dragged him to court to order he pay the support he's been neglecting. Mr. Fields, you say you're 100% certain that you are not her child's father because she was pregnant before you met.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all he got were 3 onesies and 2 pairs of socks? Lord God, what is wrong with Mr. Fields? I mean, even if he doubts that he is the father of the child, doesn't he care that the baby has extreme medical conditions that need money? How heartless can he be?
What happened the first night?
She came to my house, you understand? She had bought some new shorts. I was trying to be respectable and I asked her, do you want to go in the bathroom and change your clothes? She tells me no. Take off her pants right there in front of me. I'm still sitting in the bedroom. One thing led to another.
This is the first day you met her.
First day I seen her.
Ha ha ha. Even Judge Lauren is speechless. Mr. Fields makes a shocking confession. He says that the first night they hooked up, they had sex like it was a normal thing. When they were done, her mom came and picked her up. Let's not forget the fact that she told him she was a virgin. That's just wild.
You were saying you were a virgin at that time, were you?
I was practically, before him, there was
What's
some other guy.
practically?
There was
How
some
can you
other
be
guy.
practically a virgin?
There was some other guy
That's
before him, and I
impossible.
don't count that as a partner.
You said you were practically a virgin.
You can't practically be a virgin.
I mean, who has? There is no such thing as being practically a virgin. Either you are one or you aren't one. Ms. Foster is the only one who knows what she means when she says she's practically a virgin. Oh well, the summary is that she was not a virgin when she slept with Mr. Fields.
Was texting your brother and your mother trying to get your phone number. I'm asking you, why is this out of the ordinary if she believes you're her child's father? Of course she would try to get in touch with you. You think she's trying to get in touch with you because she wants to be with you?
No. Listen, I'm married. I'm really happy married.
Judge Lauren's face is honestly making me speechless right now. She's so confused. It's like she's looking at 2 kids who are fighting over who gets the bigger portion of lunch. Except the sad case is there's a baby in question, and the baby needs its father.
A Facebook
message that says, I still have love for you that will never change. I wish we would have had a longer relationship. Even with my girlfriend now, our relationship not going to last long.
Listen, I haven't had
this
a Facebook.
This is from Mr. Fields?
I had a Facebook in 6 months.
Let's just agree with her. She does sound pretty confident, though. Anyway, Ms. Foster drops evidence that says that Mr. Fields told her that his current relationship wasn't going to last, and he wishes they could have a future together. As you would expect, he denies it.
So, Mr. Fields, you came to the hospital for the birth, and why was that, if you didn't think the child was yours?
Because of the medical condition that the baby was in. You know, I didn't want to just up and leave.
He was there through the whole pregnancy, basically, and except a month. And I just feel like if you were there and you thought of denial of if I was already pregnant or whatever.
Someone who doesn't think he could be a father wouldn't do all that. Ms. Foster says that Mr. Fields was there for everything. He stood by her side when the baby was born and even went to see her when she was in her mother's house. He claims that he did all of that because of the baby's medical condition. I honestly doubt that.
Family meetings.
His family got into his head.
was in Texas.
Me and his mother actually had a good relationship. So I honestly don't know what happened. Towards the end, I'm not gonna lie, I was really rude to Jake Paul during my pregnancy because I was underneath a lot of stress. I was living an hour away from him, and it was like he wasn't, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't there.
Oh, he did not just say that to Ms. Foster. She lost her twins, and he thinks the right thing to say is suck it up and get over it with a smile on his face? That is just evil. I'm sure Judge Lauren is going to give me a lashing for that statement.
This cavalier, I don't care, everything's a shrug of the shoulders. Nothing matters to me when we're sitting here talking about a child that literally is fighting for her life to have a healthy life, and everything is life goes on, I don't care, this, that, and the third. And from where I sit, it's so fake.
Look like I was right. Judge Lauren was pissed, and she did not spare him one bit. It's insane that he would even say something like that knowing Ms. Foster's situation. It's time for the results. Mr. Fields better pray he is not the father of the baby.
Mr. Field, you are her father.
But I need proof. He know how you are. We always on the phone.
Everything you say is a lie.
So wait a minute, Mr. Lewis.
When you out of town, was you out of town? You was out of town. How did I know you was out of town? Did you tell me? You not my Facebook friend?
Delete them pictures off Facebook. Take my kids off Facebook. We don't want nothing to do with you because when I found out about my brothers and you denied my brothers to me, I don't have the money right now. Can you just wait? I could have waited. I already waited a year before my van got fixed and it's broke down again. Can you help me now?
Ms. Robinson and her mom, Mrs. Palmer, are here hoping to finally get some answers about who Ms. Robinson's father is. But Mr. Rollins, the man they believe is the dad, is straight up denying it. He's saying he's 1000% sure he's not the father. Not sure his math adds up, but we'll see if he's right.
Ms. Robinson, you and your mother have opened your case today in hopes of giving you closure.
Yes.
You say you've always known the defendant was your father and his denial has crushed you.
So according to Mr. Rollins, Ms. Palmer was busy with multiple men back in the day. And I'm pretty sure we all know that she wasn't exactly working. Ms. Robinson, on the other hand, is the real victim here. Let's see if she can finally get some answers.
So, Ms. Robinson, explain, how has the feeling of denial affected you?
Yeah, it affected me real bad. Like, I feel like that he wasn't responsible to even say I'm his daughter or not.
And so for 24 years, you've had to deal with this?
Yes, Your Honor.
I feel for Ms. Robinson. I really do. But how can we be sure Mr. Rollins is actually her father? And what's up with Ms. Palmer telling her daughter that a man who wanted nothing to do with her is her father?
So, Mr. Rollins, you do not believe you are Ms. Robinson's biological father?
No, ma'am.
You say you're 1000% sure?
1001.
So, Ms. Robinson, as you grew up, were you told his name?
As I knew him as Doobie.
What? Why would you put a little girl through that? I can only imagine what Ms. Robinson has been feeling all these years. Knowing your supposed father and finding out he wants nothing to do with you has to be painful on so many levels.
So after that encounter, how were you feeling?
I was feeling like that he didn't own up to nothing. Like, if you laid down with my mama, you should have just owned up, be like, oh, I could have been your daddy.
There's no telling who's in the wrong here. On one hand, Ms. Palmer is convinced that Mr. Rollins is Ms. Robinson's dad. The only problem is, she's never had him tested. And on the other hand, Mr. Robinson actually met his supposed daughter when she was 9 years old. But he didn't even consider the possibility that he could be her dad.
Do you remember a 9-year-old child saying to you, "Are you my daddy?" Do you remember that?
I remember a child observing me, but not
Okay.
coming to me and saying that you are my father.
Damn! We're barely 5 minutes in and things are already getting heated. Mr. Robinson is fired up. but always watch where you point your flame in Judge Lake's courtroom, because as Mr. Robinson just learned, you're the one who ends up getting burnt. Oh, and she's not done yet.
This is the issue here. Ms. Robinson is in court because she's trying to find her father.
That's why I'm
And
here.
you are in court because you admittedly slept with her mother.
Exactly.
Yes.
So much for 1,000% sure. It's about time Mr. Rollins understood why he's standing in that courtroom. You're not here to spectate, buddy. You're on trial.
In her mind, when she came up to you and said, "You're my father," and you said, "No, I'm not," in her mind, that was my father rejecting me because it was all her mother ever told her, right?
Exactly. Ms. Robinson is the victim here, and in my opinion, she's the only one who has the right to be mad. Ms. Palmer and Mr. Rollins should just act like the adults they are and work towards finding out the truth. But from what we've seen so far, that may be a tall order.
But let me ask you this question, Your Honor.
Please do.
After the truth and everything, will the tables turn on her? The
Well,
mother,
no.
that's who I'm talking about.
No, listen.
I'm looking like the deadbeat in the
No.
You've got to love Judge Lake. Mr. Rollins looks like the kind of guy who wins every single argument he's in, but he's met his match today. Well, not really his match because, let's be honest, he just got bodied.
So now moving on,
I'm listening.
Mr. Rollins, that encounter where you saw Ms. Robinson, what was your reaction once you saw her?
Honestly, I looked at her and I already knew.
Interesting. If Mr. Rollins is right, this case could get a whole lot messier. And did you just see the reaction from Ms. Palmer? For her sake, I hope it's confidence giving her all that sass, because those are the kinds of statements that make you look silly if you get caught lying.
Who are you talking about? What do you know?
The thing is, I can't prove it right now.
Okay.
But the only thing I can do is verbally tell you.
Verbally
that
stated.
she had multiple parts. She was multitasking.
No, I was not. You probably were multitasking. I know I would.
So Mr. Rollins is the father by process of elimination? We'd take your word for it, Ms. Palmer, but after sitting through hundreds of cases just like yours, we know better. And as long as Mr. Rollins hasn't been tested, there's no way we can be sure he's the father.
So, Ms. Robinson, when was the next time you saw Mr. Rollins?
When I had added him my friend on Facebook and he accepted me, I texted him, I was like, "Hey, do you know who I am?" He was like, "Yeah, years ago you mentioned to be my daughter."
Now wait a damn minute. That's not the kind of thing you just gloss over. What happened to onesies? Or a box of diapers? Hell, it might be too early, but even a backpack would be better than a freaking DNA test.
So
he bought a home DNA test to your baby's first birthday?
Yes.
That's because I was asked to bring it.
Who asked you to bring it? You had said to Mr. Rollins, and bring a DNA test.
Yes.
Because you wanted the answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
So did you bring the test, Mr. Rollins?
Who? I'm glad we got some clarity on that one, but I'm a little bit confused right now. Where the hell was Ms. Palmer when all this was going down? I mean, she's the one who should have been pushing for the DNA test, right?
At the first birthday, do you enjoy yourself, Mr. Rollins? Are you there like grandfather? What is the dynamic like at this party?
Basically the same thing it is now. It's like, you point me out truly and eventually they're going to understand today I'm not that.
This guy is a riot. If he wasn't on trial for paternity, I'd have said Mr. Rollins is the kind of dad who lights up every birthday party, family gathering, and cookout. But here he is, denying a child that could be his. So I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed.
When he came there, they was in the kitchen talking, and he gonna said, "Let me see your feet." And he said, "Your mama been sleeping with a lot of men."
Could someone please remind Mr. Rollins that he's on trial? Because if I didn't know any better, I'd have thought he was practicing his new stand-up comedy routine. Anyway, I have no idea what he just said, but I might need to look it up.
And the other parties that I was
studying
speaking
her
upon,
feet,
yeah.
you discovered that.
Oh, yeah.
And therefore, you came to the medical conclusion.
I know it's hereditary. I did a lot of research on it.
Okay, Mr. Detective, now we're getting somewhere. Granted, we still don't have any evidence, but with these new allegations, this case just got a whole lot juicier. I think you should expound on that, Mr. Rollins.
Yes.
How do you know she even was intimate with that guy?
That's what I want to know.
I observed it.
Well, excuse me?
Yes, I observed it.
Ooh, On the grass. Really, Ms. Palmer, you didn't make it to the house, let alone the bedroom. Of course, these are all still unconfirmed allegations, but damn. And also, is it just me, or did Ms. Palmer's body language just change?
So you thought that was Miss Palmer?
I knew it.
Did you ever follow up with your partner, your associate, and say, were you with Miss Palmer as well?
Every night they had done a little thing, he would always come back and high-five me and tell me how much.
Mr. Rollins is looking less and less like the father now, which is saying something considering how shifty he seemed at the beginning of the case. Talk about a comeback. On the other hand, we're getting our first piece of evidence. Let's see if it can turn the tide.
And on the right is a shot of Mr. Rollins' mother. Beautiful woman.
Man, I never noticed that.
Beautiful picture.
Okay, baby.
So, Mr. Rollins, are you saying you see a resemblance now?
I mean, yeah, with the...
Kudos to Mr. Rollins for being honest, but can I say something? I really don't see it. Good thing I'm not the one on trial here, because things could have got way louder if I was Mr. Rollins. The emotion and tears on Ms. Robinson says it all. After experiencing so much denial, hearing Mr. Rollins acknowledging their resemblance has to be comforting.
Take a moment, Ms. Robinson, and just look at Mr. Rollins and just talk to him about how you feel.
I feel like that I never had a father in my life, and my mama, she was always there for me.
How could you not feel sorry for Ms. Robinson? She's been through it all. And finally, she's standing right next to the man she's always thought was her father, ready to learn the truth. It's a good thing that the waiting is over, because it's about time we got the answer to this 24-year-old mystery.
Mr. Rollins, you are not the father.
It was just my mistake, but I know I didn't sleep with nobody else.
Well, we know that that's a lie.
Ms. Murphy feels betrayed. After a short, passionate relationship with Mr. Miles, she got pregnant, and Mr. Miles was nowhere to be found. Now, Mr. Miles is married and apparently wants nothing to do with Ms. Murphy and her baby. There's no way this ends well.
Ms. Murphy, you claim you had a short, passionate relationship with the defendant, Mr. Miles, and then you became pregnant. Now you say he's married and wants to forget he has a 3-year-old son.
Yes, Your Honor.
So before we even get started, there's a lot to unpack here. First, that age gap is pretty sus. Let's be real here. Denying a baby isn't the only crime Mr. Miles is guilty of. And second, did y'all just see Mr. Miles's occupation? The guy is a church minister, which makes this whole case even crazier.
Ms. Murphy, how has Mr. Miles participated in your son's life?
Your Honor, this man has not done anything for my son. I can count on one hand how many times he's ever even came to visit his son.
Ooh. Ms. Murphy is coming in hot with the bars. She's clearly frustrated, and it's easy to understand why. On the other hand, Mr. Mize has every right to believe whatever he wants to believe. But if the boy ends up being his son, he's going to look like the biggest douche on the planet.
This is exactly he wasn't willing to pay for the paternity test
and that's not
any
true.
other way. He said he didn't have the money for it. If that's the case, Your Honor, we would not be here. It would already been taken care of.
Okay, Mr. Miles, thanks for the testimony, but if I'm not mistaken, hickeys have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Mr. Miles might be a possible father. And I don't know about you, but Mr. Miles doesn't sound very believable right now.
Whether or not she was sleeping with anybody else?
Yeah, her family members told me specifically
the family members that you were sleeping with.
The family members told me that she was getting around. Family members told me that she was getting around.
The family members that he was sleeping with told
Miss
him
Murphy.
Now this, folks, is the classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. How in the world are we supposed to believe Mr. Miles's testimony when he just snitched on himself multiple times in a matter of seconds?
Besides, about the family part, I never knew that he was dealing with any of my family. That's ridiculous.
Were you dating, seeing Mr. Miles exclusively?
This is getting way too messy. Sleeping around with Ms. Murphy at her age was already criminal. Literally. I mean, I'm not sure how he's here in the courtroom and not in jail right now, but sleeping around with her relatives too, man. This guy has issues.
It's just that
the hickeys on her.
Never had hickeys before.
You did. Yeah,
okay.
Never had hickeys.
Okay. The hickeys on her.
You gotta have another piece
house.
of evidence besides these hickeys.
Okay.
Potent. Well, that's a new one. And why is Mr. Miles so stuck up on those hickeys? Because believe me, mister, if the only so-called evidence you can come up with is hickeys and skimpy clothing, you might as well start paying child support right now.
I have not heard sufficient evidence to believe why you wouldn't think you potentially could be this beautiful young man's father. I'm waiting for the evidence.
Exactly. Mr. Miles hasn't presented a single piece of credible evidence since this case started. That hasn't stopped him from yapping, though. All he's doing at this point is getting on Ms. Murphy's nerves, and Judge Lake isn't having it.
Didn't make sense. Now you have a witness. I'd like to hear from her. Ma'am, please stand and step to the podium. Your name?
My name is Mrs. Miles.
Mrs. Miles, and you are Mr. Miles's wife.
If you thought this case couldn't get more complicated, you were dead wrong. Mrs. Miles just stepped in, and things are getting heated. I don't know how she can still stand by her husband in this situation, but you know what they say? Love makes you do crazy things.
If Miss Murphy would have thought that I was her son, Keeper would have told me before we even got together.
Not necessarily.
Like he told me about his other baby mamas. I know about them.
That's a weird way to look at things. How is it Ms. Murphy's responsibility to seek out Mr. Murphy's wife and let her know what's going on, and denying that the baby is Mr. Murphy's just because he didn't tell her about it is pretty insane too.
His father. You should have came to me and said, this is his son. If it is his, I want him to get in his life. I want him to know his brothers.
Oh, wait a minute now, Miss Murphy,
so that you can be around him.
And boom goes the dynamite. The way things were going, it was only a matter of time before someone exploded in the courtroom. I'm just glad it was Judge Lake, because there's no telling what kind of chaos these three would cause if they got mad.
To be honest with his wife about the situations he's involved in when they meet and marry. Whether or not the paternity had been established, he still has to be honest and say, I potentially have an issue in my life.
After those stern but thoughtful words from the judge, I think we need some chill, positive vibes to calm everything down a bit. So it's a good thing that Ms. Murphy's witness is cool, calm, and collected. And it's an even better thing that he's raising this baby as his own.
I provided videos and everything to see how much a father he's been to this.
Mr. Narvaez, please explain the nature of your relationship with Takori.
That's so heartwarming. It's nice to see some positivity after what feels like hours of yelling and bad vibes. The fact that Mr. Narvaez has already stepped into his role as a stepdad sure says a lot about the kind of man he is.
Mr. Miles, as you look at those pictures of another man with a son that potentially be yours.
Well, Your Honor, honest opinion, that's fine and dandy that he is doing those things. That's great he is doing those things.
You won't.
No, it's not the fact that I won't.
The man has his faults, a lot of faults, if we're being honest. But it's good to hear that he's willing to be a part of Takori's life if the DNA test proves he's the dad. So what are we waiting for? It's time to find out the truth. Judge Lake, let's hear it.
Mr. Kiva, Miles, you are his father.
Thank you. I have no reason to lie. I have no reason to lie. No reason. No reason.
Ms. Hicks is here claiming that Mr. Smith is the father of her 3-month-old daughter, Honesty. But Mr. Smith is coming in hot, saying he can't be the dad because of a medical condition that makes him unable to have kids. And get this, Ms. Hicks's own sister, Quintara, is siding with Mr. Smith. This is about to get real spicy. I can feel it.
Ms. Hicks, you say the sins of your past have brought you into court today to save your relationship. You are petitioning the court for a DNA test?
Well, that's not something we see every day. Sisters on opposite sides of the courtroom? You already know this one's about to get nasty. And how does Ms. Hicks feel about all this? It must be terrible to have your own sister testifying against you.
So, Ms. Hicks, how does it make you feel hearing Mr. Smith deny paternity?
I know I've only slept with him, and I know who my children belong to.
Slow down, Carlicia. You could at least give us some time to prepare before you drop bombs like that. And it might just be me, but Quintara seems a little bit too aggressive towards her sister. I wonder what that's about.
So, Mr. Smith, you hear the allegations that have been stated thus far. This is what leads you to believe you are not the biological father of Honesty? Explain.
I used to work out a lot, and one time I strained myself too hard, and I had to go to the hospital.
Ooh, sorry, buddy. That sucks for Mr. Smith, but if he's right, then this case is pretty much done and dusted. Judge Lake will need to see some evidence before she can validate his claims, though. I just hope we don't get to see it.
And this is what you were told by a medical professional?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you inform Ms. Hicks about this when you all were in a sexual relationship?
No, Your Honor. He never informed me about any of this. When he did tell me, this came up like 2 months after Honesty was born.
Come on, Mr. Smith. That's the kind of information you lead with. And what was that scoff from Quintara? She's got some serious unresolved issues with Ms. Hicks, and it's hard to imagine how they can fix their relationship.
So, Mr. Smith, you seem confident. You say she knows good and well that it's not your child.
Yes, Your Honor.
And why do you think she knows that? If you say you informed her about the fact that you couldn't have children?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, I guess it's safe to say we all saw that one coming from a mile away. But considering just how much resentment Quintara has for Ms. Hicks, is she really a credible source of information?
I believe she did.
So, Ms. Hicks, you were the informant? You were the person telling Mr. Smith everything your sister was doing? Why would you do that?
Y'all don't know my sister like I do, okay?
To be honest, I actually feel bad for these two sisters. What the hell happened between them to cause such a huge rift? Oh, and Quintara saying the reason she acted as Mr. Smith's informant was because she felt sorry for him? I don't buy it.
She believed her own lies, okay? They come true in her head. I don't know
and
why
once
she do
again,
this,
I
okay?
guess you're there with me while I'm sleeping with these
Of
men.
course.
We having a wang dang, ain't it?
Yep, child wills. I be right there.
We threesoming now.
Finally, some solid evidence. Well, it's not the actual text, just a recollection of what Mr. Smith remembers seeing. Okay, so maybe it's not that solid, but hey, at least it's something. So Ms. Hicks, what's this we're hearing about a kitty?
Ms. Hicks, I have to ask you, did something similar to this come through your phone?
I don't even remember that text message, Your Honor. I honestly
I bet
do
you
not
don't.
remember
I bet
this
you don't
text
even remember
message
when.
whatsoever.
Your Honor, I bet you don't even remember when he went to his grandma's house because they got into it.
Those are some serious allegations, but still, where the heck does Quintara get her information from? Is she spying on her own sister? Well, whatever she's doing, it seems to finally be paying off, because that clearly got Ms. Hicks off guard.
Have you ever had occasion to witness firsthand the fact that she was with somebody else?
Yes, Your Honor. She
And
wanted.
that dude jumped out the window.
Thanks for pointing that out, Judge Lake. It's kind of hard to focus on Mr. Smith losing his keys when we could be talking about a man jumping out of the window. Want to explain that one, Ms. Hicks?
Stay on the second floor. We live in an apartment building,
He jumped out
and
the
we
window.
stay on the second floor.
So he jumped out the window.
Like himself, when he jumped out the window, like I expected that guy that he's.
Was Ms. Hicks cheating on Mr. Smith with Spider-Man? Because I'm not sure how anyone is jumping out of a second-floor apartment window to hide. Like, what happened to good old-fashioned closets?
All right, take me to the point you realize you're pregnant.
Mr. Smith, he came to me and said, I've been sick, I've been throwing up, and I've been feeling funny, so I think you need to take a pregnancy test. So he goes to the store and comes back with a pregnancy test that has 2 in a box.
I'm still trying to find out how Quintara ended up being Mr. Smith's spokesperson. Like, do you really hate your sister that much? And hold up. Where was the whole I can't have kids argument when Mr. Smith was celebrating about Ms. Hicks' positive pregnancy test?
So, Mr. Smith, you found out she's pregnant?
Yes.
Were you happy about it?
Faking it to her, but I know in my mind that
faking it.
I can't have.
Oh, you were
it.
faking it to her?
Yes, Your Honor.
Faking it? That has to be one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard on this court. And naming the child. Come on, Mr. Smith. That's pretty much the daddest thing you could possibly do. I'm now convinced that Mr. Smith was sure it was his baby right up until Quintara started putting ideas in his head.
Do you have any other kids?
No, Your Honor.
You don't. So you believe it's the hypogonadism that contributes or has affected you so that you could not father any children?
Yes, Your Honor.
And now, it's time to address Mr. Smith's biggest concern, the medical condition that makes him unable to have kids. For obvious reasons, we're not going to get Quintara's opinions on this. Let's hear what the doctor has to say about all this.
All right, so now I want to understand, based upon his testimony, does hypogonadism affect his ability to have children conclusively?
There's a lot to unpack there. First, Mr. Smith's theory that he can't have kids has pretty much been debunked. And second, why is Mr. Smith parading baby honesty around his family if he knows she's not his daughter?
Why are you taking the baby around your family, Mr. Smith?
Because I raised her own son as mine, and I don't like people like that to be deadbeat.
So you say you're not taking her because you believe she's yours. You're taking her to be kind, and you would not want.
Yeah. Let it all out, Ms. Hicks. I can only imagine how it feels to have your boyfriend and sister team up against you, especially when you know you're right and they're wrong.
Why do you say it devastates you, Ms. Hicks?
Because it's coming from my full-blooded sister. We have the same mom, same dad. And I don't know why would this come from you anyway. As
Because
close
I know
as
what
we
you do,
are,
Carlisha.
we're very close.
No way. These two are close. They must have a different definition of what close means, because from the time this case started, Quintara has been at Ms. Hicks' throat. And judging from the way Quintara acts, I believe Ms. Hicks when she says she takes care of her like a child.
Yeah, and I love my sister. I really do. I truly love my sister. I go to the end if I have to. I would die with
Love
her.
is not trying to mess up someone's
I'm not
relationship.
trying to mess up your
I don't
relationship.
be in your relationship. You have no business in mine.
Judge Lake is right, sisters, and siblings in general. fuss and fight every time. But going against each other in court, well, that's just a bit too much if you ask me. With tensions rising and the stakes at an all-time high, it's finally time for the results. So you might want to do what Quintara did and take a seat for this one.
Mr. Smith, you are the father.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I'm so glad that I came here today to get these results so I can finally be at peace, so me and my daughter can live with this man who I plan to marry someday.
Is to actually know he's not mad. It just hurts a little bit more. The other dude don't want nothing to do with him, but like I said, I can't let another child.
The major reason there's paternity court or DNA testing is because there are assumptions that the mother of the child has cheated, or she definitely did, but these women often defend themselves, that maybe the man cheated first or something, just wasn't right in the relationship. Let's find out what it was in this case. Mr. Thompson could be seen tearing up, but who knows the reason he's doing that? Did his partner say it's over for good, or the child isn't his? Or Mr. Thompson is even relieved that the baby is his? Let's dig deeper to know what exactly led to that scene.
Mr. Thompson, you are in court today in hopes of saving your 11-year marriage. Your wife has a newborn, 4-month-old Micah Pate Thompson, who you hope is your baby, but say your doubts are overwhelming. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Thompson is hoping the baby is his son, as that will lead to him repairing his marriage. Ms. Thompson also prays the baby belongs to Mr. Thompson for the same reason. This seems healthy, so what must have led to them initially doubting the paternity of the child?
The current status of our relationship is rocky. You know, we don't sleep in the same bedroom. We haven't slept in the same bedroom in years. We haven't had sex probably in about 7-8 months. You know, and it's just, you know, she don't like to cook, she don't like to clean, she don't like to work. So it's a lot going on other than.
Mr. Thompson is talking about Miss Thompson not cooking and cleaning, but didn't he know that before they got married? Okay, let's say he didn't pay much attention to that. He didn't notice she didn't like to work too? Whew. Mr. Thompson seems to be cool, seeing how he said he wouldn't leave the baby fatherless, even if he's not the father. That's commendable.
Well, take me back. I want to understand how this relationship began. Certainly, at some point, you all were happy together.
Yes, we met in college. We had a class together, and he sat behind me, cracking jokes, trying to copy off my test.
Now that sounds like something from a fairy tale movie, but for these two to be here, something must have gone wrong. Mr. Thompson and Ms. Thompson seem so excited to talk about their meeting and their love story, but life's not all about candies and roses.
What went wrong was when me and LaToya first started getting into marriage and stuff like that, I had found out she was doing some things that she shouldn't have been doing. Text messaging, meeting up with guys and stuff like that. So when I confronted her, she said it wasn't true. So when she said it wasn't true, I found out otherwise.
Making your husband get a DNA test every time? That definitely means Miss Thompson was cheating, and she just wanted to be sure the children aren't for any of her cheating partners. And Miss Thompson's best excuse for that was, we weren't really ready to get married, okay, ma'am?
She don't reciprocate it. She don't say nothing to me. So in my eyes, I'm not the perfect dude, but let me know what I'm doing wrong.
So where did this go wrong to the point that we are here in paternity court?
It went wrong when he decided to leave, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Ms. Thompson made Mr. Thompson seem like he didn't have faults in the marriage, even though he keeps complaining about her own backlogs. Anyone would easily understand Mr. Thompson's reason for leaving. The man was obviously tired of being the only one communicating.
When I left, she said she was gonna work on herself. Me and her had ample conversations.
While he was with somebody else.
About her working on herself. She was working on herself because she deleted me off social media. I found out she started adding all these other dudes to her social media page.
Because you were gone. You were living with somebody else.
This story is getting a little bit confusing at this point. Mr. Thompson thought Ms. Thompson would still be waiting for him after he had moved in with another woman, because she said she'd work on herself, but Ms. Thompson claimed she wasn't planning to do no such thing, hence the divorce in question.
While he was doing all that research, trying to figure out who I was talking to, he failed to tell anybody that he was engaged to this girl.
What?
While he was still married. And
what?
And it's on her Facebook, so he can't even lie about it.
You asked another girl to marry you while you're still married to your wife?
I did.
Ow! Got engaged to another person while still married to your wife? That's wild. Even though two wrongs don't make a right, Mr. Thompson really made Ms. Thompson go out of line. Both of them can just be hopeful the result comes back positive, so they can work on their marriage because they still look like they are in love.
Mr. Thompson, you are not the father.
Having sons is like a really big blessing to some folks, but here in Mr. Hernandez's case, he does not feel that way due to the son's mother. Will Mr. Hernandez finally see the boys as blessings or otherwise? Let's see how it unfolds.
Ms. Martinez, you say your family is torn apart since the defendant has denied both of your children, 4-year-old Richard II and 3-year-old Renee. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have petitioned the court for a DNA test to prove the truth and hope that the results will save your relationship.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Martinez claims she's here to prove Mr. Hernandez fathered her sons, so me Hernandez will be able to step up to the plate and take responsibility. However, Mr. Hernandez says he can't believe a word coming out of Ms. Martinez's mouth, and he's putting his foot down concerning being responsible for the boys until the DNA test proves he's their biological father.
So, Ms. Hernandez, what has he done for the children?
Absolutely nothing until about 3 weeks ago. He did get them at least $200 worth of clothing, but other than that, that's all he's done their whole life.
That's a lie, Your Honor. I've tried to do as much as I possibly can since the beginning, since day one.
No, he hasn't, Your Honor.
Well, that's a good question from Ms. Martinez. Why is Mr. Hernandez sticking around if he really believes he isn't the boy's father? Sticking around may be confusing to the kids since he isn't there for them when they need him the most.
We first met, she was trying to get all over me or whatever from the beginning, but I ignored her.
Were you interested in having a relationship at that point?
Relations, but not a relationship.
Okay. And what were your intentions, Mr. Hernandez?
It started getting serious. I mean, well, I felt like it was, and I don't know, I wanted to be with her. All of a sudden, I find out she's doing other things with my friends and stuff.
Did Ma Martinez just say it was a one-time thing? Well, cheating is cheating, Ms. Martinez. Whether it was a one-time thing or it happened multiple times. Anyway, Ms. Martinez defended herself saying she didn't want a relationship because she didn't want to be tied to one person, and Mr. Hernandez forced her into it. Seems Mr. Hernandez got what he deserved.
Hey, let me tell you about that, Your Honor. We were still on and off, right? I called her and she's like, I'm with this person, which is my friend. And I was like, okay. Next day I talked to her. She's like, okay, yeah, I did have intercourse with this man. I forgave her. And a few weeks later, she finds out she's pregnant.
A slut? Mr. Hernandez has to control his tongue. Mr. Hernandez seemed to have caused this for himself because Ms. Martinez already told him she wanted nothing serious. Ms. Martinez lied about having protected sex when she didn't, and that's where the problem came from.
That incident, and then she's pregnant.
The only reason why I know without a doubt that he's the father is because I did have intercourse with him unprotected, and it was on the day that they said that the conception was.
Okay, we went to the doctor's office and they gave us that conception wheel.
Stayed up all night obsessing over.
Looking at the wheel all night.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez has the right to doubt the paternity of the twins. Ms. Martinez may be right about the date of conception, matching the date of sexual intercourse with Mr. Hernandez, but maybe there's a tiny chance of the other person being a potential father to the boys too.
One day, Your Honor, she just told me, she said, Richard's not yours. And I said, what? And then she was like, yeah, he's not yours.
And it was a heat of the moment because at the time I was actually going into emergency surgery to have my gallbladder removed. It took him 2 hours to get back to the hospital. Well, come to find out, he was with his friends, picked up two girls at a bus stop.
Oh, wow. Ms. Martinez had to get all of that out. Ms. Martinez has the right to be pissed at Mr. Hernandez for real, but saying one of the boys isn't his child? That was way too far. No man wants to hear that from the supposed mother of his children.
And he's saying all this stuff. My kids are suffering. My kids, he takes them a bath and he sits there and critiques every little thing about them. My kids don't deserve that.
Critiques how?
The way that they drink a bottle is the way that his homeboys or his friends drink a bottle.
Well, I know.
Or the way their eyebrows, when they're wet, looks like his friends' eyebrows.
Mr. Hernandez doesn't seem to know kids change as they grow up, Judge Lauren. Mr. Hernandez thinks they stay the same way forever, which is quite ignorant of him. Mr. Hernandez is almost certain the kids don't belong to him, but he wouldn't leave. He must really love Ms. Martinez.
We were at the hospital. The man that she named after him, just all of a sudden, as soon as he's born, called me and says, hey, I'm outside. And I was like, whoa, how did this man even call me right now? I haven't spoke to him in months. Why would he even call me? And why would he even be outside?
Again and again, Mr. Hernandez has the right to have doubts concerning the paternity of the boys, but a DNA test since birth could have sorted out the problem. Anyway, that's the reason they are here now. Let's get to the bottom of this case now.
As it pertains to 3-year-old Renee Hernandez, Mr. Hernandez, you are his father. When it comes to 4-year-old Richard Hernandez II, Mr. Hernandez, you are his father.
man praying and wishing the baby isn't his in paternity court is not a new thing, but making it so obvious is on another whole new level. But Mr. Clark does not care, and he's showing that in Judge Lauren's paternity court.
Clark, you are suing the defendant for a DNA test and for $1,560 for damages you claim she caused to your property because you denied paternity of her 2-month-old daughter, Vanique.
Yes, Your Honor.
You say today you will prove you are not Vanique's father.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clark isn't taking chances. He's in court to prove he's not Ms. Bailey's baby daddy, and he's even suing Ms. Bailey for damaging his property. It gets more interesting as Ms. Bailey is countersuing Mr. Clark, and she's here to prove Mr. Clark is indeed her baby daddy.
She burnt all of my clothes up. She came over there one day mad about me and her, my baby, and I told her the baby ain't mine. Acting a fool, Your Honor. Trying to get in the house, argue with my lady.
So wait a minute, she comes over your house with clothes
Yes.
of yours,
Yes.
then burns them
Then burns
at your house?
at my house.
Ms. Bailey agreed to setting Mr. Clark's clothes and shoes on fire like it's nothing. Well, maybe it's nothing to Ms. Bailey, judging from what made her so mad that prompted her to act that way. Ms. Bailey claims she did that because Mr. Clark was getting pleasure from another woman while she was carrying their baby.
Your relationship, was he denying he was the father?
He didn't start denying her until she was born, and they both came to the hospital, and his.
So wait a minute, why were you so
denied
mad
from
then
the
if he wasn't denying her when you were 7 months pregnant?
Because I was 7 months pregnant, and I was just so mad that he left me. Like, you literally left me at 7 months pregnant.
Wait a minute, Ms. Bailey cheated and she was pissed. Mr. Clark cheated too? Now that doesn't make sense. Maybe Mr. Clark leaving while Ms. Bailey was 7 months pregnant would have made her emotional but common. The man just probably wanted to get his lick back.
Because he said he didn't want a girl that parties a lot. And so he left, and I cheated. Yes, I did. But I don't think that's cheating. You left, so I had sex with someone.
One day after my cousin's wedding. Come on now.
Yeah.
Get real.
So you all were together. You all got into an argument. You said you really didn't want to be with a girl that parties a lot.
Yeah.
So you said it's over?
Yeah, I told her it's over.
Already meeting up with another person and having sexual relations with them, the same day after breaking up is diabolical. Ms. Bailey wasn't ready to waste even a minute. Mr. Clark wanted to come back, but news flash. It's too late, Mr. Clark.
From there, he got admitted to the hospital, and he started his chemo sessions and everything. But before then...
And you all were together when this happened?
Yes. They said, are you guys interested in having children? And we both like, yeah, you know. And they was like, well, there's an 80% chance that he can't have children during his chemo.
So you know I can't have kids.
Mrs. Bailey turned out to be pregnant after knowing Mr. Clark's cancer diagnosis says there's an 80% chance that he can't father a child. And it seems Ms. Bailey was sketching a shady plan while trying to capitalize on the 20% chance left. Ms. Bailey didn't even tell Mr. Clark about it? That's shady.
You know she was with someone else?
Yes, but he wore protection. So there's no, I'm 100% sure
She
that he's
said,
the father.
she said they were protection. But right now, she said, but the condom did slipped off. So come on now.
Did you admit that the condom came off, Miss Bailey?
No.
There was protection, it slipped off, it didn't slip off. Which one exactly are we supposed to believe out of all of these options Ms. Bailey uttered? Safe to say Ms. Bailey is just looking for a way to get away from the other man being named as a potential father.
There are doctors that there was an 80% chance that this would negatively affect his ability to have children.
It depends on the type of chemo, the dose, the age of the patient. However, if you ask for general statistics, it is about 77%.
The doctor supports Ms. Bailey's claim concerning the 20% that could really lead to Mr. Clark being able to have children. It's not certain Mr. Clark is Ms. Bailey's baby's biological father, but it's possible.
Miss Hudson, you are Mr. Clark's current girlfriend?
Yes.
What happened at the hospital? You were there.
She told the nurse to give me the baby out of all people.
Do she look like him or do she not?
And
This is getting even more interesting.
He asked me right there in front of me, he was like, do you think this is my baby?
Pushing a baby out and already debating her features within seconds is as wild as it sounds. Who does that? Simply put, Ms. Bailey, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Clark's girlfriend. Time to put an end to this mess. Let's get to the result.
Mr. Clark, you are not the father.
I want him to be the father.
Paternity court and fathers claiming babies are being pinned on them is intertwined. Most of the time, these men never believe their one-night stand or continuous sexual encounters with the same woman or different women could lead to pregnancy. Talking about pinning babies on them like it's some sort of magnet.
Miss Connolly, 2 years ago, the court helped you prove to your father, Mr. Harrison, that you were his biological daughter.
Yes, Your Honor.
You say your relationship has improved, and he is actually here supporting you in today's case.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's wonderful. Now, you're back to prove to your ex-boyfriend, Mr. Haskell, that he fathered your 9-month-old daughter, Blair. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Connolly does not want the same cycle to repeat itself, as she has been through the same thing that's about to happen in court at an older age. However, Mr. Haskell says he knows for sure that not his baby and Ms. Connolly is just trying to pin the baby on him because he's famous. Okay, Mr. Haskell.
Do you really believe Miss Connolly's after your fame?
Yes, Your Honor.
Explain.
I was going to my favorite pizza joints. I don't have to really do too much talking when I come in. I just give a head nod and, everybody knows me, so they normally just go ahead and make my order. So this particular day, I see Miss Connolly, and she's new. I don't even know her.
One of the most famous singers in DC. You say, Mr. Haskell? Wow, that's self-flattery, but yeah. Mr. Haskell said he had to give Miss Connolly one of his tunes to set things straight, and things went smoothly from there.
Hey, who are you? What are you talking about? He's talking some, you don't know me. I'm famous. I sing. I said, well, sing. He held the note. So I said, oh, okay, I can sing too. So I sung a song that I had wrote, and he was like, oh, okay, you can sing too. So we
all this before the order was placed.
Before the order was placed.
One of the most famous singers in DC having to ask his mother for permission before a lady can come over? Mr. Haskell seems like a mama's boy. Ms. Connolly has a different story on how things went, though.
How did you get keys to the house and you were laying in his bed when he came home?
Your Honor, we were in a committed relationship for 2 months. Under my assumption.
She bought my mother. She had to buy my mother. She must have bought her pizza every night.
You brought me
when
to
she
your
was
house.
hungry, she bought her pizza at home every night.
Mr. Haskell is a master manipulator according to Ms. Connolly, but magically, Ms. Connolly was the one buttering Mr. Haskell's mother up with pizzas every other night. That's a nice way to have an easy entry into the house, even without Mr. Haskell's help.
Let's get back to the issues that relate to the paternity.
I left for.
You missed him and then you came back.
I came back.
Once you came back, did you resume a sexual relationship?
As soon as I got back.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Haskell's self-flattery deserves an A+. Mr. Haskell keeps going on and on about Ms. Connolly wanting to trap him with a baby, but Ms. Connolly says that's not it because Mr. Haskell doesn't even have any money. That seems valid because he's still putting up at his mother's house.
Mr. Barnett, how do you know Ms. Connolly, Mr. Haskell?
I was actually there when they first met.
You were?
Yeah, this is my cousin.
That's your cousin?
Yeah.
So you were there when they first met?
Yeah.
Please tell the court what you know.
Okay, what I know about Miss Connolly is basically she tried to talk to me on multiple occasions.
That's a
Your
lie.
Honor.
Okay, Mr. Haskell's cousin is here supporting Miss Haskell and making the case worse for Miss Connolly. Mr. Haskell's cousin says Miss Connolly even tried moving to him, and she even allegedly slept with another one of their friends. Ms. Connolly strongly denies ever doing something like that.
The time that Blair was, were you all in a place where he participated in the birth with you? Did he attend doctor's appointments?
He only attended one appointment, and that's because I asked him, I begged him to come.
So when the baby's born, does he show up to the hospital?
Yeah.
Mr. Haskell was present during the birth of the child, not because he was willing to be, but because he wanted to do a blood test to know if that was his child. That's fair. At least he was there to hold Miss Connolly's hands through the difficult process of labor.
I have to ask you, do you believe Mr. Haskell is your grandchild's biological father?
No, I don't really know Mr. Haskell. I never, I didn't know him at that time when she said she was pregnant. I never met him.
Why is it you don't feel he's the biological father?
Because
do you have knowledge that she was also intimate with other people?
Well, she had a roommate in Texas.
Ms. Connolly thought her mother would have her back, but unfortunately, the opposite of that happened. So it's obvious there was another man, and Ms. Connolly has been trying to hide that fact. Maybe it's time to get to the result before Mr. Haskell would drop a diss track in paternity court.
Mr. Haskell, you are her father.
What'd I tell you?
While some marriages end due to both parties not being able to tolerate each other anymore, most marriages end because one party cheats on the other, fostering trust issues and a few other problems. In this case, Mr. Threlkeld never saw any of these coming until after it has already happened.
Mr. Threlkeld, you have entered this courtroom with a marriage on the brink of divorce. You state that while you were out of the country serving in the military, your wife paraded around town with other men, and she has admitted to cheating multiple times.
Mr. Threlkeld was out serving his country, but it seems the country he was serving in turn ruined his family, as Ms. Threlkeld claimed she had to step out of their marriage due to her husband's military salary, not enough to foot the bills in their home.
When did you first discover that your wife had been unfaithful?
Actually, ma'am, I was overseas in Afghanistan, and I was at up in the Northeast, and a soldier of mine came up to me and tapped me on the boot and said, hey, you need to go outside, we need to talk right now. So earlier on in the day, me and him got into some words, so I thought we were going to, settle it.
That's a different kind of heartbreak. Mr. Threlkeld got to know about Ms. Threlkeld's new profession through a friend. Probably Ms. Threlkeld thought she could keep the home in check to avoid getting her husband worked up from a different continent.
Was able to get back online, and I get on Facebook, and there's some clown on there saying, liking all her skimpy photos.
Skimpy photos.
Was following her. He liked that she was started working at the club. So then I started doing a little bit of research, wondering, who this guy is.
Mhm.
So I went to the phones and I called her and I said, hey.
Huh? Did Ms. Threlkeld mean she was done with Mr. Threlkeld? Or the other guy liking her skimpy photos? That's confusing, but it's certain Ms. Threlkeld didn't appreciate her supposed husband stalking her. But just like Mr. Threlkeld said, a man's gotta find out, so he did what he could do.
She didn't even have the courage or the
Yes,
decency
I
to
did.
tell me. No, your friend's husband told me that she was doing what she's doing because she didn't have the decency to say, hey, I'm doing what I want to do.
Ms. Threlkeld, what? Your husband's overseas, serving his country, serving our country, keeping us all safe.
Oh, okay. Mama Threlkeld clears the air as she explains Mr. Threlkeld mentioned on a call that he was going to send her divorce papers. This was due to the stripping occupation Ms. Threlkeld seemed to love so much, but she claimed she had her reasons.
Argument about you stripping and you hung up.
Yes, Your Honor. We hung up and we said it was done because I wanted to do what I want to do.
Ma'am.
Let me explain.
Okay, now we're getting to the truth.
Okay.
You wanted to do what you wanted to do.
Exactly.
And why is it that you wanted to
Because
strip?
we got married too young.
Mr. Threlkeld used the right word, but it seems Ms. Threlkeld has a different meaning and word for the profession she prefers to practice. Marrying too young or late doesn't make sense as an excuse to be a stripper, but okay, Ms. Threlkeld.
Name's up, everybody's clapping and cheering. They come up to my name and it's just dead quiet. No one was there. So as everybody's getting ready to go home, I'm sitting there with my bags and I didn't even have a phone yet, so I couldn't even call her. So I'm sitting there under a street light with my army bag on one side and a suitcase on the other.
No one was there to clap or cheer for Mr. Threlkeld. That must have been so sad for him. Ms. Threlkeld probably couldn't come to where others were due to her fascinating choice of outfit to the location.
The guy, she hadn't fully admitted that she's been seeing this guy. So I snatched the phone from her and I started going through it. And as I was looking through it, there was a number that she'd called like 13 times. So I called him right back. And he answers the phone, hey, I said, who is this? Are you the one that's been my wife? He said, yes, I've been. And now her defense, she starts laughing saying, I knew he was just going to say that. He's just saying that to make you mad.
Mr. Threlkeld's narration keeps going from sad to a pathetic one. Coming back from a long military mission and having to go through all of that without having a good sleep just yet must be draining. Mrs. Threlkeld thinks a marriage can be over only by saying it's over. Whew, someone needs to register for GED.
That if I get my wife pregnant, she'll stop stripping.
Roger,
because that's going to definitely
what she
be
tells me,
a
kind of like she just said, kind of like how she just said, I'm going to strip and I'm going to do whatever I want because that's what I'm going to do. I said, oh, really? Okay, I'll give you a 9-month break on me. I mean, so...
That wasn't a smart move from Mr. Threlkeld. That is exactly what is causing a paternity issue in Judge Lauren's court. Ms. Threlkeld was hell-bent on stripping to allegedly support her family, so nothing could stop her. To put an end to this conflict, let's get the result.
Mr. Threlkeld, you are Liliana's father.
A man desperately wanting to be the biological father of a child on paternity court happens on very rare occasions, as men prefer to not be associated with the child most of the time. Will Mr. Deggs be fortunate to be the biological father in this case, or otherwise? Let's find out.
Mr. Deggs, you are here today hoping you are the biological father of the defendant's 3-year-old son, Jason. You have petitioned the court for paternity test because you claim your ex, Ms. Guerin, first led you to believe that you were Jason's dad, but when the baby was 6 months old, she confessed that you may not be the biological father.
Mr. Deggs would wish on a star right now to be the biological father of the child, and that's why he's in paternity court. However, Ms. Guerin is not sure of the paternity of her son, as she agreed to having sexual contact with another man during the window of conception, but that was only because Mr. Deggs had stepped out too.
When did you first find out Ms. Guerin cheated on you?
We were together about a year. At the time, we were moving out of my best friend's apartment, and it was just about that I got the truck loaded up with everything, and I went upstairs to grab my last box, and my best friend at the time pulled me aside and told me him and my brother had both slept with me.
Best friend and brother? That's insane. Mrs. Guerin is in the stand talking about her not doing it out of spite or anything. Ma'am, whether that was out of spite or not, that was completely out of line. Maybe his best friend wouldn't be a problem, even though it's also wrong, but brother? Having sexual relations with 2 brothers is wild.
I was lacking affection from him. He was never home. He was always...
I work, Your Honor. I work full time to make sure that her nails and her hair get done.
After he would off work, he never came home, and he left me in the apartment all the time with a roommate that he knew was attracted to me and wanted to be with me.
Mr. Deggs was at work while his girlfriend was getting down with his best friend. Ms. Guerin complains about not getting enough attention and decided to get naked because the best friend made her feel pretty. Maybe if Ms. Guerin had got a job too, she'd be busy and not be looking for that kind of attention.
How did you end up with his brother too?
His brother, I was really young at the time, and
You keep talking about how young you were. If you were so young, you shouldn't be sleeping with everybody. How did you end up sleeping with his brother?
It was an attraction. He was paying me the attention that Jason was not.
Attention? Again? Guess the attention Ms. Guerin was getting from the best friend was not enough, and she had to move to Mr. Deggs' brother too. Mrs. Guerin keeps making excuses about being young and not getting enough attention, while she was also supposed to be working shifts or something.
Pregnant, we had a lot of problems at that time. We had already cheated on each other. And then I met somebody else that was taking care of me, and I ended up sleeping with him while I was with Jason.
When you give birth to the child, he was there.
Yes, he was there.
Okay, Ms. Guerin really has some nerve. Ms. Guerin does not give a damn about whether Mr. Deggs was hurt or not because he cheated after she had cheated. Ms. Guerin does not even seem to care if Mr. Deggs fathered the child or not. That's cold.
Mr. Deggs, now take me to that day where, unfortunately, you got that bomb dropped on you.
I think we were in an argument, and out of nowhere she throws at me, "You're probably not even Jason, the daddy of Jason anyway."
No,
I
did
crumbled
not
right
throw it
there,
at
started
him like
crying.
that. I would never do that.
It's obvious that the child is so important to Mr. Deggs' couple with the fact that he didn't have a father while growing up and he does not want history to repeat itself. On the other hand, Ms. Guerin won't stop looking for men to take care of her better than the previous one.
Why I didn't tell him right away, Your Honor, is because I was truly at a horrible place in knowing what I did. But the reaction that I got from him, he was happy, and we wanted a family. We were together. I did stray away from the
But now you
relationship,
got
and
this
I felt. Can you please let me
new
talk for a
boyfriend
second?
over
I
here
let
trying
you
to
say
say
what
what
you
you
wanted to
Mr. Deggs,
say.
let her talk.
Ms. Guerin says she isn't as cold or callous as it looks because she also wanted a family with Mr. Deggs, but unfortunately, she already strayed from their relationship. Maybe Mr. Deggs straying didn't birth anything outside, but being the woman, Ms. Guerin straying gave birth to a baby with paternity issues.
Your Honor, I've known Jason since we were 13 years old. He's been one of my best friends. And then, yes, we started dating. The minute we started dating, all the problems came. Megan would blow up his phone. She texted him and was like, "You better keep your job, honey, because all I want is your money."
I never,
And she
ever,
was- it was
ever
bad.
said
And she was
that.
like,
Everyone can guess who the parent might be, even without the witness saying it. Mrs. Guerin just wants to play dress up and be taken care of, while Mr. Deggs wants to be an actual parent and a father that he didn't have. It's time to know if Mr. Deggs' wishes would come through.
Mr. Deggs, you are not the father. Boy sitting over here talking about he want to leave a seed in the world because he don't understand the possibilities for his life, and you all arguing back and forth with one another instead of encouraging and empowering these young people. I'm furious. Quiet.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sick of your little nonsense mouth running.
Yes, Your Honor.
You a tall glass of nothing. Sitting up here clowning in this courtroom today, clapping and smiling, acting like a buffoon. I don't think I've ever said this in this courtroom before, Jerome, but I pray he's not this child's father.
This case is crazy because Mr. Howard here might have fathered 2 kids with 2 different women around the same time. But Mr. Howard insists that is fake news, and you might see why as soon as he starts talking. But first, let us hear from Ms. Haysbert, the woman who claims he fathered her child. Here we go.
Okay, Ms. Haber, please tell me how your relationship began.
I met this clown at the Washington Redskins Stadium when we used to work together.
1 second. Let's use respectful language.
We were co-workers, and then after that, we became friends. Like, we used to chill with each other outside of work. It was to the point, like, when something was wrong, he came to me. After that, you know, we started having sex, and we got drunk. And so, yeah, we got drunk and had sex, and that's how I conceived my son.
Wow, that is some intro. So Ms. Haysbert went from just being platonic friends with Mr. Howard to being leg-on-shoulders friends with him. And Mr. Howard has some objections with that version of events. But let us finish with Ms. Haysbert.
He acted like he won the lottery. He was so excited. Oh, Junior. Oh, I can't wait for you to have my son. He was so excited.
Where the money at? Where's the money at if I won the lottery?
As soon as my 5th or 6th month of pregnancy, he wanted to change up the table. He wasn't there. He didn't even come to the doctor's appointment.
At about 6 months. She's alive.
Yes, and that's when the girlfriend started calling my phone, telling me, oh, they're still together, that he never broke up with her, that he lied, basically, that she lived with him, that they lived together.
Around the same time? That is nasty. So he would go to work, be a shoulder for Ms. Haybert to rest her legs on, and then come back to his woman and do the same thing while lying to both of them? I know Mr. Howard does not sound like it, but this dude is a certified playa. Let us see what he has to say.
Did you get 2 girls pregnant at the same time?
Yes, I did, Your Honor, but but I didn't mean to. That's the only thing I can really say. But it happened. But at the same time, she did call me a clown. I want to respect your court, but she looking like one. Like for real.
But she admitted. You found out she was pregnant.
Yes.
When? How? She told you? She called you?
Yeah, she said, I'm pregnant. I said,
No.
Oh, you is? I said, damn. Dude, I said, I'm a man up. I'm a man about mine. I'm going to take care of it.
Wait, if Mr. Howard accepts the pregnancy and says he planned to be there for the kid, why are we here in the first place? What happened to make him change his mind? Let's find out.
She was bouncing around.
I wasn't bouncing. I was only with you. That's you. You were sleeping with me and Kiana at the same time. You had to lie and say that you weren't with her in order for you to even talk to me. Yes, you lied.
Why did I have to
You
lie?
told me that you weren't with her anymore. But yet she was calling your phone, blowing up your phone. You said, I'm only going to be there for the baby. That's why I'm talking to her for the baby. You told me that your daughter wasn't yours because she was sleeping around on you. You told me you didn't even know if the daughter was yours, but now you're claiming her.
Wow, there is a lot of bad blood here. It is almost like Ms. Haysbert cannot believe that she was played by Mr. Howard. And to be honest, what can you say? The dude sounds and looks like a smooth operator. Anyway, she has a lot to say. Let's take a listen.
Like he said that he never told me he loved me, want a relationship. Here you go right here, Yana. He told me he loved me, he don't want to
Jerome,
lose
will
me.
you hand me that?
So, you know.
what is that you have in your hand?
How he was telling me how I'm his life.
Are these the kind of text messages you send to women that are just your friend? Love you, babe. Kiss my son for me.
Kiss my son for me.
You're acknowledging him. How you going to deny him then acknowledge him? Thank you very much.
Okay, since we got so much about my son, since you trying to make it seem like...
What is happening here? First of all, Mr. Howard looks and sounds like he is playing for more than one team, if you get my drift. That is what makes this case so absurd. And what is this business about a dead baby? Let's see.
She want to show stuff about text messages, which that's probably been a brick ago, but somebody sent me a text message, which I knew was her. She tried to make it seem like it was somebody else, but it wasn't, because she plays a lot of games. And she said that my son was dead.
These text messages do indicate that somebody was texting about a baby passing away.
Your Honor, that don't have anything to do with that.
No.
No, I don't know anything about that.
What do you know about
I don't know anything about that. Kiana called me the next day.
Wait, what? That is such a lame excuse. If your child's father asks whether his son is dead or not, the least you can do is say the kid isn't dead. It doesn't matter if the man is there for the child or not. In fact, that sort of response is the response you would expect from someone playing very silly games. Let us hear from the other woman.
This girl is a liar because if she didn't have respect for me, she would have respect for the hell down. It was a week, so I really don't call that as a broke up. For one, she knew we was in a relationship. She knew that. For them to get drunk, she don't have respect for herself to sleep with somebody else's man.
And Mr. Howard, during that time, you were with Ms. Lynch, but you were also with Ms. Haysbert. So Ms. Haysbert was your best friend.
Best friend side chick.
I'm never nobody's side chick, sweetheart.
Phew, this is so chaotic. What is insane is that Ms. Lynch, the second baby mama, basically has no anger for her boyfriend, Mr. Howard, who was the one who got 2 women pregnant at the same time. She only wants to fight with Ms. Haysbert, and now 3 of them want to bring down the roof of the court with all their screaming.
Your son, I'm your woman. That's my son too. I'm not gonna do anything to her.
Not ever. Not ever.
Me. I'm a woman. I'm gonna be a woman about math. I'm strong. I got faith. That's just how I am. So it was times when he came to the hospital, we got him clothes because she didn't have no clothes for him.
He had clothes. He got him hand down. It was my phone. Asking me, are you and Ricardo still messing around? She told me I check his voicemail and text messages. You do too much, sweetheart. You
all
doing
she
too
do
much.
is harass me all day, every day. She texts me.
That is a lot. The funny thing is that these two are fighting over a man that may very well have another man at home with the way he's talking. Anyway, let's see what the DNA test results have to say about this crazy case.
Mr. Howard, you are his father.
So death do us pop, boo.
All right, I'ma
so
be a
it
man.
is what it is.
I'ma be a
don't
man.
call my phone. Don't
I'ma
have
be
that
a man.
little wench over
I'ma
there
be a
call my
man.
phone
I'ma
or
be
text
a
my
man.
phone. You will never see him.
I'ma be a
Never.
man.
Ms. Haysbert, throughout this entire case, I have watched you wear the hurt on your sleeve. All this pouncing around and bouncing that hair and acting crazy.
Mr. King is sure he is the father of Ms. Holmes' 10-year-old child, but Ms. Holmes denies it. Well, for now. You see, Miss Holmes has been playing two sides and hoping she comes out on top. Let us learn more.
Ms. Holmes, you admit you led Mr. King to believing he was your son's father, but you are here to prove you made a mistake.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know who Kevon's dad is, and it isn't Mr. King. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. King, you stated that you're tired of being played.
Yes, Your Honor.
Explain to the court, please.
Ms. Holmes sounds like the sort of woman you'd think does not exist. Can a woman, especially one with such a young child, be so evil? Can she really dedicate her life to using another person? Can she? Well, it appears that she can.
Are you playing both sides of the fence, Ms. Holmes?
Yes. That was.
Well, let's go ahead and be honest then.
I just want Kevon to have what he needs. And when I'm having a hard time and I need something, I know King's gonna give it to me. And it's like when we arguing, I feel some type of way because it's like he throws things in my face like, oh, you know you were sleeping with me and him at the same time, and you know you don't even know if this is my son. So yeah, I text him when I need something because why would I try to build a relationship if you're gonna keep throwing that in my face?
So you're the mother?
Well, at least she's honest. There are many women who do this same thing but never admit it in court. All they do is break down in tears and cry for pity. But Ms. Holmes is just admitting what she is doing. She has not yet accepted that any of this is her fault. Let us see why.
Once upon a time, me and King, we was high school sweetheart. You know, we started sneaking around on the low. Like we would skip school, we'd text each other during class and be like, let's meet at the staircase, you know.
Sexual things at the staircase in high school?
Yes.
No, Your Honor, it's not true. See, can I tell you what happened?
Nope, I was never in class.
And you see how that landed you straight here, right?
Yeah, I see that.
If they were having so much fun, what happened? If you are having such a great time with someone, you usually just stick with them. So why are they in court today? What happened along the way? Let's see.
I'm like, it's been a minute since I seen you. Let me come to Texas and, you know, let's meet up. He was like, sure. So, you know, I go to Texas, we get in the hotel, you know, we having sex like 4 or 5 times a day.
Wait a minute, what happened to let's just meet and go to lunch or go to the movies? I mean, you say you're gonna go to Texas and you just immediately get a hotel room and start having sex?
It's cause when we was in high school, we couldn't do what we wanted. Like, we wanted to go that far, but we never got to it. And it's like when I saw him.
Yeah, this just nasty. So no dates, no movies, no nothing. Just straight to bed to get it up and down 4 to 5 times a day. That is crazy. And it is probably one of the reasons why they are here in the first place.
Not once go out. Like she said, like you said, we went straight to the hotel room and she wanted to get it on. I was like, okay, I was in the mood for it anyway. Cause the hormones are raising.
The hormones were what?
Raising.
They were raising.
Yes.
Not raging.
Yeah, that is another reason why you should have stayed in school, Mr. King. Maybe if you did, you'd know the hormones were raging is the correct term. Anyway, let us get back to the question of this baby. What else do we know?
After you and your boyfriend met up, did you start having sex with him after you had just had plenty of sex with Mr. King?
It was like immediately, like the next day.
You did, Miss Holmes?
Yeah, I did that.
But had 3 days worth of sex with Mr. King. Was that protected or unprotected?
That was definitely unprotected.
Then get back with your boyfriend. You also had unprotected sex with the boyfriend.
Yes.
1 day later.
Yes.
And how soon after that did you find out you were pregnant?
Wow, Ms. Holmes is really a master manipulator. She knew that this kid could belong to Mr. King, yet she told her boyfriend that the kid was his. So if that is how the story started, how did we even get here? How did Mr. King get involved again? Let's find out.
Called me out of nowhere, out of the blue. And she called me, hey, you got a baby on the way. I'm like, what do you mean? We haven't talked, and clearly you got to be back with your boyfriend. So how am I the father?
You thought she was lying?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is interesting. So when you initially call him, Miss Holmes, what do you say?
I said there's no way I'm lying because my conception date is the 28th. And that's exactly when me and you was most.
Are you so convinced that the other guy is the biological father when you admit that you had sex with both men unprotected?
Oh, yeah. She meant exactly what she said. She was a runner, and she was a track star. That means she did not allow Mr. King to finish, so she thinks that method would stop both of them from having a baby. But somehow she was not a track star with her actual boyfriend, which is crazy considering that Mr. King is now the present father. So what happened to the other guy?
The other guy, he had me thinking that we would be a family and...
Oh, the other guy did?
Yeah.
So was the other guy believing that he was the father at the time you gave birth?
No, actually, he got him a new girlfriend. So I try to stay in contact because, like I said, I thought he was the father. And when Kevon was born, I didn't tell King because, I mean, I already had bounced back between two guys. And, like, at the time, I didn't want to talk to King because every time I talked to him, I only used him.
Whew, that was a lot. Ms. Holmes thought she was going to build a life with her boyfriend, but now he is the deadbeat, and the man she left the deadbeat for is the one actually stepping up for the kid. Well, there is only one way to find out the truth, and that is through the DNA test results. So what does the result say? Let's see.
Mr. King, you are not the father. I know that wasn't the answer you wanted, Mr. King. I'm sorry. And Ms. Holmes, I know that was hard for you to hear. I can see the tears in your eyes, Mr. King.
Mr. Boykin claims that Miss Gully was nothing more than a spring fling, and now argues that he would like nothing more than for her to kick rocks. Ms. Gully says that is impossible because he is the father of her child. Here is how that insane case begins.
Your Honor, I'm here to prove and to tell the court and to tell her that I am not the father. I am not Messiah's father. We only had sex a couple times. It was like a summer breeze going through the wind. I actually did not know.
Yes, I am certain my child's father, he's the only man that I've been with during the time that I got pregnant. There's no other guy.
And why do you think he's denying?
I mean, like, I have no idea. He knew.
Okay. It looks like Mr. Boykin's objection rests on the assumption that he only slept with her a few times, but that does not matter at all. It only takes one time to get pregnant. How did they even meet? Let us find out.
We were just friends at the time. I mean, chilling, hooking up, basically having sex.
So this was a sexual relationship?
Yes.
It wasn't a committed relationship, Mr. Boykin?
No, Your Honor.
How'd you meet?
I met her at the store.
Okay.
I met her at the store, you know. Talked to her a couple times. We ended up having sex a couple times. It was just a sex
We
thing.
exchanged numbers.
Oh, you just meet at the store, exchange numbers, then you just had sex?
That was it.
Yes.
What does he mean by how is that? If you sleep with someone in August and they give birth around April, then that was the date of conception. This is so obvious to anyone, but somehow this is extremely confusing to Mr. Boykin. Let's see what his reply to that is.
I am not the father.
He said right off that he wasn't the father, but I told him
Your
that
Honor.
he was the only man that I was with at the time that I conceived.
Do you remember getting that call, Mr. Boykin?
Yes, when she was calling me, asking me for money.
So hold on.
Like it was a relationship.
I never
it
called
was never
that
a
day and
relationship,
asked you
Your
for
Honor.
money.
Do you remember getting the call?
Oh, really? Mr. Boykin now claims that he only knew of the pregnancy after the baby had been born? But if he is truly the father, how come Ms. Gully never got in touch throughout the pregnancy? That does not make a drop of sense, right? Well, it gets worse.
She called me after the day she had the baby in the hospital.
I called him after I had my baby, after I cut him off, months before I had my baby, because all he did was call me, wanted to have sex. That was it. And I was sick and went up for it.
You just said, I don't want to deal with this?
Yes.
Because he wasn't
Yes.
trying to have a relationship.
Right.
Go to dinner, or go to the movies, or anything like that.
Ask me, I'm feeling okay. No.
And that is it. The case is over. Darius 2 told Darius 1 that Darius Jr. wasn't the baby of Darius. And that's it. If only other men had an internal DNA test mechanism like Mr. Boykin here. What is the point of having a DNA test when Darius can just decide which baby is his through a simple conversation? Anyway, it gets better.
Did you finally, after you talked to yourself and you went back and forth, did you finally go up there?
Your Honor, yeah, after I got myself together, I went up there. I hold the baby, I was looking at it, then I looked at her, looking at the baby, looked at her, and I said, no, this ain't my baby.
He
That's
was
how
happy.
I felt.
He stared at him for a minute, then he kissed him. He held him for a minute, maybe like 10 minutes, then he put him back down. And he told me he'll be keeping in touch, and he left.
Phew. Imagine being Ms. Gully here and giving birth. Then the supposed baby father comes into the waiting room, kisses the baby on the head, and tells you he will keep in touch, and then does not keep in touch. That would drive you almost mad. Anyway, Mr. Boykin still planned to do the DNA test, and he came up with this ingenious plan to get it done.
At the DNA test, I said, we're gonna go half. It costs like $135, I think $140 to send back to the lab to get the results.
And I didn't have half.
I said, I was willing to go half if she go half. She didn't go half. You know what she did?
It didn't make sense.
She took the test back. She took the test back on her own without me telling her.
Wait, she took the test back and did what?
That is crazy. Why is everyone clapping? Instead of solving this DNA question once and for all, she took the test bag and bought diapers and wipes with it? Can she not see how this would make Mr. Boykin distrust her even more? And hold on, it gets better.
My point is, that was the moment where you had to have that conversation with yourself and say, well, Darius, if she don't have the money, you might not be able to get this test. Well, maybe you should go on and pay it. Well, maybe I should. You should have went back to talking to yourself and said, you know what, if I'm gonna get the answer to this question that I have, I may have to pay for it. Now I'm concerned about the fact that you are certain you are not this child's father.
I'm certain. She told me it's a possibility.
Wait, hold on. Ms. Gully has testified from the very beginning of this proceeding that there is no other possibility. And now she is telling us that there might be some possibility that we don't know about? Really? Okay, but it gets better. Who is this other man?
He's not the father. Darius is the father. I don't believe the other guy's the father.
Okay, believe is something completely different.
I know Darius is the father.
So who is this other guy?
A long-term friend.
And you were having sex with him unprotected as well?
Yes.
How often were you with that man?
Maybe a few times before I got pregnant.
That is a recipe for pregnancy.
Well, that ought to solve it for us. If this testimony is correct, then Mr. Boykin has to be the father and he has to step up. But if it isn't, well, there's really nothing else to say. It is time for the DNA test results.
Mr. Boykin, you are not the father. You are not the father, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Gully, I could tell that in your mind you had done the calculation and you truly thought Mr. Boykin was your child's biological father.
Mr. Green and Mrs. Green have a very interesting marriage. It is so interesting that it is difficult to know if it is even a marriage at all. Today, Mr. Green is in court to prove once and for all that he isn't the father of Mrs. Green's toddler. Here is how that insane story starts.
I mean, she used to leave me in the house like for numerous amounts of time. Like she'd tell me she'd go into the store for like an hour. She'd be gone for like 2 or 3 hours, then get back. I asked her where she'd been. Like she just been to her girlfriend's house. To her girlfriend's house can mean really her boyfriend's house or both. Like who knows, you know what I mean?
What if the store was just crowded?
I don't think Burger King at 10 o'clock at night is crowded until like 1 in the morning. So this is what made me like not want to be with her. You know what I mean? Like, and then when I did leave, the first time I did leave, I was going to see my other child.
Oh, okay. This does not seem like your standard run-of-the-mill marriage. Mr. Green apparently has another kid that he regularly leaves town to go and see without telling Mrs. Green about it. But that does not seem too troubling, right? Well, let us see.
Another time where like I flew back from Atlanta, like we said we was gonna get it together. You know what I'm saying? I flew back from Atlanta, came in the house,
where he left with another woman in Atlanta. Tell the whole story.
We was broken up. You already had another child by somebody else.
Okay.
So what you mean?
Yes, ma'am, I did. And he would have also had another child during that point. If
Allegedly.
still another child.
Allegedly. That wasn't mine.
There is still another child that is possible.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of marriage is this? How can both husband and wife be having kids with different people while in the same marriage? Why can't they just divorce and get it over with? But it gets worse.
The condom wrapper on the floor. Like one time I came home or whatever from being like out or whatever, out of town or whatever I came, it was kind of wrapped on the floor.
How long were you out of town for? Where were you at when you were out of town?
I was in Atlanta.
Right, in Atlanta, right.
Yeah, I was in Atlanta.
With who?
With my son, moms. But we wasn't together.
So what are you talking about then?
But still, I found the condom wrapper on the floor. You smutty.
Okay, let's get this straight. Were you in Atlanta with your son's mother, or were you in Atlanta visiting your son? There's a difference.
You can't lie that she has a good point. At least she was smart enough to be using condoms while Mr. Green was out there sowing his wild oats anyway, he felt like. So what happens when Mr. Green comes back from Atlanta?
Back for like a month before I found out I was pregnant. I had not been with anyone during the time that this child was conceived besides
Oh, really?
him.
Somebody wasn't calling your phone?
So...
Oh, boy wasn't keep calling your phone?
Do you get pregnant through the phone? Anyway, like I said, I hadn't been with anyone during the time that this child was conceived besides him.
You are certain.
Well, she has a point there. Women definitely don't count as they could not have gotten her pregnant. And she is also correct that she could not have gotten pregnant over the phone, so Mr. Green better find some better evidence. And now he takes us to the barbershops.
My cousin, them telling me that she be on the barbershops all the time, messing with this one, messing with that one. You know what I'm saying? She
now, all of this was happening during the time the baby was conceived?
Yeah, this is all around the same time, yes. This is all around the same time. We was partying, yeah, we was partying, having a good time.
Together.
Or whatever, together. Yeah, we was partying, having a good time together. But at the end of the day, I was about you, and that was that. You was about everything else. I didn't want none of that. You know what I'm saying? That was something that you wanted. That's something you brought the milkshake to the yard. I did not.
Okay.
You did.
All right, cool.
Wait, Did he just say swinging stuff? So the activities they were involved in was swinging? Did we get that correctly? Were they having threesomes and stuff? Let us get clarity here because this is chaotic.
Swinging stuff? No, to a grown man to a sinner. I ain't saying I ain't a sinner, nothing like that.
Okay.
But that was my first like sexual experience with 2 females and all that. She asked for all of that.
He was there,
that was her
though.
people's.
He
that
was
was her
there.
homegirl. Who does that?
He was
You know,
there.
what woman brings another woman into the situation, into the equation?
So
That's
now
what she wanted to do.
you two,
And
as a married
I didn't even like
couple,
the female. Like, I
during
didn't even
the
like the
time-
Oh, he didn't like that female,
Yeah.
but he liked
You
it.
don't have to
Hold on.
advocate
Let's
like
get
word.
some order. Hold on one second, because I'm trying to understand this mess. You come back home, and within 2 weeks to a month,
Exactly. So Mr. Green can scream about a woman being in that situation all he likes, but a woman won't get Mrs. Green pregnant, so that is basically irrelevant. But does Mr. Green care? Let us find out.
man are you accusing her of sleeping with during the time this child was conceived?
She told me she was sleeping with somebody else. She told me that. She told me she could be pregnant with him.
Okay.
She told me she could be pregnant by him. That's the whole situation.
All right, and that's why you have your doubt.
Yes, she
So,
told me.
Mrs. Green, did you tell your husband that while you were gone, I was sleeping with another man and that man could potentially be the father?
And that settles it. Mrs. Green may have cheated on her husband who cheated on her first, but she certainly would not pass off another man's kids as his own. That is her testimony. Now let us get to more juicy detail.
You might be pregnant. Like, before
Okay.
you told me you might be pregnant by somebody else. You told me that.
Really?
Before I even flew back there. Yes, you did.
Okay.
You told me that.
Okay, you just now saying that she told you that she may be pregnant before you ever flew back from Atlanta?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you said before that she told you 2 weeks after
Thank you.
you got back.
That's
So
when she told me she was pregnant. I mean, she told me this will happen.
So this is just so messy. At this point, I am kind of wishing the kid belongs to neither of them because both of them are so messy. This cannot be a healthy environment to have a child. And it gets worse. Here is what Mr. Green's witness has to say. And his name is Mr. Concepcion? Really? That is a little bit too on the nose, but let us see what Mr. Concepcion has to say.
Holds bald. Everything is a go, basically.
sexually.
Everything is a go, yes.
Understood. Multiple partners.
Vegas in the bedroom.
What are you saying about Mrs. Green? What do you know?
I mean, once he told me that she was pregnant and he was bouncing back and forth, you know, I got friends all over the place. I got cousins in Charlotte. They bouncing back and forth. My cousin got a house in Jacksonville. So I gave him a call and I'm just like, you know, just asking Joe GP to see, you know, if she ringing like that, like he claimed, you know what I mean? I want to see what's going on. So I called my man.
Yeah, she is turned up, but being turned up does not really mean anything here. People who are turned up can still have kids by their husbands, so the DNA test is really the only way to determine this case. Let us see what the test has to say.
Mr. Green, you are the father.
Now turn up to that. Turn up now.
That's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. That's all I want. I don't know why you all mad. Like, come on. You shouldn't be surprised.
I'm not surprised, are you?
You shouldn't be surprised. You shouldn't be surprised that I said something.
I don't
like,
even
come
care.
on.
I don't even care. It's okay. I just need my paperwork.
Let's get some order.
Mr. Jordan says he was tricked by Ms. Heim into signing a birth certificate. He says if he knew then what he knows now, he would have never signed the birth certificate no matter what. Here is how that case begins.
You admit to being unfaithful to Mr. Jordan, but say he is Caitlin's father. You say Mr. Jordan abandoned you and your daughter, and you intend to prove paternity today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Jordan, you say Ms. Heim tricked you?
Yes.
Explain.
She tricked me into thinking that I was the father. She tricked me into thinking that Caitlin was my first daughter. She tricked me into thinking that the other guy had done got a paternity test on Caitlin.
Mr. Jordan is convinced that Ms. Heim is the devil herself. He says she is a conniving trickster who tricked him into doing everything and anything that comes out of her mouth is a lie. Let us see what Ms. Heim thinks about that.
Being deceitful, Ms. Heim.
No, ma'am. He's a great father, and I only had sex with one man when we were together, and I had sex with him one time, but we've been messing around for 7 years, and I never became pregnant. I met Chris, and all of a sudden I came pregnant, so I know Chris is the father.
So wait, you're saying that you were only having sex with one other man?
Well, how does she know that he is the father? Was it revealed to her in a dream? Did her baby tell her who the father is? How does she know? Or does she just want this court to take her words for it? Let's see.
This is where it goes wrong. Her and the family member gets into like an altercation or whatnot, like an argument. It wasn't even an altercation, an argument.
And it was like they started like throwing dirt on each other, you know what I mean? So she said something about this family member's in front of this family member's boyfriend or whatever. It's very funny, but you know, you can say whatever. But as she was saying it, she pulls out the phone and she started showing me. I could pull it up. She
Chris
pulls
was a good
up
person.
pictures of the other guy and my daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like having moments together or
Wait, what? Paternity court is no stranger to ignorant family members making crazy comments, but someone actually pulling up pictures of the other guy spending time with someone's daughter? That is no longer an ignorant comment. That is what we like to call a paternity doubt in this business, and it gets worse.
Yeah,
and this evidence you submitted is one of the pictures.
Yeah, and as you can see right here, Your Honor, like I don't like to say people look alike, but I'm like, yo, it's a lot of
You know who this man is, Miss Heim?
That's the guy I had sex one time with when I met Chris. That's the one that I was having sex since 2010.
So what was Caitlyn doing on his lap?
My family members are messy, so when I drop her off on the weekends, I don't know what they do.
She does not know what they do? What? What does her family members have to do with having your baby on another man's lap? Would they really do that if they did not have Ms. Heim's blessing? Let's see.
Hey, get over there. Did you take her over there?
That time I did on that couch.
That time? So it's been more than one time?
No, that was the only one
Your
time.
Honor, I object.
What was your point of having the baby have this relationship with Santavius that he's calling her his baby?
I didn't tell him that. I told him I was pregnant.
Miss Heim, I'm
his.
gonna need you to tell me what the deal is.
That is about the lamest excuse I have ever heard. So you were sleeping with this man, got pregnant, told him you got pregnant, and then brought your kid over to him for little play dates. Now you expect him not to think he is the father of the child? Really? And it gets even worse.
So I feel like he assumed that it was his, but it's not his, it's Chris' baby.
Your Honor, I object. I'm sorry.
You know what? Hold on. I'm about to object too, and I'm up here on this bench. Do you believe Caitlyn is your daughter?
Yes, that's my baby. She told me when she got pregnant, she like, I'm pregnant. I'm like, what you telling me for? She like, well, it's not Chris, because me and Chris been together a year and a half, and we ain't got pregnant. Soon you touch me, I get pregnant.
No, he's lying. When I came back in town in April.
This is crazy. Ms. Heim might not speak loudly, but she already sounds like one of the most manipulative women we have ever had on this show. And it gets worse because Mr. Knight has other things to say.
She told me that it was my baby. She said, I'm pregnant. I said, what you telling me for? She said, cause it's young. Telling me I love you when you get home. I let somebody else sign a birth certificate. I'm gonna fix it when you get home. Did it in third. I'm like, okay, say no more.
She let somebody sign the birth certificate, but she's gonna fix it when you get home.
Yeah.
No.
Miss Heim, what kind of game you running?
I ain't running no game.
Good game. Fact. He ain't lying.
So how often do you see Caitlyn?
I see Caitlyn when he ain't got her, or the people who at the school ain't got her.
Pure insanity. We have seen women lie to one man about a kid being theirs or not being theirs. But it is rare to see one woman lie to two men that the same kid belongs to them. And Ms. Heim has never been confronted about it till today. Let's see what else she is hiding.
So why did you tell Mr. Knight he was the biological
I did not.
father?
I said I was pregnant.
Where's he getting all these stories about making the birth certificate right and all of this?
I don't know. I called him when I found out I was pregnant and told him that I was pregnant.
Did you
So
tell him
after
you were
that-
going to make the birth certificate right?
I don't remember that, Your Honor.
But the conversation about the birth certificate would happen after Caitlyn was born. So you're still having conversations with him after Caitlyn's born.
Really? She told both of them the same thing? Well, both of them cannot be Caitlyn's father. So Ms. Heim was definitely lying to one of them. I think it is time to find out who she was lying to.
Mr. Knight is the father of the child, Caitlyn Jordan. It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you are Caitlyn's biological father.
Mr. Jordan claims that he knew he was not the father of Ms. Valentine's kid when he found out that she had been cheating on him. Ms. Valentine, on the other hand, claims that Mr. Jordan is just denying her kid because she does not want to be with him. Let's see how that story begins.
Valentine, tell the court, why did you open today's case?
Because I know 100% sure that Michael is the father of my baby, Michael.
So, Mr. Jordan, you don't believe you are little Michael's biological father?
No, not at all. That's not my kid.
That's a lie. Because this whole pregnancy and after birth, you begged me to name him after you. And you've been there through my pregnancy, and you've been there after he was born. I mean, you cut his cord. So if you want to keep lying in front of this judge...
Wait. What does she mean by it is going to cause problems for him outside the courtroom? Does she want to jump him? That would be crazy, but this is paternity court. We are used to crazy. How did this duo even meet?
Went on a dating app, okay? I went on a dating app because I was looking for a one-night stand because that's all it was supposed to be. So, I was on the dating app and I saw Mike and I swiped right on him and apparently he had swiped right on me as well. So, I like my man. I like him with a dash of ugly and stuff. And it's like, he fit the description because he had a beautiful smile, but he had a little dash of ugly. Dash, he's still a very handsome man and he has a very beautiful smile, but he still has a dash of ugly.
A dash of ugly? What? Okay, that is definitely a first. She is basically saying she likes men that are a little bit ugly? Why would she say something so crazy? What exactly is going on here? And it gets worse.
So how soon after you swipe did you meet him?
The same night. It was the same night.
Yeah.
It was the same night. Like
We
I
did
paid
what
for
we
his
did
cab.
that night, yep.
I sure did. I paid for his cab to
Yeah, I
come over
think
my
you sure
house
did.
because it was gonna go on my terms. Like I paid for it so he can come, and it was the very same night. Like I said, it was only supposed to be a one-night stand.
If she gonna do it for me,
But wait, now Miss Valentine, you wasn't paying for no taxi for no man you saw on a dating website.
Yeah, I think we can all see that you were not really thinking. That is why you are both in paternity court. So they had protected contact that night. But what of other nights? Let's find out.
We had sex a lot more. We started hanging out some. He came over one night and he was eating my. Then we did have unprotected sex that same night.
All right, she lying. She lying for a fact. That is not true, Your Honor. You really gonna lie like that?
Oh, you want to say that
You
I'm
really
lying?
gonna lie like that?
You want to say that I'm lying?
Never had
Just
that ever
let it
happen.
go. Just
That
let it
has
go.
never
'cause it
ever
did
happened
happen.
in your life.
It did happen
You
on
wish you
several
did.
occasions.
That's what happened. You wish you did.
It happened on several
Yes, and you wish
occasions.
it happened.
It happened on several occasions.
No, never happened.
Mr. Jordan here is more outraged by the fact that Ms. Valentine insists that he gave her a blowjob than by the fact that she claims her son belongs to him. That is a strange list of priorities. But hey, that is what you get on paternity court. Now what next?
I came home one night and she had somebody living with her. I ain't never met
Oh,
the man
you're
one day
lying.
in my life.
No, you're lying.
Wait,
You're
you
lying.
said
you
you
didn't
came
come home one night
Yes, I
because
came
you never
home
lived
one night.
with
She
me.
didn't even know I was coming. I just knocked
You're
on
a
the door.
lie. Because every
I
time you
knocked-
came over,
I
you
knocked
called
three
my
times.
phone.
Hey,
No,
let me
because
talk.
you're sitting here lying.
I'll let you talk. Let me talk.
Okay, so you came to her house
Yes, ma'am.
one
My
day
house.
unannounced.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what happened?
Well, I'm knocking on the door. Nobody coming. The light's off upstairs. Next, I see a light come on.
Well, the answer to that is simple, Mr. Jordan. The man just wanted to watch Stephen A. Smith do his thing. Whom amongst us wouldn't mess up sheets while watching ESPN at the home of someone we are babysitting for? Come on, dude. This happens all the time, right? Well, Mr. Jordan ain't buying that. So what happened after that?
Anyway, after that happened, we had unprotected sex that same night, and I did not talk to her no more for 2 weeks because of that.
Wait,
Oh, you're lying.
wait. You got into the sheets. You thought another man had just got out of?
It was on the counter. It was on the counter, Your Honor.
Why did I ask?
It was on the counter.
Why did I ask?
It was.
After that, I would not talk to her. Then she came to me with a paper, and she said, "Come here, I gotta show you something." She showed me the
You
pregnancy
lied.
test. She showed me a couple of them.
This is so chaotic, but Mr. Jordan is weaving some really crazy tales here. So he wants us to believe that he did not talk to her anymore because she had a man over, but still slept with her that day? Really? That is what we should believe? Let us see what Ms. Valentine had to say about this mystery man who came over.
And was there. I had a 3-bedroom townhouse at the time, so I had only one TV. So if him and my son wanted to watch TV, they were gonna have to watch my TV because there was no other one.
My witness told me
And this
he seen multiple men coming out.
Hold on. This select witness that he bring with him today, I didn't meet till I was already.
Men coming in and out of her house. Multiple occasions.
Your Honor.
On multiple occasions, Your Honor.
Wow, she is really loud. So Ms. Valentine saved a man's number as Pizza King and he kept texting her? Am I tripping right now, or did this woman think she'd get away with saving her side dude's number with a fake fast food chain? And yeah, it gets even worse.
Who is Pizza King?
Some boy I ignore because he blows my phone up.
She tried to cover up. Absolutely.
What
Yes,
did you
Your Honor.
see her
I never
texting
did.
to Pizza King?
They was talking about linking up, meeting up at the house. That she supposedly don't bring men over.
So what did
this-
you read?
You were the only man that was there.
What did you read?
It was like baby, like just emojis and
You,
stuff like that.
oh,
Like,
you are
not
such
come
a
over.
liar. You are
Why would I lie
such a
about
liar. You've been lying this whole time
The
we've been
baby is
here, so
Pizza
why
King. The
not
baby
keep
probably
lying?
Pizza King.
This is crazy. These two are just screaming over each other for no reason. Ms. Valentine insists that Mr. Jordan is a liar and is only doing this to hurt her. Well, if she is correct, then the child has to be Mr. Jordan's. Well, let us find out what the DNA test says.
3-month-old Michael Jordan. It has been determined by this court Mr. Jordan, you are the father.
I take care of those children. I pray with those children.
Were you involved with another man?
Me and Mr. Brown we were on a break.
The court session of Mr. Brown and Miss Lever begins with an emotional father explaining how he believes he is the biological father of the defendant's daughter, Jira, who she says is not his daughter.
Your Honor, I know that I'm Jira's father. I mean, from the very beginning. That's my heart. When Mom couldn't be there, I was there.
He is not her biological father?
Yes, Your Honor. He is not biologically her father.
Thus, we might infer that people's motives for thinking what they say are valid. And let us just focus on the idea of why the defendant, Miss Lever, believes that Mr. Brown is not the biological father.
You slept with another man?
I slept with my ex. My ex and I, we were intimate at the hospital during that time.
At the hospital?
This is distressing. Although Judge Lauren just brought up something that we've all been pondering, Mr. Brown also asserts that they had intercourse on the same dates. How is sexual activity performed in a busy hospital?
How do you have sex in a busy hospital?
It occurred. During that time, we were both dealing with a situation that was very detrimental, and during that time, we basically bonded. And
by telling Mr. Brown right on that Jira is not his daughter, Miss Lever hoped to clear up any confusion. Jira is not the only child in doubt, though. Let's take a sneak peek into this developing twist.
Even when we broke up, Your Honor, we were still intimate.
Mr. Brown, do you believe you are Genesis' biological father?
No, I do not.
Oh, you do not believe?
No, I do not, Your Honor. Genesis was conceived, Your Honor. Miss Lever was involved with another individual that I saw with my eyes personally.
Miss Lever asserted that Mr. Brown is financially weak and that he is only here playing daddy because she has nowhere else to go. Calling him manipulative, she vented all out in front of the courtroom.
Hurts
I
my
am
children.
miserable as hell. 8 years. I'm tired of this.
When I left, Your Honor, when I left the first time, Your Honor, there's a big difference in being a father outside of the house and being in the house.
No, there is. But you can also have your own house and have your children in your own house.
Say that again, Your Honor.
But screaming and yelling won't solve anything. This broken relationship was at the mercy of the DNA envelope. They both were sure of what they had to say, and the truth was just seconds away. Let's see what fate the results hold.
In the case of Brown versus Lever, as it pertains to Jira Lever, it has been determined by this court, Mr. Brown, you are not the father.
How would you feel if the man you've always believed to be your biological father came out and denied it? Miss Cheryl Rubens was standing in front of Judge Lake with her other 2 siblings, demanding her alleged father set the record straight once and for all.
When did the defendant start denying he was your father?
He always denied me.
And how did you feel about it?
I didn't like it at all because that was my little sister.
Mr. Davis, is this true?
Yes, it is.
It is?
It is.
It is simply unacceptable to take your frustration with the mother out on the children. But in Mr. Davis's defense, the mother was too fast to be trusted. And this comment made siblings go ballistic mid-trail. It was like no side was ready to go easy on each other.
You were her father in particular?
Not necessarily her.
All the children?
You're correct.
Did you express this concern to her?
No, I didn't express it to her.
You just always kept it to yourself?
I kept it to myself.
However, when the Rubens interpret a question posed by the judge, Mr. Big Daddy also loses his temper. Come on, people, you are in the courtroom, not your backyard. As the saying goes, a leopard doesn't change its spots. To this act, the judge had to do some schooling, which took about a minute.
Were you talking to me?
I was talking to you.
Then shut up.
Now you no.
You shut up.
Mr. Davis, first of all, I control this courtroom. Now you can take it to the street and you'll be out on the street, because we're not gonna act a fool in here.
Well said, Lauren. Anyways, after this, Daddy goes on claiming that he wasn't an angel himself and was also sniffing caves. Yet both the parents seesaw back and forth, and their swindling and commitment issues had destroyed 3 innocent lives.
Right. After my first child, like I said, when I met her, and she had 3 kids before I met her.
That has nothing to do with what's going on now.
While we was having a relationship, I don't believe I believe the judge was talking to me.
Why make broken promises then?
He claims it's out of goodwill, but it has to stand on its bottom like every tub does. Mr. Davis was questioned by Judge Lauren over his worries regarding either his inheritance from his illness or the bill for child support. He responded by sounding something like this.
The DNA test and wanting to know whether or not you're really their father, is this really about the illnesses, or is this about this huge
It's both.
child support debt?
It is both. It is both,
Which one
regardless
weigh
of what
the
they want to
most?
see,
Child support?
and neither one outweighs the other.
The DNA result was all that mattered to the broken family because no one was willing to take any leniency from one another. The only truth is what binds people when love and respect are not present. Let's get right to it.
It has been determined by this court, Mr. Davis, are her father.
You already knew that. already knew that.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Child support. Here I come.
I don't worry about it. Come with it.
Become a man and take responsibility for yourself, or prepare to pay $5,000. Miss Poyer filed a lawsuit against her son, Mr. Poyer, for unpaid rent and utilities, but she needs Judge Lauren for help talking some sense into the spoiled brat.
My son, he's lazy, not want to do anything, not want to help me or help me pay any bills.
You know what I'm saying? And then she comes at me with this, I'm lazy, but you're the same person who'll get off the train on your way home and walk past 5 stores and come upstairs and go, you go to the store and buy me a soda and a bag of chips. Didn't you just walk past the store?
So the Big G's mama is doing all the hustling to put food on the table. Mr. Poyer is lucky his mama got no voice or else she'd be screaming at him. Furthermore, admitting that her attitude might be challenging, the mama has some serious issues. But listen to what Mr. Lazy Bones has to say.
I'm gonna sit back. And it got to a point where I started to feel a way about certain little things, such as I'm at home and I'm watching television and you walk in the house. And now you don't want to watch what I'm watching, so I have to stop everything I'm doing and focus on what you want to watch on television.
Yeah, you do.
What a drag, after admitting in court that she had expelled her son from the nest. And it had been 3 years since they last spoke. Miss Poyer passionately expressed to the judge her desire for her child to have the greatest life possible. Let's have a peek at how it went.
Mom, I didn't get paid this, that, and the other, but yet still, you going in there to find your little roll up and your little, to do your business.
You say he did not contribute. You say you have cable bills.
Cable bill, I have rent.
Did you bring that to the court today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
If the team up between Miss Poyer and Judge Lauren wasn't enough for Mr. Lazybones, there is another teacher in the picture that has her side of the story when it comes to Mr. Poyer.
My main concern, the reason why I'm here, is because he's going out smoking marijuana.
The worst thing I've ever done was smoke weed and hop a turnstile when I was 17. Leave it alone. Let it die already.
Okay.
Let it die. I don't understand.
Man, give me a break. Aren't those classic concerns of black parents? Smoking marijuana, hopping turnstiles, and the cherry on top, a girlfriend whom they think is a bad influence. But wait, more facts come to light after the lip-pierced girlfriend is presented in the courtroom.
Y'all make $150 a week. From what I gather, you live with your mother?
Yes.
You pay your mother?
Yes.
He pays your mother?
Yes.
Oh!
So why he can't pay her?
Did you just state to this court that you're working and you are paying her mother?
At this point, so in exchange for her residence, he pays his girlfriend's mother. He had the opportunity to help his mother in some way. Simply tragic that. He needed some clarification on a few topics, which Judge Lauren had to provide him.
You a grown man living like a kid. You should have been out a long time ago. You wouldn't have been able to live in my house growing up if you didn't keep a steady job. Now, what is very interesting to this court, and I see to your family as well, when you leave the nest, suddenly you begin to live up to your potential.
With all arguments out on the table, it was time for Judge Lauren to settle the score between mother and son as enough schooling was done. We had to come to the conclusive part because these people be going nowhere with their feud.
Hey, remember, I want you to do something. May I hug him, please?
You absolutely can.
Do you remember it? This is what I most remember. Give me some nose.
Miss Poyer, with that said, what is your decision?
I'll let this one ride.
I thought so. I'll do the honors for you.
As the sole provider for her 2-year-old daughter, Ameri, Miss Hubbard comes to paternity court furious and seeks to prove the defendant, Mr. Watson, is the biological father. With good old reality TV drama, the trial begins on this note.
So if you say he knew about her, has he been helping you?
No, ma'am. No, he hasn't contributed to anything. He hasn't done anything for her. Nothing.
You're doing this by yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I'm taking care of my 5 children and my disabled mother by myself.
Ms. Hubbard was so frustrated by the fact that she confessed to even making the defendant responsible for not showing empathy regarding the ongoing situation. However, she claimed that for 2 years, Mr. Watson didn't even attempt to provide for young America. She even sold his outfit for $100 to help with the child's expenses.
Have you done anything for this child?
No, ma'am, I haven't done anything for the child.
You admit you've done nothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that, sir?
Because I don't think this is my baby.
You don't.
It is not my baby, because she lied.
But your
about
You
the
had
date.
sex with Miss
But
Hubbard,
your family
right?
Right,
members
but she
Did
left
you use
her.
protection?
No, ma'am.
Oh boy. Nevertheless, why wasn't Mr. Watson focused? What caused all the uncertainties in his mind about the child? Apart from having to experience animosity from Miss Hubbard, he brought a calendar he had created with information on her pregnancy before the court. Here is how it all started.
But you would have been about ready to have the baby. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's lying. I told him when I knew for sure that I was pregnant in March, that's when I told him that I was pregnant.
Did she say she was pregnant in March?
She told me that she was pregnant. She was 3 months pregnant. I was like, oh, okay, so I know she probably be pregnant because we did have unprotected sex, so I rolled with it.
So now messing with the convincing dates is equivalent to messing with your child's future? Mr. Watson further justified the doubts by presenting the court with her diary in which Miss Provider has been collecting condom wrappers from her previous sexual encounters. Damn, that's nasty.
I flipped to another page, it had a condom pack on it. And explaining the dude that she had sex with, how his sex was and everything. Okay, I flipped to another page, flipped to another, was another condom pack right there. So I'm like,
on the diary?
Right.
Okay, let me flip through. Oh, and some of the pages stuck together. I'm done with
I ain't touching that ever, but never mind. Cutting to the chase, all of the other family members, Miss Hubbard said, are convinced it is his child, but he denies it. She also wants a DNA test to force him to step up and support his daughter.
He keeping her waiting. He don't even want her around his other kids. He don't even claim her. Sometimes he claim on Facebook, then he get mad, that ain't his baby, then he make a show about it. But that's his child.
Your Honor,
Now only one thing was left, to restore the trust between this couple. And yes, that's right, the DNA results. So why wait? Judge Lauren is efficient when it comes to calling the shots. Here is how it went.
Mr. Watson, you are Amiria's father.
Deadbeat. Like I told you. Nope. I'm sorry.
In this paternity dilemma, Mr. Matlock came home from a trip to find his girlfriend pregnant, whereas Miss Monroe admits she invited her ex to stay over when he was away. Despite knowing this, Mr. Matlock forgave the woman, but since now there is a child in the mix, his love has changed.
She moved her ex into our home.
In a week?
In 1 week, Your Honor.
At what point do you find out that she's moved another man into the house?
From her.
Yeah, I told you. At least I was honest.
Miss
Monroe. I was honest.
In her defense, Miss Monroe claimed that while he was gone, she kept calling and Mr. Matlock never replied to her. Hence, she thought he's not coming back. Oh, God. That isn't how a relationship works, lady.
So I'm gonna move somebody into the house.
Sunday
Who'd
to
you move
Saturday,
in?
One of my exes.
One of your exes. Now you didn't decide just to date him, you decided to actually move him right on in.
He wasn't.
All right, and so I assume there was a sexual relationship going on at this time as well.
Yes.
Wait, what? She simply said that he never called, didn't she? This woman, however, contradicted herself. In addition, Mr. Plaintiff should clarify how he has known her since he was a little boy. Hence, he planned to forget everything and move on. But fate had stored some twists and turns for him.
I get a phone call from my sister. What's up?
You ain't who
May
you
pregnant.
pretended to be.
Whoa, what you mean May pregnant? I just talked to her on the phone.
I told you that.
You didn't tell me that. You told me that after I talked to my sister, and you told my sister that you were pregnant, that she was pregnant. I get back, we sit down, we have the discussion. I asked her point blank, am I the father of the child? Who's the baby daddy?
Honest, right?
She
And
looked at me and said,
I was honest.
you're not the father. Real talk.
Sounds really messy. Why hide the pregnancy, Miss Monroe? Anyways, she did confess to Mr. Matlock that it's his baby, but that's also another story. And Mr. Matlock is all in with his dates.
Was the last week in August that we see here in green. And you claim that her ex was intimate with her during the beginning
weeks
of
before
August, which is indicated in yellow. And that's the month of conception.
You don't move
but
nobody in within a
either
week.
way,
It wasn't a week, it was a month.
it's easy to see through your visual that this could be.
Well, amidst all the drama happening on deciding the paternity of the child, Mr. Matlock wasn't a deadbeat, and he kept on paying the child support. This was all happening while he was unsure, and the baby mama seems to not even appreciate that.
I missed my court date and I was a father by default. I have evidence to prove that, Your Honor.
The bottom line is when that court date came up, Mr. Matlock, you're saying you never got notice of when your court date was. So you didn't show you weren't there.
I was at work.
By default,
I am the father.
you were determined to be the father.
I am the father.
Whoa, becoming the father by default, and the mother acting all shady. Well, it was time for Judge Lauren to commence the action, set things straight manually, so she pulled the curtain on the mystery by calling in for results.
When it comes to 5-year-old Kenya Monroe, Mr. Matlock, you are not.
I knew it. Go find your baby daddy. Put somebody else on child support. I want my money back. I told you I wasn't the father of that child.
Mr. McCray, until she was 10 months old, you were her
father.
Yes,
ma'am.
Tell me about that.
I changed her, I played with her, I fed her, and I just missed that. I want something that's my own.
Mr. McRae is not playing around today. He's standing firm, swearing up and down that this baby is his, and he is not here for Ms. Moore suddenly flipping the script and shutting him out. But Ms. Moore, oh, she is not budging. She's drawing the line in the sand, declaring that the child belongs to her husband and her husband only. The tension? Palpable. The drama? Off the charts. Somebody pass the snacks. This is getting good.
When she was pregnant and she told me she was pregnant, I just looked in shock like, what? Really?
Well, were you having sex?
Oh yeah.
Were you using protection?
Nah.
Well, then why were you so shocked?
Because I was told I was able to have children.
I mean, seriously? Either Mr. McRae has a second career as a novelist, or these two just refuse to see eye to eye on anything. This entire situation is a train wreck. And now they're hauling the debris straight into paternity court. So what's the truth? Is Mr. McRae spinning a wild tale, or does he actually have a point? Because right now it's feeling less like a paternity case and more like a plot twist waiting to happen.
At the time you signed this, you had no doubt you were the biological father?
I had no doubt.
So, Ms. Moore, why is his name listed as the legal father on her birth certificate if you say you knew he was not the biological father?
Because while I was drugged up in the hospital, he had signed the paper.
Wait a minute. This man truly believes he can't have kids, yet he's out here fighting tooth and nail for this baby like his whole future depends on it? Someone, please connect the dots for me. Is this about proving a point? A deep-rooted need to be a dad? Or is there some crucial detail we're all missing? And let's be real, at this point, do these two even agree on what day it is? Because all I'm seeing is pure, unfiltered chaos.
You cut the umbilical cord?
Yes,
Yeah, he cut it, but he was sitting on the side.
Well, wait a minute, Ms. Moore. Now, hold on, because I know, wait a minute, I've been a mother in a hospital. Now, if this is not your husband, you weren't married to him, right? And you say you didn't believe he was the biological father of this child. He said he wasn't leaving unless a body bag took him out or security.
Right.
Oh, Ms. Moore, honey, this is not looking good for you. You mean to tell me this man was by your side, taking care of you, present at the hospital, and even in the delivery room? But now you're out here claiming he has nothing to do with the baby? Meanwhile, where was your actual husband during all of this? Because right now, the optics are not working in your favor.
And it looks like she's doing the airplane with her daddy. And
she threw up on me after that.
That is definitely a consequence of the airplane that daddies often learn. But this is a beautiful picture.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Moore, at this time, when this picture was taken, had you told Mr. McRae that DeMiracle was not his biological child?
Yeah, I told him he still wasn't leaving. He said he had a bond, but he just wanted to be with me, and I do not want to be with him.
Exactly. If Mr. McRae wasn't supposed to be involved, then why was he front and center for the birth? Cutting umbilical cords, playing the doting father, he was all in. And yet, Ms. Moore keeps insisting she didn't want him there. Girl, make it make sense. So where was her husband during all this? Off running errands? Taking a personal day? The math is just not adding up.
After she kicked me out, she moved the other guy in the day of she kicked me out.
Not the very next day, and the other guy is my husband, and I knew since I was 5 years old.
I've never seen his face until I got kicked out.
Oh, now this is rich. Ms. Moore is out here acting like Mr. McRae pulled off some covert Mission Impossible break-in just to snap pictures of himself with the baby? Ma'am, be serious. If you really didn't want those photos to exist, they wouldn't exist. And of course, these two have completely opposite versions of what happened. Because at this point, why would they agree on anything? Predictable, yet still completely messy.
He broke up with the other girl.
Right.
And then you all resumed.
Resumed our kindle our relationship back.
And it is your testimony that it's during that window of time when DeMiracle was conceived.
Right.
How old was DeMiracle when Mr. Moore, when your husband broke up with the other girl?
3 months.
Wow. So she and her husband were both together and then they were not. Then they were together and now there's a baby? Isn't that just precious? So she does not know who the father of the baby is now. Even Mr. McRae admits that that is one hell of a messy situation. Poor man, he got involved in these two's business. Extremely nasty business, mind you.
Because I know for a fact, I know, everyone was telling me, people that didn't know me, that people that did know me. Man, I don't care what y'all think, because y'all wasn't there when I was there. You don't know what I was going through, so I'm gonna believe what I believe.
I mean, when you cut a child's umbilical cord, when you are there at the birth of a child and you think that child is yours, you formed a bond. Whether anybody likes it or not, you formed a bond.
Because when the baby was born, I looked and was like, the baby came out of that?
Hold on. Run that back. So she kicked one man out just to bring another one in? Let me get this straight. She had a whole boyfriend living with her, gave him the best boot, and then slid her husband right into place like it was nothing? And now she's trying to act like this is just everyday behavior? Oh, please. Married or not, that's some Olympic level cheating, and everybody knows it.
Mr. Moore, what would you like to add?
If I write my name, okay, my biological name on the certificate. Now, mind you, you said it's supposed to be a mutual agreement, right? I wake up from being on anesthesia, and then I see a whole another man's name, aside from just the fact that the last name that I want her to have of mine on this piece of paper.
Oh, this poor man. Whether or not this baby is his, Mr. McRae truly believes it is, and you can't help but feel for him. Ms. Moore led him to believe he was the father, had him in the delivery room, cutting cords, signing birth certificates, and now she's acting like he just made it all up? That's just cold. This man was all in, and now she's flipping the script like none of it ever happened? Oh, come on. Let's even see the results.
The biological father is Mr. Moore. He is the biological father.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you accept that?
I can accept it hurts.
I know.
I gotta move on. She's still pretty to me.
Of course she is.
Because I was in foster care. I didn't know my father. I don't even know my dad. He walked in this room right now. And for her to be confused and not knowing who her dad is, and me being there, getting that ball with her.
Oh, now we're talking. Judge Lake has had enough of the back and forth, and she is coming for Ms. Moore with receipts. That whole sob story about how Mr. McRae was never in her life and never involved? Yeah, that's looking real shaky right now. Girl, who do you think you're fooling? But enough of the theatrics. It's time for real life. All we can do is hope that this cheating wife has learned some lessons today.
Find the legal resolution that will serve DeMiracle. So, Mr. McRae, I'm sorry this day did not go the way you had hoped. With this child, you broke a generational curse.
Ms. Prowl, $75 in back child care expenses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Should one of three be identified as your baby's biological father?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Morton is asking the court to grant her $475 in unpaid child care expenses, but only if one of three men is confirmed as the father of her baby. Among the potential candidates, Ms. Prowl is already washing his hands of the situation. He argues that with so many possible fathers in the picture, the chances of him being the one are far too slim.
In this situation, I was under the impression that was, me and her pretty much against the world, I've come to find out that she's slept around with one guy, then another guy. I'm just perplexed about the situation. I don't know who the father is of this child. This is why I'm here.
Let me first hear how you met and how did you all get in a relationship?
They're about maybe a month or two before I started working there.
So Mr. Morton and Ms. Prowl were an item, all fine and dandy, until Ms. Prowl found out she wasn't exactly exclusive. Now, if she had kept it faithful, he wouldn't even be questioning whether little Ethan was his. But surprise, surprise. Turns out she had quite the social calendar, and now paternity is a guessing game. Time to hear how Mr. Morton spins this one.
The relationship was going wonderful. Now, a couple of months in, I'm finding out there's another.
What evidence do you have of that?
On his Twitter account. He's talking to a young lady that I can't say in
sexual
court.
Things.
Yes.
Ah, yes, the classic revenge cheating move. When will people realize this never actually works? She thought he was cheating, so she decided to get even by doing the same thing. Fast forward, and now there's a baby in the mix, and nobody knows who the father is. I mean, at what point do we stop and admit this was a terrible plan?
He was going to hand me the bag of bread. Before he did so, involved with Miss Prowl. Now, I told him, yes, wasn't very, very serious. Well, he was like, well, I hope you don't.
But you're listening to other people, though. You're listening to other people.
I hope you don't get too serious with her.
He doesn't,
because
Your Honor,
I have
he doesn't
already
even know
slept
this
with her.
person. He doesn't. Someone else just comes up to him, and I'm not going to lie, it is true.
Now this is funny. She's mad that Ms. Prowl believed the rumor that she was cheating, but she literally just confirmed that it was true. So what exactly is the issue here, ma'am? The bottom line is, she was messing around with this Mr. Gaddis character, and that's all there is to it. Trying to flip the script now? Nice try, but the math still isn't mathing.
We ended up hooking up again after that, and seeing her walking around at the job, you know, good in a little outfit, didn't know she was in a relationship. I don't think I'm the father. Only messed around a few times. Didn't hear from her for months after that. Pregnant until Desmond told me in passing.
Wow. Mr. Morton really has a gift for keeping men in the dark. Mr. Gaddis, another potential father, is completely washing his hands of this situation. He had a little fling with her ages ago. Assumed it was a long-gone memory, and now she's popping up with a baby? Yeah, he's checked out. In his mind, that chapter closed a long time ago.
Mr. Laurie, we also met, and I do want to say for the record, I'm very remorseful for what that was totally out of spite. That's what it was. Because I found out he was messing around. Excuse me. So I said, okay, you know, you didn't put a ring on my finger to other people. Fine, I can do the same thing.
So let me get this straight. She was drunk when things happened with Mr. Gaddis, but when it came to Mr. Lowry, she was fully aware and did it on purpose? Oh, and the reason? Pure spite. I mean, as Judge Lauren just pointed out, at what point do we acknowledge that 3 wrongs will never make a right? This is just a mess.
My problem with this is, if you knew we had sex more than once, why wasn't I hit up for this? Like, why weren't I called?
Can I say something, Your Honor?
I'm talking now.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Never. No calls, no texts, because I switched jobs. How we met at a party. We drinking, we go back in the room. Of course, what happens? Teenagers. After all this goes down, you know, we go back to work. I'm thinking of it like, okay.
Does Mr. Morton genuinely think she's in the right here? Does she actually believe anyone is about to jump to her defense after everything she just admitted? If nothing else, at least Ms. Prowl had enough sense to keep his name off that birth certificate. But hey, I'll give him credit. He was there to hold her hand during labor, so that's something.
Has anybody been a part of the child's life?
How can I help
No, Your
if
Honor.
I didn't get a call about a child to begin with, though?
Him
About the
to be
kid.
the father. I didn't want him to know.
It doesn't matter. If that's my kid, you still have to call me to let me know.
This is
I don't care
what I
if
wanna
you
know.
don't want us to be together, because it's not like I even like you like that, but if that's my kid.
Now this is just laughable. She's out here debating who should be the father now, as if this is some kind of application process. Since when is knowing how to change a diaper the golden standard for fatherhood? Newsflash. Most people don't learn how to do it until they actually have a kid, but let's be real, she just doesn't like Mr. Lowry, and she's regretting ever getting involved with him. Maybe, just maybe, she should have thought about that sooner.
No one should hold it against this child. But your point is you don't feel like any of the men truly stepped up. And that would be Mr. Gaddis and Mr. Morton because Mr. Lowry didn't know.
If you ask me, I have been Ethan's other parent. The doctor's appointments.
She was also there.
She wanted labor at my house.
Oh, so she and her neighbor really thought all these men would be lining up at her door, begging for the chance to play daddy to a baby that may or may not be theirs. Be so for real. That's not how this works. But hey, at least it's only been 6 weeks. Whoever the actual father is will have no choice but to step up from here.
He doesn't know if he's the father.
That's not obvious to you? How do you want money if we don't know?
I better hear you take some responsibility yourself for where you and your baby are today.
Whew. Mr. Morton definitely wasn't ready for that outburst from Judge Lauren, and honestly, neither were we. But enough of the talk. It's time to end this saga. Initially starting with 3 men, only one gets to be the father. After our long wait, it's time to finally get it on. The DNA results are in. Let's see who's actually on the hook for this baby.
The father is Mr. Morton. Are those tears of joy or just relief?
I do feel remorseful. And can I say a couple of things to these gentlemen?
Yes. Ms. Williams, you are here today with your 2 sisters because you say you're tired of being lied to by your mother, Ms. Liddell. She wasn't a good mother and say her promiscuous behavior is the reason you need the results of a paternity test today.
Ms. Williams and her two sisters have taken their family drama to court, determined to confront the painful truth about their fatherless upbringing. Their mother, Ms. Liddell, is also present, hoping to finally resolve the lingering paternity questions. Years of resentment have driven a wedge between them, and she's desperate to mend the damage caused by her past choices.
Tell me about the paternity issues.
It was this man who was supposedly had been my father, and we were all like his family, him, my aunt that raised me, wanted the paternity test.
This courtroom is about to turn into a battleground. One thing is painfully obvious. These daughters hold zero love for their mother. And if we're being honest, it's starting to feel like the feeling might be mutual. Time to dig deeper and see just how bad things really are.
Okay, when I was growing up, no, he's not your father. It was a rumor going around that.
Who is that? Going to appear in court today and has been tested?
Yes.
All right, so how do you start getting doubt?
When I was about 17 years old, me and her had an argument, and she said, that's why not your father. Trying to hit it at a low point, knowing that growing up, that's always been something always eating at me, not knowing who my father was.
Trying to piece together this situation is like solving a puzzle with missing pieces. The sisters were raised under the belief that a man named James was their father, only for their mother to turn around during heated arguments and say otherwise. To make things worse, Mr. James himself treats them differently, convinced that not all three girls are his. This whole thing is a mess.
After I had my son was 3 months. We go to the gas station. A man notices my mother, but he calls out her name. Who are you? She's talking about some, I don't know. You talking about some, yes you do. She's talking about some, oh, Lisa, they're your daddy. How is you not gonna know this is my daddy when you look at him? But you tell, that's your daddy.
This family's problems run deeper than anything paternity court can fix. The youngest sister, Lisa, is adamant that James isn't her biological father. Meanwhile, all three women still carry the scars of being left behind by their mother and raised by other relatives. Ms. Liddell insists she had her reasons, but her daughters aren't interested in hearing them.
Do you know who her father is?
I don't know. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest. Jamie, no. Lisa, no. I'm not for sure if James is their father, if he's not their father. Because I was whorish. I did me. Okay, you can keep your slab remarks. I was whorish.
Honestly, it's hard not to see where these sisters are coming from. Their mother can't even identify a single father for any of her children. That means James Williams, the one man they thought could be their dad, might not be related to any of them.
Do you believe you are these young biological father? Do you believe that?
Deep in my heart, Your Honor, and I hate. But no, I do not.
You don't act like it, so it shouldn't be hurting you. He said no. You don't act like it. You showed it.
I always had the doubt in my heart. When I met their mom, she was living the type of lifestyle as a party girl, fast girl. One time I caught her in a car with a guy.
Despite his doubts, Mr. James has tried to be a presence in their lives. But let's be real, if he never felt sure they were his, that must have affected the way he treated them. And these girls, they've spent their whole lives living in uncertainty. Imagine growing up unsure whether the man you call dad is actually your father. Imagine raising children without ever knowing for sure that they're yours. That kind of doubt can destroy people.
Your Honor, I have a question for both of them. Why did you miss my 8th grade graduation? You weren't away.
Because
you were out. You were able to come. Why did you miss it?
Jamie, because I was a piece of, like, I'm not gonna keep.
Oh, wow.
I'm keeping it real. Y'all want to keep it real?
At this point, paternity is almost beside the point. The real issue here is the emotional wreckage left behind. These sisters have so much built-up resentment that even with DNA results, they'd still be hurling insults at their mother. If this family wants peace, they don't just need answers, they need serious therapy.
But you have to be careful about the words you use with, because it will eat away at them. Down the same road you were, somebody broke you down.
This case is unlike any other. It's not just about proving paternity. It's about a mother who's begging for a second chance while her daughters refuse to grant her one. It's about 3 women who grew up without a mother's love and learned to resent her for it. This isn't just a courtroom dispute. It's a tragic story of a shattered family.
If the only thing you require of her is that she continue, what a piece of crap she's been to you. Look, let me call it the way I see it. You see her, she living her agony every day. Sometimes there's nothing you can do to punish a person more than they punish themselves.
Your Honor.
And I want you all to understand that we're going to But tell people all the time, in the comfy victim chair, because it suits you well a lot of times. It gets comfortable.
Judge Lauren hit the nail on the head. Ms. Liddell knows she failed her daughters, and she carries that guilt every single day. She's not pretending to be blameless. The question is, can these women allow her to at least try to make things right? They have been at this woman's neck since day one.
What you need in your life and what you're wanting in your life is not just gonna come from, but it's gonna truly come when you begin to find out who your mother was. And let's have the results.
Enough of the heartbreak. Let's get to the truth. It's time to find out if Mr. Williams is actually the father of any of these sisters. This is it, the moment they've all been waiting for. After years of uncertainty, the truth is finally about to come out. Whatever happens next, one thing is for sure. This family will never be the same.
When it comes to Ms. Jasmine Williams, Mr. Williams, you. When it comes to Ms. Lisa Williams, Mr. Williams, you are not her father. Ms. Jamie Williams, Mr. Williams, you are not her father.
Thank you, James, for what you did for me. Thank you.
Mr. Flower, court today to prove that you are not the biological father of her 2-month-old daughter, Callie.
Yes, Your Honor.
You claim you were duped into naming the baby and signing her birth certificate, and now the DNA test will prove your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Flowers once thought he was making the right call by signing Callie's birth certificate, but now that decision haunts him. Deep down, he's convinced he was deceived, and today, he's putting an end to the doubt once and for all. That's why he dragged his ex, Ms. Diaz, to paternity court, determined to prove that Callie isn't his. Meanwhile, Ms. Diaz, who fully admits she cheated, still insists that he's the father.
Ms. Diaz, you claim that it was Mr. Flowers' jealousy and insecurity that drove you to have sex with another man, but you are confident that Mr. Flowers is your daughter's biological father.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, waiting in the hallway is Mr. Bowman, the man you cheated with, who Mr. Flowers believes is Callie's dad.
This situation is messy, but let's be real. It's not looking good for Ms. Diaz. If there wasn't a real possibility that Mr. Flowers wasn't the father, we wouldn't be here. He's tired of the uncertainty and refuses to keep playing house if he's been lied to. The only way forward is through the truth, no matter how ugly it gets. So what exactly tipped him off that Callie might not be his?
When I get her mad, she like to slither away. She give me this some type of attitude like, oh, I don't want to be with you. We never gonna work. You know, self standing still and saying, hey, let's try to make this work. Stop trying to go to the next man and find love, because your love is right here.
And just like that, we have the first major red flag. If there was absolutely no way this baby belonged to anyone else, then this case would already be closed, right? No need for DNA tests, no courtroom drama, but let's not kid ourselves. This is paternity court, where the mess is mandatory. If we've learned anything, it's that there are always shocking twists, and based on what we've heard so far, Ms. Diaz might not be telling us everything. But first, how did this relationship even fall apart?
Me and Mr. Flowers have an off and on relationship, a very rocky relationship. Met up again after high school about 3 years ago. Although we love each other, we don't get along. We're like oil and water. We fight, bicker all the time, and we're better off just as friends.
Mr. Flowers has seen enough. In his mind, the evidence is overwhelming, and he's done playing the fool. As for Ms. Diaz, she's trying to save face, but the cracks in her story are showing. We need to rewind a bit. How exactly did he even find out about this disaster with Mr. Bowman?
She sleep around. So in my head, it's like, do you want me to be there because you know I'm gonna be there and you know I'm gonna be the good father? Or are you just gonna use me because you can't find these other dudes to be the father?
So you think she's saying you're the father because you're the steady Eddie?
True story.
Ah, yes, the usual script. Every cheater has a reason. Daddy issues, a rough childhood, feeling neglected. Somehow it's never their fault, right? But at the end of the day, stepping out is a choice. So what's Ms. Diaz's excuse? Let's hear it straight from her.
Mr. Flowers wasn't giving me the support I needed emotionally or financially for us to be able to make a relationship work. I'm sure that he's the father because I was only with him during the time of conception.
Oh, please. We all know exactly why she didn't tell her doctor the truth. If she had, the doctor would have immediately warned her that her little oops moment with Mr. Bowman meant the paternity was a giant question mark. But instead of facing reality back then, she let Mr. Flowers take on the role of daddy without hesitation. Now, let's hear how she dropped this bombshell on him.
I was partying, you know what I'm saying? Like, then I get this call. I'm like, I haven't saw this number in a while. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what she want. You know what I'm saying? Probably want to kick it, probably remember it's my birthday or something. And she's like, I'm pregnant. I'm like, what?
Wait a minute. So at first she had no clue who the father was, but now she's suddenly claiming it's definitely Mr. Flowers? That's some Olympic-level mental gymnastics. Where did all that uncertainty go? Did she just decide he was the father because it was more convenient? Something's not adding up.
Me and Mr. Bowman were friends.
And so during the pregnancy, he was around?
Hold up, what? Just friends? Nah, you didn't tell me all that. Y'all was saying, oh, we were this and that. He made me feel good, and
Me and Mr. Bowman were never in a official relationship.
But during the pregnancy, you were with him?
Yes, Your Honor.
No one can say Mr. Flowers didn't step up. From the moment she told him about the baby, he played his part like a responsible man. But the way things are unraveling, it looks like he may have jumped in way too soon. If this test proves he's not the father, there's a real possibility he could still be financially responsible for a child that isn't his. But before we go there, let's hear from Mr. Bowman himself.
Do you believe Callie is your child?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
You did have sex with her, right?
We did have sex.
Without protection?
Without protection.
You understand that's how babies are made. You do?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that was unexpected. Mr. Bowman is swearing up and down that despite being with Ms. Diaz multiple times during the conception window, he never, finished. Sir, that's a bold claim, and honestly, if that's the case, you might need to go see a doctor. But enough of the excuses. At this point, the only thing that matters is cold, hard DNA.
Mr. Flowers, you are not the father. Mr. Bowman, you are not the father.
No more dodging, no more guessing. The test results are in, and once Judge Lauren reads them out, someone's world is about to crumble. After all of this, Ms. Diaz cheated, and the unfortunate consequences are there and will never go away. Here is the aftermath of all the drama in court.
Ms. Diaz, is there something else missing from the calendar?
The week after I was intimate with another guy, in July, I was living with another guy.
Mr. Fagan, you're here to prove that Miss Pinkston is your biological daughter.
Yes, Your Honor.
You claim you kept this secret for 40 years, but now say the DNA will prove your case.
That's right, Your Honor.
Mr. Kenneth Fegan has kept a life-altering secret buried for over 4 decades. But today, the truth is finally coming to light. This revelation is no small confession. It directly calls into question Ms. Pinkston's paternity, sending shockwaves through the courtroom before the case even begins. Despite the uncertainty swirling around her past, Ms. Pinkston stands firm, adamant that she already knows who her real father is. But with a scandal this deep, can she really be so sure?
Ms. Pinkston, you stand before me without any doubt that Mr. Fagan is not your biological father, and the man who raised you is.
Yes, ma'am.
Imagine being just 16 years old and suddenly being told that the man you've called Dad your whole life might not actually be your father. That's exactly what happened to Ms. Pinkston when her mother brought her to Mr. Fegan's house, and without so much as a warning, introduced him as her real father. To make matters worse, her mother made her swear to keep it a secret, one she carried for the next 27 years. She's 43 now. Standing in this courtroom, still haunted by that moment, who in their right mind tells something so life-altering to a child and expects them to just live with it?
I met Mr. Fagan here when I was 16 years old. I never knew of him, never heard nothing about him. And then all of a sudden one day, my mom decided to take me with her to a friend's house. My mom calls me to the dining room. She goes, I want you to meet somebody. They get to talking to me, Mr. Fagan, and my mom. Then my mom just says, hey, by the way, this is your father.
As it turns out, Ms. Pinkston's mother wasn't exactly the faithful wife everyone thought she was. While married to Mr. Pinkston, she was having a hidden affair with Mr. Fegan right under his nose. They worked together at a plant, and apparently, they made excellent use of their break times. After their not-so-innocent rendezvous, she'd go home like nothing happened, smiling in her husband's face. This wasn't just a slip-up, it was an ongoing deception, and the audacity is mind-blowing.
Me and Miss Pinkston, mother had an affair. We worked together at a plant. We got to know each other.
You spent a lot of time together.
Lot of
Because you
time
worked
together.
a lot of hours together.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
For 6 months, this affair went completely undetected. Mr. Pinkston had no reason to suspect anything. His wife left for work and came home like clockwork. But then, everything took a turn. She got pregnant, and instead of coming clean, she and Mr. Fegan hatched a plan to keep the affair hidden. Their solution? Pass the baby off as Mr. Pinkston's. If the DNA test proves he wasn't actually Ms. Pinkston's father, then this poor man was lied to until the day he died. That is betrayal on a whole different level.
I left the job and told me that she was pregnant.
When she told you, did she say, and I think you are the father, or you
told me
might
I
be?
was the father. And she told me we're going to keep this a secret. Well, then we knew we had to be quiet because she was married.
The reason Ms. Pinkston was even introduced to Mr. Fegan as her real father is absolutely ridiculous. Her mother didn't suddenly develop a conscience or feel remorse for deceiving her family. No, that would have been too noble. Instead, she was only worried that her daughter might have been dating someone from Mr. Fegan's family. The irony? It wasn't even Ms. Pinkston who was involved with the relative. It was her sister. That entire situation could have been avoided if her mother had just told the truth decades ago.
The only reason why this all came out, for the cat to get out the bag, is when I was 16, they told me that Kenny was my father. The only reason why was because my mom thought I was dating one of his family members. And that's why they told me. But needless to say, it was not me, it's my sister that was dating.
Learning about her mother's infidelity at such a young age left Ms. Pinkston carrying a burden no child should have to bear. She lived with that knowledge, unable to confide in the man she still believed was her father, all the way up until his passing. Imagine the agony of holding on to that secret, never knowing how he would have reacted if he had heard it from her instead of someone else.
That was like the worst day of my life. Because my mom sits down, she goes, "This is your father." I'm like, "No, my dad is at work, so what in the world are you talking about?" And next thing you know, there's tears everywhere. Everybody's crying. It was pretty much the worst day of my life.
And here's where it gets even more twisted. Mr. Fegan wasn't just lurking in the background. He actually met Mr. Pinkston a few times in his own house. Yes, you read that correctly. He waltzed into the man's home, played the role of a family friend, and secretly looked at Ms. Pinkston as his daughter. And now, conveniently, he's claiming that Mr. Pinkston might have known the truth all along. It's easy to make bold claims when the one person who could deny them is no longer here to defend himself.
He had some kind of inkling that I was
You felt like he knew?
It was just a feeling that in my heart that I felt that he had to know something because I loved this girl so much.
Did you have an occasion to meet her father, the man she believes?
A couple times I met him.
You did?
Yes.
Just when you think this man couldn't get any bolder, he proves us wrong. After Mr. Pinkston's death, while the family was deep in mourning, Mr. Fegan saw an opportunity. Instead of giving them space to grieve, he took it upon himself to tell Ms. Pinkston's children that he was their real grandfather. Judge Lauren was visibly shocked when this revelation was brought up in court, and rightfully so. His excuse? He thought Ms. Pinkston had already told them, so he just decided to make it official. Can you imagine the confusion and devastation those kids must have felt?
My dad passed away. It was probably a few days after he passed away. We was all at my mom's house. And Mr. Fegan, he comes over and I had my kids there. My kids really didn't know him, but when my dad passed away, he decided to take it upon himself to tell my kids that he's their grandfather.
This case is not just about paternity anymore. It's about betrayal, deception, and a lifetime of secrets coming to light. No matter what the DNA test says, the damage has already been done. But after 43 years of uncertainty, there's only one thing left to do. It's time to uncover the truth.
Mr. Fegan,
yes.
You are not her father.
Oh my God.
Oh, Lord, no.
The results are in. Ms. Pinkston has found out once and for all who her real father is. What an emotional moment this must be for both of them. As always, her mom that cheated on her father is the origin of this mess. To think that the secret was kept for about 40 years, only for the real truth to be revealed today. Ms. Pinkston has been living in doubt of paternity all her life.
No. Oh, no. Tanya, Lord Have mercy, Jesus. No.
Are you all right, Tanya?
This is something
I can't believe this.
that need to be known.
Mr. Pace, you say you will be crushed today if DNA results reveal you are not the biological father of your son, Prince.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nothing devastates a man quite like discovering that his only son might not actually be his. Today, Mr. Pace walks into this courtroom, not just to confront his girlfriend, Ms. Fobbs, but also to face the man who might have betrayed him in the worst way possible, his own roommate, Mr. Randolph. This isn't just a case of infidelity. This is a full-blown disaster where both men could potentially be the father of little Prince. Talk about a betrayal that cuts deep.
Now, Ms. Fobbs, you say you were caught between the man you're in love with and his best friend.
Yes, Your Honor.
You admit you made a horrible mistake when you slept with both men, but you say you're still hoping with all your heart that Mr. Pace is your son's biological father.
For Mr. Pace, everything he holds dear is on the line. His role as a father, his trust in his best friend, and the love he once had for the woman standing across from him are all hanging in the balance. No matter what the DNA results reveal, there's no coming back from this. Even if he chooses to stay, the way he sees his woman and his so-called best friend will never be the same again. And honestly, who could blame him?
Well, what's at stake would be, I would say, 3 relationships. The relationship that I have with Ms. Fobbs, as well as the relationship that I have with Mr. Randolph, also the relationship that I have with Prince. So there is a lot on the line for me. That's my little man.
Their love story started out like something straight out of a romance novel. Sunny skies, new beginnings, and what seemed like endless possibilities. But today, those skies have turned dark, and their so-called fairy tale is falling apart. When Ms. Fobbs moved in with Mr. Pace and his best friend, it might have seemed like a convenient arrangement at the time. But let's be real. What man in his right mind brings his girlfriend into a home he shares with another man? That setup was a disaster waiting to happen. Eventually, they got their own place when she became pregnant, but by then, the damage might have already been done.
We met while I was actually driving. It was a hot day. She had on short shorts. I'm a leg man.
Okay.
So I pulled over, actually, and we had a conversation. I ended up getting her phone number. We went out on a few dates. We kind of bonded real quick.
Ms. Fobbs wants to brush off this whole mess as nothing more than a misunderstanding. To her, this isn't a love triangle. It was just a one-time mistake. But someone needs to remind her that one time is all it takes to create a baby. And her excuse? She felt lonely because Mr. Pace worked nights. So instead of communicating like a mature adult, she turned to the one person she should have never gone near, her boyfriend's best friend. How does she even begin to justify that?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a love triangle because the situation with me and Randolph only happened once. Upon me being in the house with Byron, the thing is, he works at night, so he's never really home with me, and I kind of took that as a feeling of neglect.
It turns out Ms. Fobbs had her own insecurities brewing beneath the surface. Since Mr. Pace works as a club and party promoter, he's constantly surrounded by women. This didn't sit right with her, and maybe, just maybe, she convinced herself that he was being unfaithful. But if that was the case, why not leave? Instead, she did the exact thing she accused him of doing, except there was no proof that he ever cheated.
Arguing about it was past. It was just me feeling neglected at home.
I do work a lot. I promote clubs and parties, so I am out and I am around a lot of, I would say, women. And she kind of, I guess, takes that as me being unfaithful.
Secrets have a funny way of slipping out, especially when emotions are running high. During a heated argument, Ms. Fobbs finally cracked and dropped the bombshell that shattered Mr. Pace's world. With zero hesitation, she looked him in the eye and blurted out that his best friend might actually be the father of his son. At that moment, Prince was already 2.5 years old. Just imagine thinking a child is yours for 2 whole years, only to suddenly be told, oops, maybe not. That's enough to break even the strongest man.
That she slept with your best friend?
Well, that's interesting. We were actually in a heated argument at the time that it occurred, but it kind of just got blurted out to me that Mr. Randolph could be a potential father for Prince.
Despite the earth-shattering betrayal, Mr. Pace did something that most men wouldn't have the strength to do. He kept his emotions in check and decided to confront his best friend face to face. He needed to hear the truth directly from the source. After the conversation, both men agreed to settle this the only way they could, with a DNA test. And let's be honest, handling it this way took a level of maturity that most wouldn't have had in his situation.
When I found out initially, like I said, I was hurt. I felt betrayed by actually both parties at that point. But I wanted to assess the situation, not being upset, because I initially called Mr. Randolph to find out what was going on. I wanted to meet with him face to face.
Mr. Randolph, on the other hand, is doing what most cheaters do, blaming everything on the alcohol. According to him, he was too drunk to realize he was hooking up with his best friend's girl. But let's be real, there's a difference between being drunk and choosing to betray someone you call a brother. He knew exactly what he was doing. The liquor didn't make the decision for him. He did.
Well, to answer that, Your Honor, I wasn't in the right state of mind. We both was intoxicated. You know, he was out promoting club, and she used to come home from the club intoxicated and, you know, looking for him. He's not there. Me and her talk, and, you know, one night the talk led to something else.
Despite everything, Mr. Pace made the unthinkable decision to forgive both his girlfriend and his best friend. But forgiveness doesn't erase resentment, and that's exactly what's lingering in the air. The DNA results will either bring him some kind of closure or make this situation even worse than it already is. One way or another, the truth is about to come out.
Was it only one time?
Honestly, that I can recall, yeah.
Well,
I said just one time.
One time is one time too many for me. I'm very confused at this point. It's really hard for me to be standing here and in front of you, and I'm kind of nervous as far as what I'm about to hear. I don't know, really want to move forward with.
Oh my goodness, he gets it. This man is so hurt by this whole thing. Why cheat, really? One time is one too many, Ms. Fobbs. It's just not right. Right now, this woman has jeopardized every single thing she built with this man, all because of some one-time fling. Isn't that just so tragic? All because of one unfortunate bottle of liquor?
Mr. Pace, you are not his father.
Oh, man.
Continuing on with the next result. Mr. Randolph, you are not.
I apologize.
Ms. Fobbs?
I don't know what to say.
Mr. Fetters says that he is in the midst of a divorce because his soon-to-be ex-wife is a serial cheat who even slept with another man on Valentine's Day. Yup, you heard me right. He believes the result of her cheating resulted in the birth of her son, and he doesn't believe that he is the father of the child. Here is how the whole thing started.
Mr. Fetters, you say you're in the midst of a divorce because your soon-to-be ex-wife is a serial adulterer who even cheated on you on Valentine's Day, which you believe resulted in the birth of her 9-month-old son, Corbin.
Let's Jody pretend like we didn't just hear Mrs. Fetters say her husband can't please her in bed. Well, Mrs. Fetters says that her husband is an irresponsible crybaby who can't keep a job, and she knows without a doubt that he is the father of their baby.
Well, today, Your Honor, I ended up in court because my wife is a cheater, and I do not believe that the son that she bared 9 months ago is mine.
So you are firm on that belief?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Did she just smirk when he said she slept with one of his family members? If you ask me, I'd honestly say that she feels zero remorse for doing it if she did it. Who goes to sleep with their husband's family member and feels proud about it? She's crazy.
So, Ms. Fetters, did you sleep with the family member?
No, I did not. The family member and himself lack in a department, so I did not finish the duty.
Oh!
He just thinks something happens. He has no hard facts or information, and when I do sleep with someone else, I tell him the truth.
Okay, nothing could have prepared me for what I just heard. Even the judge can't seem to believe that just came out of her mouth. Getting married to someone who slept with your family member is actually insane. What was Mr. Fetters honestly thinking?
So, Miss Fetters, you have a date night. You go to movies?
It was a good night. We came home. He didn't see I have a problem. In a relationship, I feel sex is a part of a relationship. Well, this man lacks on that part of a relationship.
Every time Mrs. Fetters opens her mouth, a new truth bomb comes out and leaves everybody in shock. What's crazy is the fact that she does not feel any type of remorse for any of the things she says she did. She admits to sleeping with her ex-husband after having a lovely evening with her actual husband. Imagine that.
She tells me that she had slept with her ex-husband, Justin. Not only once, but 3 times during the night.
Oh
No, that's incorrect.
That's not incorrect. That is very
Oh
factual.
my goodness.
Miss Fetters, did you say that?
Oh, I did not.
What did you say?
I told him that I spent the night with him.
Oh, he did not just say that. How do you even forgive something like that? She doesn't feel sorry for any of it. And for some weird reason, it seems like every man she sleeps with finds it difficult to complete the act. Seems to me like she's the problem in that department.
So how soon after that did you start having sex with your wife again?
The next day.
The next morning, actually. It was or not the next morning. I'm sorry.
The next day.
It was that morning of, Your Honor. We had sex.
It was the very next
It was about
day.
11 o'clock that morning that we had sex after picking her up and her having sex with her ex-husband.
That is just disgusting. That's not even love anymore. These two need to see a therapist as soon as possible. Judge Lauren can't even hide how irritated she is by the fact that Mr. Fetters agreed to sleep with her just hours after she was done sleeping with her ex-husband.
How soon after this incident did you find out you were pregnant?
I found out, I would say, just like maybe a month later, a month and a half, I found out. And the conception date was between February 11th to February 14th.
Looks like that's why they're in the courtroom to begin with. The window of conception falls right into the period where she was sexually active with both her husband and her ex-husband. I honestly doubt she even knows who the father is.
My marriage with him ended because he can't have children. A doctor told him his sperm count is too low to conceive.
Did the doctor tell him he can't have it?
Yes, it's a very low chance that he can have any children. That's why I wanted
very
to start
low is different than can.
Oh, now it makes sense. Let's just say she never got over her ex-husband. She admits that the only reason she left him and their marriage had to end was because she was told that his chances of having kids were very low. Well, very low and impossible are two different things, Mrs. Fetters.
I have undeniable proof of why I believe he's yours.
And what proof?
Why do you believe it, Miss Fetters?
Because as the other children he has, and my son and himself all have cleft chins. It's hereditary. One parent has to carry that gene. I believe undeniably that is his son.
Seems like she's a doctor now. Mrs. Fetters says that she believes the child belongs to him because the child has a feature that Mr. Fetters and his other children have. That still first proves that the child belongs to him.
Why would he be around if you didn't?
Because I want him around. Isn't that my choice?
Okay, that makes no sense.
Okay.
This really doesn't make any sense. You know there's a question of paternity. You develop a relationship with the baby. You've been in Corbin's life.
In and out.
I've been in his life.
Man, I still find it hard that a sweet man like Mr. Fetters got married to someone like this lady right here. You know what? I think we've seen enough of her drama. Let's get down to the results and find out who the dad is.
The biological father is Mr. Fetters.
Ms. Williams is beyond pissed that the defendant, Mr. Glover, is denying paternity to her son. She claims that he is an irresponsible man-child who would rather play games rather than step up to being a father. Mr. Glover, on the other hand, says that Ms. Williams is a promiscuous groupie who wants to trap him with her child. Here's how it starts.
Ms. Williams, you say you are furious that Mr. Glover is denying paternity of your 10-month-old son, Ralph. You claim Mr. Glover is an irresponsible man-child who would rather play mind games than be a father.
These two are about to go tit for tat in that courtroom. Mr. Glover says that she's trying to cash in on earnings from his rap career, and that's why she's trying to pin the baby on him. Could this be true? I guess we'll find out.
I want to understand the nature of your relationship. How did you two meet?
I was doing videos. I'm a famous entertainer. I was doing videos in apartments that she was staying in, you know, so everybody know me around.
You a famous entertainer?
Yeah.
Haha, I wonder what type of rapper he is. I mean, look at how he swings his hands when he talks. Oh well. Ms. Williams says that he plays games and denies her and the baby anytime he wants to sleep with other women.
The nature of this relationship when we first met, we were friends.
You were friends.
After he discovered that I was something that he wanted, he took me off the market knowing that I had a whole nother sugar daddy taking care of me.
Oh!
If you need clowns to entertain your kids at their birthday parties, there are two in this courtroom. Ms. Williams says that Mr. Glover took her off the market, knowing fully well that she had a sugar daddy who was taking good care of her. Explains why she didn't leave him even when she was kicking it in bed with Mr. Glover.
Ms. Williams, at that time, then you say you went back on the market.
I went back on the market because he was lying like he was also going to school.
And she gonna stay on the market.
His
That's
phone
what she gonna stay
have
on the
called me numerous of times with the moans and groans in the background talking about, baby, I love you, and so far on.
Ha 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 ha. That has to be the most hilarious thing I have ever heard in this courtroom. Ms. Williams tells the judge that while Mr. Glover was having sex with another woman, his phone butt failed her number, and she was hearing all the sex communication going on.
Only reason.
Hold on, let's just pause. You broke up when he was consoling his ex. You went back on the market. So you admittedly were having sex with other people then. You were back on the market doing what you want to do.
No, that's not correct. I wasn't having sex. I just got full time with my sugar daddy.
I've got to hand it to Mr. Glover. He sure knows how to make Judge Lauren laugh. But for real, they need to cut down on all their yelling and start to make some sense in the courtroom. Ms. Williams says that she was not sleeping around when they broke up.
Why are you so convinced?
Because when me and her, we started talking or whatever, but when we got back together, end up, she left, and when she left and she came back, she started, she just was always defensive about everything. She always had an attitude about everything.
Seems like every time he wants to explain why he has doubts about the child, he has to include the fact that Ms. Williams is always chasing him about. I'm sure in his head, he is a $1 million rapper. Yeah, right. Anyway, Ms. Williams says that the baby was planned and he always wanted her to have his child.
This is the hotel of the location that Jaleesa sent me. So I called her once I reached the hotel. She said, well, I'm coming down. So when she came out the front door, which is under this foyer, this is my vehicle. I then pulled under the foyer. Jaleesa got into the vehicle. We had a brisk talk. She was talking. She looked distressed, not stressed.
Oh, I want to see how Ms. Williams comes out of this one. Mr. Glover brings in his sister and she drops some serious evidence that shows that Ms. Williams was actually intimate with her sugar daddy.
Your testimony that this sugar daddy was only there to help you get this room, but he never came up to the room and you were not intimate with him.
Correct.
So how close in proximity was this day to the day, Mr. Glover, you say she was trying to trap you?
She let me.
I guess there's no money if the daddy is not getting some sugar. And there we go again with these two trying to argue their life out in the courtroom. If they leave them, they just keep arguing and arguing. Let's get to the results. Could the sugar daddy actually be the father of the baby? We are going to see.
Mr. Glover, you are the father.
So where's my...
This is not their first time in this courtroom. Mr. Weatherspoon questions the paternity of both of the defendant's kids. He claims that he has no idea if he is actually the father of both her kids, and he really wants to find out the truth. Here is how the case begins.
Your Honor, this all started, I actually had sex with her actually one time. Throughout this time, we was broken up or whatever, but I had no clue that she was seeing a guy from work. She never mentioned that to me. So, you know what I'm saying? I was my man. I don't know what my man was. I came over one time, we talked. It was the heat of the moment type thing, and it happened.
Someone please tell this man that he is being delusional right now. Mr. Weatherspoon tells the judge that he did sleep with her only once. He then says that she was in a relationship with someone else when they kicked it in bed. He goes on to say that she has a habit of putting babies on him. Is he forgetting that he slept with her as well?
I've knocked on the door. I've been outside for maybe 5 minutes. I can hear feet inside the house.
You never saw that.
You hear what?
I can hear feet running inside the house like somebody looking out the window. Yeah, feet. I can hear feet outside.
Feet, honey.
You know what I'm saying?
So you just assumed
like
that
somebody
it's
was
the guy that
running
I'm
trying
with.
to hide. Like they was running trying to hide.
Wow. Now, that's something I was not expecting to hear. Ms. Ferguson, the defendant, admits that she did in fact sleep with a coworker, but when Mr. Weatherspoon came to her house, she was with a totally different guy he did not know about. Believe me, I am speechless.
When I finally get into the house, the man sitting on the couch looking at me like he run the show. You know what I'm saying? So I asked her, where is my son? She said he's in the back. So I asked her to go get him. I gets him, I leave. I called her later on that day and told her, you still doing it. You still bringing men around my son.
If we're being honest, I mean, it's only fair that he has his doubts. If she admits to sleeping with a number of other men, even when Mr. Weatherspoon's son is in the house, there's no way he is not going to think the child could belong to one of the men she's sleeping with.
I was trying to figure out what was funny about it.
So Ms. Ferguson says, so this situation is a joke to you? And you write back, nah, it's just funny you putting a baby on me once again. So Ms. Ferguson sends a video that looks like your belly.
Yes.
You can always tell when Judge Lauren is fed up. Her face always says how she feels. Oh well, Mr. Weatherspoon shows evidence that backs up his claim that Ms. Ferguson is always trying to pin a baby on him anytime she gets pregnant.
You found out you were 13 weeks pregnant.
Yes.
Now, when was Elijah born?
July 10th.
You say you were intimate with your coworker when?
The end of November, beginning of December.
So November, so we count back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you got October is when you identified that you were intimate with Mr. Weatherspoon. And in your mind, Mr. Weatherspoon would be Elijah's biological father.
Yes, Your Honor.
If we're to go by her calendar, Mr. Weatherspoon should be the biological father of her child. The dates add up, and even the judge agrees that her calculations are correct. But as you'd expect, Mr. Weatherspoon has that her dates are wrong.
Did you ever tell the other guy about the baby?
Yeah, I told him when I first found out I was pregnant.
Why?
Because I didn't want to talk to him no more if I was pregnant with another man's baby.
Okay, so you say you told him just to break it off with him.
Yeah, just to break it off.
Are you sure you weren't telling him because it was a possibility that he could be the biological father?
No, Your Honor.
Well, that sounds like a smart thing to do. She says that the only reason she told the other guy about the baby was so she could break it off with him. She also claims that she knew the baby was not his. I wonder why she's so certain that the baby belongs to Mr. Weatherspoon.
So she, in her mind, she know that it's a strong possibility that that baby belongs to that guy. You know what I'm saying? She actually told that guy before she told me she was pregnant.
Really?
I don't recall that.
Ferguson.
Hold on a second. Mr. Weatherspoon actually talked to the other guy and asked him if the baby was his? Wow, that's something I know I can never do. Well, Mr. Weatherspoon says that Ms. Ferguson already told the other guy about the baby before he found out.
And you're raising these children by yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
2 of which, the man you say is the biological father, doesn't participate, won't help, and denies.
Nice, yeah.
That has to hurt.
It does.
What does it feel like going through that?
I just feel like I'm all alone.
Ms. Ferguson admits that it's been hard raising all her kids by herself. It's even harder because the fathers don't want to be in their lives, and she feels like a failure for having to put them through such a situation of not knowing who their father is.
Surrounded yourself around certain men and had intercourse with those men, then and had sex with me, maybe we'll know what's going on. But see, you wanna do something with another man and then do something with me, and it leaves us all confused, and that's not right.
It's honestly surprising that they actually have not been able to agree on anything since they got into the courtroom, and they have 2 babies in question. I give up. Let's see what the results have in store for us. Who do you think the father is going to be?
Mr. Weatherspoon, you are the father.
Ms. Edwards is in the courtroom today to solve a 20-year mystery and to prove that the defendant, Mr. Morris, is the father of her daughter, Brianne. She says that she is tired of Mr. Morris constantly denying her daughter, and she plans to put an end to it today. Here is how the case begins.
Edwards, you're here to solve a 20-year mystery and prove that the defendant fathered your daughter, Brianne, who is joining us from her hometown. You say you are tired of his denial and hope to prove your case today.
Did he just say that they were having threesomes in his backyard? Oh my goodness. I can't believe that came out of his mouth. That's not even the shocking aspect. He was doing it with his friend's wife. Imagine that?
How often were you having these threesomes?
We done it a couple times, and then I kind of moved off to another county, and things went on, but back then, if you wore panties and opened up to drop them, I got me some.
Mr. Morris needs to have a filter around his mouth. Every time he opens it, something insane comes out of it. Basically, he used to do a lot of sleeping around when he was much younger. It's no shock that he's in this situation now.
Because you say you moved on.
Yes, ma'am. Sometime later I did.
How did you find out?
They come to where I had moved to and told me that she was pregnant.
She can't be serious. Apparently, after Mr. Morris moved to another city, Ms. Edwards was still going down there to have her threesome. She got pregnant, and she thought that the baby belonged to her husband. She never imagined it could be for Mr. Morris.
Brought her around the curtain, and as soon as I seen her, I knew she was Wayne's Dan because she had his forehead, and she was born with a cleft.
No. When you birthed the baby, you say they brought her from around the curtain after they got her.
Right.
She bent that corner, and you said, there goes Mr. Morris.
I said, uh-oh.
Is it really surprising that she said uh-oh to the newly born baby? The moment she realized that the baby looked like Mr. Morris, it was like a nightmare was finally becoming a reality, and she was not ready to accept it.
Edwards tell you specifically that she thought you were Brianne's biological
I don't
father.
remember exactly how she said it, but I didn't think so because none of my children was ever born with a clip lip, and nobody in my family as well.
That's interesting. Now, Ms. Edwards says that when she noticed that her daughter had the cleft palate, she knew Mr. Morris was the father because he had told her that he had rare blood, and the mother of his other children had to have shots whenever they were pregnant so the baby is not born with a defect.
Brianne, growing up, did you know that your mother doubted your paternity? Did you know that Mr. Morris could potentially be your biological father?
Yes, ma'am. Growing up, I was told by my mother and family that Mr. Morris was my father.
Wow. At least she was being honest from the very beginning with her daughter. Brianne tells the judge that right from a very young age, Ms. Edwards always told her that Mr. Morris was her father and not the man she was married to at the time.
Caitlin, I want to ask you, did you grow up with the understanding that your sister Brianne had a different biological father?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
And you always knew it was Mr. Morris as well?
I did. I have a birthmark on the back of my head, and my sister does not have a birthmark. And my other siblings had the same exact birthmark as well as my children.
Ms. Edwards' other daughter says that she never felt like Brianne looked like her or had anything to do with her except from the fact that her mother told her they were sisters. She even goes on to say that Brianne doesn't look like her at all.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
All of our children have some kind of resemblance to my husband. My husband has 7 children. Every one of them has some kind of feature of his, whether it be eyes, walk, talk, something.
Everyone in the courtroom has something totally different to say. Mr. Morris's wife steps into the podium and presents evidence showing that none of the kids she has with Mr. Morris look anything like Brianne.
Has a baby who is Rh positive, that mother can actually develop antibodies against her own unborn baby's blood. So the Rh negative mother can attack her own unborn baby, and this can cause disease.
Aha! And that right there is why Ms. Edwards thinks that Brianne belongs to Mr. Morris. Given the explanation the doctor just gave, it all makes sense now. Oh well, the results are in. Let's see if Mr. Morris is Brianne's father.
Mr. Morris.
Yes, ma'am.
You are the father.
Mr. Angelari was in court, furious as a hungry lion. He had an affair with a married woman and now believes he is the father of her child. Ms. Vargas, on the other hand, claims he can't be the father. And that just got on Judge Lauren's nerves. He stated his case by saying this.
Mr. Angelari, you claim the defendant, Ms. Vargas, was married and having an affair with you when she got pregnant.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Now, you say she initially told you that you were not the father of her 11-month-old son, but then dropped the bomb that the child was indeed yours.
At least one fact has been established. They weren't in a relationship. Ms. Vargas needed a shoulder to cry on, and Mr. Angelari was her perfect subject. But things were about to get very intense. Mr. Angelari claimed that all he wanted to do was be there for Ms. Vargas when her relationship with her husband was rocky.
One night, we ended up back at my place. We'd been at the club, we got turned up. We're out there doing our thing. We went to the house, started doing our thing.
Our thing?
Yeah.
Your Honor. That night when we, had sexual intercourse.
Isn't that just cute? One would even think they were in a beautiful relationship with the way they spoke about each other. Moving on, when Ms. Vargas found out she was pregnant, she told Mr. Angelari that he was the father. After a while, she decided she wanted to work things out with her husband, and that's when her entire story changed.
So, do you immediately think it was your ex's, or do you think it was Mr. Angelari's, or are you just clueless?
I wanted it to be...
She told me the baby was mine, and the next thing you know, she's telling me it's her husband.
I wanted to work things out with my husband, Your Honor. I wanted to do it for him.
You gotta face reality.
So when you first found out you were pregnant, Ms. Vargas, did you call Mr.
Looks like her decision to want to work things out with her husband blew up in her face. While trying to work things out with her husband, she told Mr. Angelari that she needed some space and time to figure out a way. but Mr. Angelari just couldn't get the thought of being the child's father out of his head.
You asked him to give you space trying to work this out with your husband.
Yes, Your Honor.
I moved away.
Expected that to a certain extent, but in your mind, you knew that you could possibly have a child.
I had a gut feeling, so come September-ish is when I contacted her husband and her, saying, you know what? Reality, whether you dislike me, whether you like me.
They aren't wrong about that, though, as the child needs to know who to call daddy and mummy. Even with both of them agreeing that they want to do right by the kid, Mr. Angelari claimed that he felt it in his gut that Ms. Vargas was trying to be shady with him and her husband. Here's why he felt that way.
Well, I want to try to work things out with my husband. I don't want him to try to get me for adultery or have anything happen with my children. I said, well, I can respect that. Do your thing. I moved up to Austin. She still lived down in Temple. I was 45 minutes away. I didn't talk to her. One of my friends that lived down in the same area.
If there is anything these guys are good at doing, trust me, it's arguing. Now, Mr. Angelari felt the only reason Ms. Vargas was coming back to him was because things did not work out for her and her husband, and most importantly, she didn't want her child growing up without a father.
I believe if her and her husband were still married, everything was still going well with them, I would never even hear about this. But I also see where she's coming from because she wants her son to have a father. And if he is my son, I want to be his father. I want to be involved in his life.
And I want you to be involved. I want you to be there.
Well, something definitely smells fishy about her story. First, she wants Mr. Angelari to be the father of her child, but she initially threatened to put a restraining order on him? Come on, Ms. Vargas. Something isn't right. Mr. Angelari had some evidence to back up his accusation, and here's what he showed the judge.
These are messages that say, I need you to give away your rights. I hope you stay away and never come around. I will put a restraining order on you.
What kind of mother does that when you think that's the father?
What had he done to warrant a restraining order?
Nothing, Your Honor.
From her tone, Judge Lauren is starting to lose her cool. Trust me. One of the reasons Ms. Vargas changed her mind was that she claimed that as the baby got older, she noticed that he started to look like Mr. Angelari. But did Mr. Angelari feel the same way about the child?
She's lied to me on numerous occasions. I lived in the same city as she did until the kid was 6 months old, 5 months old. Why couldn't she get a hold of me then?
I felt like he was starting to look more like you, and I wanted you to be there.
Do you think he looks like me now?
Yes.
I guess we know why he wants to be part of the baby's life if he ends up being the father of the child. Anyway, enough drama and testing Judge Lauren's anger. The results are in, and it's time we find out who the real father of the child is.
Mr. Angelari, you are the father.
Ms. Walters says that the defendant is her 3-year-old son's father, and she wants him to step up. Mr. Rogers, the defendant, says this is false and that he has spent 2 months in jail for missing child support payments for a child that he insists doesn't belong to him. He is here with his mother to prove that he isn't the father. The case starts like this.
I slept with another man weeks prior to even conceiving my son, and we did use protection. And at the time I conceived my son, he was the only person that I was having sex with without using protection. I've known them for 20 years now. We grew up together. We did family vacations together, holidays. We were always, our families were...
So they were having unprotected intercourse in secret. When Mr. Rogers got news that Ms. Walters was pregnant, he told her congratulations and immediately asked her to congratulate the father. He says she never for once believed that he was the father of her baby.
Honestly, what I believe, because she was in a relationship with this other guy, so why would it automatically be mine? You know what I'm saying?
But were you sleeping with her during the window of conception?
Yes, ma'am. We had slept together.
I was not in a relationship, Your Honor, with anybody.
She says she's pregnant. You say, good luck to you. And now you by yourself.
It was hard. He didn't come to any doctor's appointments. I was doing it by myself. And then once I got maybe 7, 8 months, oh, I'll be there if he's mine. I'll take care of him. Don't put me on child support.
Mr. Rogers' mom says that their families were really close, but the pregnancy has ruined all of that because Mr. Rogers insists that he's not the father.
I was always with them.
Like you can see in that picture, like we was friends, we was happy, we was best friends growing up, literally best friends.
She was like one of my children, Your Honor.
Ever since this happened, it's just completely killed everything.
tore
Our
us all
families
apart.
don't hang out no more.
And so, Ms. Sanders, I can see this is really upsetting you.
And I apologize for that.
No, you don't have to apologize. You're upset because first you had no idea.
No.
Oh, you can see how all of this would completely ruin the family dynamics. Let's see how that looks from the perspective of Mrs. Rogers.
She come and stayed at my home. I didn't feel the need to supervise it because they grew up together.
Did you know if Ms. Walters was intimate with anyone else?
Yes, later on I did because I found a bunch of condoms in her stuff when I went through it.
Despite hearing the rumors, Mrs. Rogers says that and doesn't think that her son could be the father. She says immediately she was informed that there was a chance. She asked her son, and he told her that he wasn't the father, so she took him at his word.
All right, I was not in the delivery room when he was born, so therefore my name is not on that birth certificate. I've had no DNA established the whole time he has been in this world. How am I on child support? I was out of town working when the court date was set up for the DNA test.
Well, that's how default judgment works. If you don't show up, you immediately become the father. And since Mr. Rogers didn't pay child support, he was arrested and locked up for 2 months.
So he instantly threw me on the back of the car, slammed me against the car, and put me in handcuffs. I ended up going to this little country jail where, I don't know, it's like a little, it's not even a jail, it's a little barn thing. And they locked me up there for 3 days. They don't feed you on the weekends, but like 2 times a day, and it's these little bitty I don't even know what it was, to be honest with you, Your Honor.
That's what happens when you don't pay child support, Mr. Rogers. Next, we have Ms. Walters' best friend, Ms. Rochelle Rogers, who's also Mr. Rogers' sister, in court to give her testimony.
Do you believe your brother is Ryland's father?
No, ma'am.
Why?
Well, because at the time we were all young, we all done our different things, we were all partying. We were together every day, all the time. Every time we went out together. We done everything together. I was aware of her sleeping with the other guy. She also stated the next morning that she did sleep with him.
Ms. Rogers says that the other person is more likely to be the father of the baby and not her brother. Her reason is that Ms. Walters didn't know who the father could be when she got the pregnancy test, but now she is claiming that Mr. Rogers is certainly the father.
She realized she was pregnant.
Yes.
And in that moment,
yes,
she admitted to you that there were 2 possible fathers.
Yes, which I knew before because of the party, and she did tell me that she slept with the guy the morning after she slept with him, and that was, weeks prior to this happening, of course, weeks prior to her finding out she was pregnant.
Well, that's a lot to take in, but the DNA test is here now, and it's time to get to the bottom of this. Who's the father? Mr. Rogers or some other man?
Mr. Rogers, you are his father.
Ma'am.
Didn't I tell you?
You need to be respectful.
My son was outside playing. He came. He was at the front gate. So he was like, Jalen, come here, Jalen, come here. So I'm like, who's calling my son? He gave my son $1. 5 minutes after talking to me and my son, he took it back. What? Exactly.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. She got me confused with another dude because I never did that.
Oh my God.
I don't like condoms, so I don't use condoms.
Exactly, and I want you to know this.
I'm allergic to latex, so I can use non-latex condoms.
Why do people keep saying they're allergic to latex but not allergic to sex?
This woman tried to trap me.
I mean, it's like sex at all.
Buckle up, because this case is already wild before it even starts. In Kidd versus Rawlings, Mr. Kidd claims Miss Rawlings convinced him he was her baby's father, only to swap him out for someone better.
You say Ms. Rawlings is a manipulative user who convinced you that you were the father of her son, Nathaniel, then changed her mind when someone better came along. You and your mother say Ms. Rawlings' mind games have wreaked emotional havoc on your family, and you are 100% positive are her son's father.
The testimonies begin, and it's a full-blown he said, she said showdown. Mr. Kidd says Miss Rawlings told him he was the father, even writing him letters while he was away.
When this first started off, she came to me and told me that he was mine. She was sending me letters when I was gone.
And so you were away when she found out she was pregnant?
So I went away a month after she found out she was pregnant.
Did you tell him it was his child, Miss Rawlings?
No, Your Honor.
Miss Rawlings drops a bomb, admitting she was juggling 2 relationships during the time of conception, and honestly didn't know who the father was. She also says Mr. Kidd once claimed he was infertile.
We were in a serious relationship. I was actually at some point, once I left from being around Mr. Kidd, that I was actually staying with him.
So how often were you with Mr. Kidd and how often were you with the other guy?
Pretty much going back and forth because I was staying with him. I was leaving from being with Mr. Kidd to going with him and coming back to Mr. Kidd.
And here comes the science part, except it just makes things more confusing. Mr. Kidd's mom explains that he has a rare blood condition that could complicate pregnancy, but not make it impossible.
It's not a rare blood disease. I am ARH negative, and he is ARH negative. During the pregnancy, it could prevent her from having future children, or that child could pass away.
So, Mr. Kidd, did you ever tell Ms. Rawlings you didn't believe you could have children?
Yes, ma'am. I informed her of the situation because I typically, in a long-term relationship, I've never any kind of hiccup.
Enter Miss Jenkins, who is convinced the baby is her grandson. She insists the baby looks just like Mr. Kidd, even showing off pictures to prove her point.
It was approximately the mid of August of 2016.
And at that time, were you aware that your son was in a relationship with Ms. Rawlings?
No.
We've never been in a relationship.
Wasn't it just a sexual relationship?
No, ma'am. She just needed somewhere to stay. So I was just looking out for her, and it just became a sexual encounter.
It was an encounter?
More than one.
Accusations start flying. Miss Rawlings is accused of leading both Mr. Kidd and his mom on. Meanwhile, the second possible father also swears the baby looks like him.
Me being me as a mother, and I wasn't able to grow up with my father. Mr. Kidd can't see the moments that he's missing. At least his mom will be able to have them, and his family has some stories to tell.
But as you stand here at the defendant podium, you say you know Mr. Kidd is not your child's biological father.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we learn that Miss Rawlings once handed the baby over to Miss Jenkins temporarily for help. Miss Jenkins even had a handwritten custody note, but instead of clearing things up, it just makes everything way more confusing.
I got a handwritten letter of custody.
Because of the fact that I had got a job that was paying $10 an hour, and I didn't have anybody to watch him. At the same time, trying to figure out who's going to watch my child and me not. That since she was there, that my child.
At that specific time, you did not have a job yet.
I know, and
Now enter Dr. Gator. He explains that Mr. Kidd's infertility might not be as definite as he thought. Childhood infections could have affected his sperm, but not completely. Now everyone's on edge, just waiting for the DNA results.
There's two separate issues here. There was an issue about RH blood. That has to do with a mother and a baby, and if there's different blood types between the father of the baby, positive and negative. And so there are various childhood infections from mumps to STIs like gonorrhea and chlamydia. Those can cause inflammation in the testicles and makes it difficult for you to emit sperm.
The results are in and the tension is off the chart.
It has been determined by this court. Mr. Kidd, you are the father.
This whole thing kicks off with a bang. Judge Lake introduces Mr. Scott, who's here to dodge accusations from multiple women claiming he's their baby daddy. Mr. Scott admits to having 6 kids with 3 different women, but says no way is baby number 7 his with Miss Crane.
Scott, you say you are appearing in court today to clear your name. You state many women, including the defendant, have dragged your reputation through the mud, claiming you are the father of their children. You admit to having 6 kids by 3 different women, but state that the defendant is not mother number 4 with child number 7.
Mr. Scott doubts Jalen is his, finding shady phone calls and Miss Crane getting rides from random dudes. Miss Crane calls him insecure, while the judge questions whether they were ever a real couple. Then comes the twist.
When we were together, her cell phone will ring, she'll walk out the room. She'll leave her cell phone with her best friend. Or like after we spend the night with each other, instead of me taking her home, she'll like walk home and I'll just peep at her and look at her, see what she's doing. And she has other dudes picking her up on it. And she admitted it to me about other dudes picking her up. I don't need to put his name out there.
Insecurity, Your Honor. Insecurity, still grown man.
Miss Crane says she was 7 months pregnant when she finally found out Mr. Scott was married by snooping through his phone. She even called his wife, who told her to get an abortion, and then hung up.
Your Honor, I was 7 months pregnant. I didn't know where Marcel was. He used my phone one time. He deleted all his calls. So I went back on the internet, back to the research, called all the numbers he called, and found out he was married for 9 years.
That's true. I was married, but I've been divorced in December 2009.
No, actually, he was at the woman's house, and he actually picked up the phone. So the lady was like, "Who is this calling from Marcel?" I said, "Well, I'm his baby mama, his girlfriend."
Tattoos, lies, and chaos take center stage. Miss Crane swears she had no clue about Mr. Scott's other kids, even though he's got their names tattooed on him. He also claims Miss Crane hid the baby's face during a run-in with his ex's family.
He lied about all of his kids. I didn't know he had no kids.
She lied because I got tattoos all over my body. I got all my kids' names on my neck, on my back.
That don't mean nothing.
Anyway,
Your Honor, I didn't
my
ask him
kids'
nothing about no tattoos.
She said it was your brother. But then come to find it's another dude that's holding the baby. Well, I don't know if she still has it, but what showed me recently that she had it covered up, she has not 1, not 2, not 3, but 2.
No, Your Honor, I had 1, and that was my ex-boyfriend for 5.
Mr. Scott swears he didn't put those hickeys on Miss Crane. She fires back, saying it doesn't even matter because they weren't together. Then he claims she kept him from doctor visits, while she insists she had a reason.
And then while she's pregnant, she had hickeys on her neck. And I didn't give her them hickeys. You know what I mean? And when she was pregnant, she didn't even tell me she was pregnant. I said, well, let me take you to Kaiser Permanente Hop. She told me to go to the Kaiser Permanente in Lancaster, and she's at the Kaiser Permanente in Palmdale. I take care of all my kids.
And so you're trying to take her to the medical appointment.
Yeah, she wouldn't let me take her.
She telling you she's at one branch, you at the other.
Now they're arguing over who did what for baby Jalen. Miss Crane says Mr. Scott is a part-time dad who shows up once a year. Mr. Scott blames her for keeping him away.
I got home from work. My son was outside playing. He came. He was at the front gate. So he was like, Jalen, come here. Jalen, come here. So I'm like, who's calling my son? He gave my son $1. 5 minutes after talking to me and my son, he took it back.
What?
Exactly.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. She got me confused with another dude because I never did that. I never did that. you owe me time.
Now, Miss Crane and Miss Kahn are tag teaming against Mr. Scott, who's left scrambling to defend himself. And just like that, the DNA results are in.
He's my daughter's father too. My daughter's 4 months old.
So you claim you also have a child by him, and he's denying paternity?
He wants paternity. He says, I have it.
Yeah, she had no problem.
Nothing.
No, I communicate with her good. There's no problem with her.
When it comes to 3-year-old Jalen Crane, Mr. Scott, our father.
Wow, this story kicks off wild right from the start. Herman is in court to prove that Mr. Houston is the father of her son, Corey. But hold on. This tale is just getting started.
Ms. Herman, you are here to prove that Mr. Houston is the biological father of your 2-year-old son, Corey. You contend the defendant duped you and was living a double life. Mr. Houston, you claim that you are not the biological father of Ms. Herman's son and will clear your name when the results are read.
Just when you think it can't get crazier, bam, Miss Herman drops the bomb that she found out Mr. Houston was married while she was already pregnant, with her detective skills in full gear.
I like to call this the investigative stage. That's what I do. So during the time I was pregnant, I had told Mr. Houston that I was pregnant. He said that he would be there for me and my child. After 2 doctor's appointments, he stopped showing up. So I got a little suspicious. Got my investigation glasses on, and I found out via Facebook that he has a wife and children.
Mr. Houston really doubles down, saying he had no reason to tell her he was married. Like that little detail didn't matter. The judge is already over this eyebrow-raising nonsense. But trust me, there's way more drama coming.
Anything I got going on before I met her wasn't her business. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't curious about the extra stuff. I was more curious about getting to know who she was.
So your marriage and your kids and your wife were all extra things?
No, it wasn't extra at all. It was just something that I didn't communicate with her.
This part, downright awkward. Mr. Houston tries to dodge the question about using protection. Things are about to get way stickier as he scrambles to explain himself.
But you didn't use protection when you were sleeping with her.
You did not.
Did you tell
not? Don't lie. He did not use a condom, Your Honor. He did not.
Your Honor.
No, the answer is no. Don't let him lie to you. The answer is no. No. No.
Mr. Houston's version of how they met is so casual, it sounds like he's talking about grabbing lunch. He claims he was just getting to know her, not aiming for anything serious.
I had a homie that just got married. We were celebrating his marriage, I met her. She seemed like she was out of her comfort zone, She wasn't supposed to be there, you know what I mean? So I approached her. I said, hey, how you doing? We started communicating. She told me her name. I let her know who I was.
He did, Your Honor. Don't let him lie to you. When he do that thing with his eyebrows, he's lying.
When Miss Herman reveals they were together for a month and a half, the drama in the room doubles. And just when you think it can't get messier, in walks...
A month and a half when I found out I was pregnant. Told Cortez that I was pregnant, and he didn't say anything on the other line of that phone. He said, are you for real? I said, yes, I'm for real. Then he promised that he would be there throughout the whole pregnancy, not just 2 doctors.
At what point do you discover that he has a wife? Are you already pregnant?
Yes.
Here comes Mrs. Houston, and let's be real, she's not here to play nice. But hold up, these 2 women have even more to say.
How did you find out about Miss Herman?
The way I discovered, they were doing whatever was a message came in his phone. When I have the baby, I want to move in with you. I'm looking like, who the hell is this? And what is she talking about? So somebody is trying to get answers and he playing dumb, wouldn't tell me the truth about it. So eventually I end up calling the number and I talked to her.
The drama goes off the charts as Mrs. Houston reveals that both she and Miss Herman were pregnant at the same time. But Mr. Houston isn't done yet.
He said he's going to be there for me and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you're pregnant. I'm pregnant too. So how does that work?
See, I'm in the business of making babies. I have every reason to extend my bloodline. Let me.
And now Mr. Houston gives an excuse that's as surprising as it is ridiculous. The judge isn't having it, telling him straight up that making babies isn't how you heal from loss.
Exactly.
And you thought by making more children,
I'll be connected with my father.
You will be connecting with your father. At the end of the day, you do have to understand that when you bring children into the world with paternity questions, that's not being a superhero. That's not being the kind of father you say you lost.
One for the history books. He claims he skipped the condom because he's allergic to latex. The judge looks ready to scream as she tries to get him to own up to his choices.
I don't like condoms, so I don't use condoms.
Exactly, and I want you to know this.
I'm allergic to latex, so I can use non-latex condoms.
Why do people keep saying they're allergic to latex but not allergic to sex?
This woman tried to trap me.
I mean, it's like sex at all. You're right. First brought out the condom, I said, is it a no-lex condom? He told me no. I said, we better off not. No, never mind. I'll just do it anyway.
Miss Herman accuses Mr. Houston of barely being in Corey's life. Finally, it's it's time for the DNA results. And trust me, this could blow everything up.
Ms. Herman, Mr. Houston testified that he wants to be a dad. Has he been a dad to Corey?
No, he doesn't do anything for Corey at all.
This woman's full of lies today. I don't know why.
Can you show you
a receipt?
I made sure that I had his first pair of shoes. I got him some booties. I did everything that I was supposed to do as far as making sure he had car seats. I did all those things.
This moment right here, it's the jaw dropper everyone's been waiting for.
Has been determined by this court. Mr. Houston, you are not the father.
Yes. Thank you, Jesus. I ain't gotta talk to this man not no more.
Whoa, this case got messy real fast. Mr. Lester's like, nope, not mine. You had other guys around. Things are already looking dicey and we're just getting started.
Mr. Lester, you say that you and Ms. Moyet were never in a relationship and that she had multiple sex partners during her time of conception, so you are 100% certain that you are not father of baby Nyla.
Won't believe the pettiness in this part. Miss Moyet says Mr. Lester's big contribution so far includes a few diapers and one onesie for a boy. But trust me, these two are just getting warmed up.
Fact of 3 cases of diapers, a onesie that he bought for her, which was a boy outfit. Other than that, me and my mother have been providing food, milk, and everything and things like that. I also have evidence here showing you food, cribs,
Let me see that evidence.
And then things took a weird turn. Moya misbills that she planned this pregnancy by showing up at Mr. Lester's house on her special day.
I actually planned this pregnancy. I went over his house the day I was ovulating, and I let him know I'm ovulating. I want to have a baby. We did nothing.
That is not true.
Yeah, we did nothing to prevent Nyla. To make matters even worse, since I've had Nyla.
The tension really hit high gear when the judge started breaking down their relationship timeline. She straight up tells them that not using protection wasn't the smartest move.
What she's saying is you were having unprotected sex with her then, and even since this child's birth, you're still having unprotected sex with her, that you are a possible father.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So do you agree that you had with her during the time when Nyla was conceived?
Yes.
The cringe level spikes when Mr. Lester starts listing all the reasons he thinks he's not the dad. But let's be real, this wasn't exactly making his case any stronger.
Miss Moyet, she told me her name was Mia. Come to find out her name was Iris. I left her name in my contents as Mia because she was always missing in action. She told me out of her own mouth she had a boyfriend. She didn't appreciate that I wasn't spending time with her, and that's better than me. And I asked her, well, why you calling me tonight?
The courtroom vibes hit peak awkward when Mr. Lester claims they always use protection. Miss Moy fires back with a hard, no, we didn't. She looks at the judge like, why would I lie about this?
We always had protected sex.
We had protected sex, Your Honor.
Mr. and I have never had protected sex.
Only I know how old I am, and I know what sex leads to. And I just want to point out to you the percentages having babies and how it declines.
Some more research.
Yes.
This is where Judge Lake hits us with some real talk. And honestly, it's kind of sweet. It's like she's dropping solid life advice.
You hear what he's saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know when you say you had the love of an older man, it was filling a void you felt for not having the love of your father. You were saying that. Regardless of what this result is today, I don't want you running around behind him. Do you understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're better than that, and you deserve more than that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
Now the big moment everyone's been waiting for is finally here.
Mr. Lester, you are Nyla's father.
Yes! Yes!
Didn't I tell you?
You need to be respectful.
Didn't I tell you?
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this roller coaster of drama, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel for more. Don't stop here. Check out more videos packed with twists, turns, and jaw-dropping moments. See you next time.